You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. Our show starting now, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. There is a look at potential Belmont Stakes contender, National Treasure, getting a feel here at beautiful Belmont Park. And on this Memorial Day, we say thank you to our veterans and those who made such a great sacrifice for our country. And we truly remember all of those who have served. Thank you for joining us on this special Memorial Day card on this Monday, May 29th. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliore. As it is Big Apple Showcase Day, we'll have a chance to see those New York breds in the spotlight. It's all about the New York breds today. Taking a look at one of the features of the afternoon, we have 6 New York bred stakes on the program. The commentator will go as race number 9, originally 13 scheduled to be in that race, but one scratch of Shipsational, but the commentator still came up a very competitive race as we pay tribute, Richie, to a truly talented New York bred.
Yeah, commentator was just such a good horse. To win the Whitney twice, and not in consecutive years, to actually do it with a year in between. So just a really incredible horse that had speed and would run horses off their feet. And we got a big field. We had one scratch, but still a strong field of 12.
Taking a look at the field here, Dr. Ardito is 9-5 on the morning line. He will rematch with Bankit as they ran 1-2 in the Haynes field a couple races back. Dr. Ardito, on that string of wins that he got, certainly earned the opportunity to try the Westchester, Richie. Meanwhile, Bankit, one of those hard, older New York breds that we always expect in these races, the winner of this race in 2019.
Yeah, and it's a glaring contradiction, these two horses. Dr. Ardito, 8 starts, 6 wins, as opposed to Bankit with 39 starts, 8 wins, 12 seconds. So accumulating those seconds, but he's also earned nearly $1.3 million. And there wasn't a lot separating these two at crunch time. Maybe it was desire.
Bankit, the 7-year-old, I should have said, won the commentator in 2021. Dr. Ardito, kind of the young up-and-comer, now the 5-year-old who's in great form, coming out of a graded stakes try in the Westchester last time out. That's the commentator. Of course, as we mentioned, 6 stakes for the New York breds on tap today. Over at Churchill Downs, there's plenty of exciting action, too, on this Memorial Day, including in the winning colors, a Grade 3 event, scratch of the number 2 Scarlet Stripe. But, of course, all eyes, Richie, will be on the return of the number 5 Echo Zulu, who we last saw finishing second in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint behind the champion Goodnight Olive.
Yeah, and she's just been a gem of consistency. 6 for 8 also, earned over $2.1 million. And this was a really nice effort from her. It was a Goodnight Olive in raging form at the time. A little bit unlucky to lose her second race this season, just compromised by traffic. But Echo Zulu, well drawn, love her sprinting, just that brilliance, and another one of those running gun runners.
It seems everything that Gun Runner has produced as a new sire has been very talented on the racetrack. Echo Zulu, no exception. A 2-year-old champion. She came back as a 3-year-old and proved her worth, now staying as a sprinter, back as a 4-year-old. And exciting to see her back, too. It's always fun, Richie, when you have the chance to see horses you liked on the track come back for another year.
You know, one of the things I used to have conversations with the late, great Alan Jerkins about was 2-year-old fillies, like Echo Zulu, 2-year-old champion, maybe not being quite as good at 3. And unfortunately, a lot of times they get retired, but they really rebound big as a 4-year-old.
Here's what's on tap today. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. 6 stakes for the New York breds on Big Apple Showcase Day at Belmont. We're Fast and Firm, the Critical Eye and commentator. The features over at Churchill Downs, Fast and Firm as well. That winning colors, the feature today. I want to remind everybody that you can sign up and play all of the action with Naira Bets, the official betting site of the Belmont Stakes, and you can get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus. Use promo code Belmont25 to experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. We turn our attention over to Churchill Downs as the opener will be 1 mile on the main track, a maiden claiming race for $30,000, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. Right now, the number 2 Origami Girl on the drop in class is your 9-5 favorite.
Yeah, making that significant drop in class from maiden allowance to the maiden 30 level, and it just seems like horses respond so well to that precipitous drop in class.
They often say the best hops a drop in the sport of horse racing. 8 to 5 on Origami Girl. We'll get some thoughts from Paul LaDuca live at Churchill Downs after this quick timeout. Stay with us. We're just getting started. The opener from Churchill after this on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on FS2. Our program brought to you, as always, by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Getting ready for the opener at Churchill Downs, fillies and mares in this maiden claiming. Again, it's for $30,000, going a mile on the main track. Horses heading out from the paddock, and Origami Girl still your favorite on that drop in class. Good card today. Of course, the winning colors coming up a little bit later on with the return of Echo Zulu. Here's the post parade, starting things off with the number 1 Lucky Phoenix. This filly by Accelerate got will get Lasix for the first time. She's making her first start as a 3-year-old after improving when dropping to this level last time out in September, but she does have the layoff to contend with.
Yeah, the 2-horse Origami Girl is certainly a deserving favorite. She's run faster by her speed figures than anybody running in maiden allowance, and now she gets to run for 30, much easier spot.
Here's the 3, Lots and Lots of Gold, has been at this level in her last 2 starts. She did finish second last time out, and the winner of that race came back to win again, flattering her. Looks like she's found the right spot. Can she beat the favorite on the drop?
And then you've got Merrily Rush with the 7-pound apprentice Joelle Novice aboard, stretching out. I didn't think she ran that bad first time. I think 10 to 1's a bit of a large price for her.
7 to 2 on the 5 Malibu Smart. She also takes a drop in class for the first time, but she ran on the turf in her debut, and being by English Channel, you can understand why they tried her on the grass.
Then we got Embraceable, who started her career at the maiden 30 level, going 2 turns, a mile and a 16th, turns back a 16th, gets a 1-turn mile, is going to have to improve vastly off of that first effort.
That's the field for race 1 at Churchill Downs. Even money on Origami Girl, who has been pretty far back early in her races so far, too. For more on this field and what's coming up today, let's check in live with Paul LaDuca at Churchill. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, Keisha. Hey, Mig. Happy Memorial Day to you guys as well. Good 9-race card on tap today, and it's featured with winning colors, and it'll be the 3-year-old debut, the 4-year-old debut for Echo Zulu, a horse that obviously is a Grade 1 winner and a Breeder Cup juvenile winner at Del Mar at age 2. Well anticipated 4-year-old debut for Echo Zulu, and you know she runs into a tidy little field. You know, it's only a field of 5 in here, but maybe the rail horse in here can give her a little trouble. And I've heard throughout the racetrack, maybe she's vulnerable today because she's off the layoff. I want to warn everybody that in her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 starts going around one turn, she's won 4 of them by open lengths. The only other time she lost to Goodnight Olive. So she's going to be a handful in race number 8 today, the winning colors. Okay, let's get on to race number 1 right now. And, you know, when you look at this field, I thought Origami was the horse to beat for Cherie DeVaux on the drop-in class. You know, we've seen these drop-in classes really just move up a ton here, especially at Churchill when they drop down to this $30,000 level. And, you know, a horse that just hasn't shown much speed, and I'm wondering if Cherie's going, okay, you know, she hasn't shown much speed around 2 turns. What's going to happen? She actually broke okay in her first start and kind of was on the bit a little bit keen. And I think Corey Lannery was trying to teach her a little bit of lessons. She backed out, and something must have went wrong because then she went straight to the sideline. Then Cherie decided to go around 2 turns with her. But, you know, at 2 to 5 on the drop-in class, is that warranted? I guess we'll see here in a little bit. The Hot Barn, obviously, Dale Romans, 2 more winners last night, open winners with Floki's Flight being one of them. He was a hard-fought winner. Malibu Smart, you know, a horse that comes off the turf, and a filly by English Channel dropping on the dirt. Now, this is a horse that you look at and you go to yourself, okay, why is this horse getting get bet in English Channel? We've talked about this before. We're not at Gulfstream Park. They don't run maiden 30s on the grass. We're not at Santa Anita. They don't run maiden 30s on the grass here at Churchill Downs. It does not happen. If you want to go somewhere else, they sometimes don't even cart maiden 30s at Indiana Grand and some other places that are close to here. So if you have maybe a turf horse like the 5 and you need to drop, this is what you have to do. So I just don't know at 9 to 2. The Paul McGee runner is taking money to 3, and logical. You know, a horse that's shown speed around 2 turns now will go around 1 turn and is in good form, filly by Golden Sense. So I can understand why this horse is 3 to 1, and the Eddie Keneally horse on the rail getting Lasix for the first time, I thought was a horse that you might be able to use a little bit in this race. But, you know, at the end of the day, I thought Origami was the one that you had to beat. And just, you know, we never forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Everybody enjoy this day with your loved ones. Happy Memorial Day to you, Acacia and Mig. I'm so proud of what everybody has done. Fortunate, and I got a 17-year career out of it because of everybody out there and all our heroes.
Well said, Paul. So true. Again, on this Memorial Day, we remember all of those who sacrificed so much. The land of the free because of the brave Richie, and it's wonderful we get a chance to have this day to be with our loved ones and to celebrate. But at the end of the day, that's the message we're all remembering.
Absolutely. The brave men and women that selflessly have given so much to secure our freedoms, to allow us to have the opportunities that we have. And Paul said it so well. And we're blessed to be here on a beautiful day at Belmont Park. And we should never take for granted the sacrifices all of those have made.
So true. Paul said the number 2, Origami Girl, the one you have to get around the betting public, agreeing with that. I wanted to go back to something he said about the 5, Malibu Smart, though. He made an excellent point that if you feel this is a horse that's not made in special weight caliber, if you're based at Churchill Downs, you kind of have to run on the dirt by virtue of what's in the condition book for this level.
Yeah, and also this filly is a half to a horse that just recently won by 10 lengths on the dirt. So, we look at pedigrees. We're always trying to, dig out that nugget that's going to, point us towards what surface a horse is going to like. But ultimately, they're individuals. I say it all the time. Mrs. Marciano had 6 children. She only had 1 Rocky.
Yeah, very true. 4 to 5, though, on your favorite Origami Girl drop-in class for the first time. She's been pretty far back in her recent races, too. Sometimes with some softer competition, you'll see them break a little bit better just by virtue of who they're running against, too.
Yeah, just easier company makes it easy. Horses get a little more comfortable. They're able to get in a better rhythm, use themselves more efficiently instead of trying to keep up with tougher rivals. I thought the 4 Merrily Rush is the horse I'm going to use underneath. I thought her first race, she actually showed some run in the context of the race.
She is the longest shot, or second longest shot on the board right now at 13 to 1. Your favorite 4 to 5 Origami Girl on the drop-in class. We kick off this Memorial Day program with the first race at Churchill Downs. We'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the call.
Smart and Embraceable. They're in the gate, and they're off. And Malibu Smart breaks well, so too Merrily Rush. Lucky Phoenix down toward the rail. Embraceable from the far outside. So they move up the chute, Lucky Phoenix, and from the outside, Embraceable. Malibu Smart with that good beginnings, not far behind either as they advance up the chute and crossover. And the early leader is Lucky Phoenix, prompted by Embraceable second. 2 lengths back to Lots and Lots of Gold, who advances into third. Malibu Smart on the outside, fourth. 2 lengths back, Origami Girl fifth, and Merrily Rush is at the back in sixth. So down the back stretch they go with Lucky Phoenix the leader, prompted by Embraceable, who's in no hurry to go by. The opening quarter goes in 23 seconds flat. They head to the half-mile pole with Lucky Phoenix and Embraceable sharing the lead together. And that opening half was 46-4. The pace is not moderate, a little bit sharp, in fact. They're on the turn. Embraceable, Lucky Phoenix head-to-head for the lead. Lots and Lots of Gold comes off the rail now and is coming on 3 wide. And Malibu Smart's coming on 4 wide. And Origami Girl is just in behind the lead as Merrily Rush moves to the outside. At the quarter pole, Lots and Lots of Gold's off the turn in front, but it's a tenuous lead. Origami Girl's trying to find a way through. Malibu Smart is there. Merrily Rush down the center. Here's the 8th pole. Lots and Lots of Gold in front by 2.5. Malibu Smart and Origami Girl and Merrily Rush, final 16th. Lots and Lots of Gold is opening up to the wire. And she will score by 3 in the end. Malibu Smart second, Origami Girl was third, and Merrily Rush was fourth.
Lots and Lots of Gold. She was the horse that seemed to take a step forward last time out, finishing behind Luna Moth, who had come back to win again, and she certainly found the right field to get her maiden score today.
Yes, she really did, and being forwardly placed. It was a legitimate pace for this level of horse, but it feels like at Churchill Downs, you always want some forward position. Joe Talamo put her in the right spot, and a nice win for this homebred for JMS Stables, Samantha Siegel.
We turn our attention over to Belmont Park. It's Big Apple Showcase Day, and we're going to start things off with a bang. The Bowery to kick things off right into New York Bred Stakes Company for the 3-year-old fillies. And you have 6 to 5 right now on Miracle, who tried open graded stakes in her last 2, cutting back in distance today. We'll welcome in the 4th member of our team for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale, down in the paddock. Maggie, I know all of us have so much affection for these days when the New York Breds are in the spotlight.
Oh, absolutely, Acacia. They are the bread and butter, the backbone of this, of NYRA, really, and racing here in New York. And it's lovely to showcase them on Memorial Day. Such an important day in the calendar for us to remember and honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom and those who continue to serve to protect it. As we'll take a look here at your favorite Miracle in the paddock, as she is returning to some New York bred company, and looking at her, she hasn't changed much, I'll be honest. I admit I wasn't her biggest fan when she debuted up in Saratoga, which is the only other time I've seen her in a paddock situation. She just hasn't changed much. She has filled out a little bit, relatively speaking, but I just feel like between her and your current second choice, that's number 4, Downtown Mischief, from the physical perspective, I'll take Downtown Mischief all day long over Miracle. As we'll also move on to the horse who's the longest shot on the board. And I know that number 5, Security Code, she just ultimately might not be as good as many of these in here. And last time, she had a blowout win, which was good to see, but she was with the racetrack. It was a day you did not want to be on the rail, and she was out wide, kind of stalking, and was able to draw away down the middle of the racetrack. But she is one that really does show how she's doing with the way she looks physically. Over the winter, she wasn't carrying great weight, kind of led to some disappointing efforts. And then she's like slowly rounded back into a more healthy looking individual. And if anything, today, this is the best I've ever seen her appear. She's focused, her weight is fantastic, she is dappled head to toe. She does look best here in the paddock, Acacia, and I'm wondering if she can make a little noise as the longest price in what is a short field here for our Bowery.
Maggie, thank you. Security Code 9-1. I'm a fan of her too. I felt the same, that she was kind of coming back into form, Richie, as she was a horse that as a 2-year-old seemed to show so much promise, and at a time when Phil Serpy's barn was really going well. And Maggie touched on it. Security Code, she kind of shows you how she's doing, and good to hear that she's showing like she's doing well today.
I always elevate horses at Maggie, and you give high marks to from a physical appearance perspective. Security Code chased Maple Leaf Mel, who has continued to be a major force and undefeated at this point.
Yeah, won against Open Company in the Miss Preakness last time out on Preakness weekend. Want to remind everybody you can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Check out NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. We'll kick off the early pick 5 here with the Bowery, a nice way to kick things off with some stakes action. And we'll have a rematch too of a couple of horses coming out of the New York Stallion Series, Le Bon Temps and Midtown Lights, finishing 2-3 across the wire. Le Bon Temps elevated to first after that disqualification of a drifting Little Lindsay.
Yeah, Little Lindsay was so game that day, but unfortunately did impede Le Bon Temps late in the game.
And here she is, Le Bon Temps, to kick off the post parade. Again, as Richie touched on, was impeded last time in the New York Stallion Series, elevated to first. She was also the champion New York bred 2-year-old filly last year.
And here's your favorite, Miracle, who got her biggest figure when she was able to control a very slow pace at the fairgrounds. I think she's a bit over bet here.
She was second to Kentucky Oaks winner Pretty Mischievous. I'm sure that's part of it. Here's Midtown Lights for Brad Cox. Comes out of that New York Stallion Series race as well, finishing third behind Le Bon Temps, as she will try to get back to the winner's circle and get her first stakes victory.
And Downtown Mischief is the horse to beat. I like her very much. She'd be my top selection. I like her turning back. She hasn't done anything wrong. She's a very professional, big, strong into Mischief filly.
And Security Code, who put it all together to get back to the winner's circle last time out, was flattered when second place finisher Fancy Joke came back to win with a 71 Beyer speed figure in her subsequent start. That's the field for the Bowery. We'll kick things off on this Memorial Day card at Belmont Park on Big Apple Showcase Day after this.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything
Number
about
5
him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Bone Fearless is moving well while 5 lengths from the lead, fourth. Baggio coming through on the inside of Pate Maison, and Lady Katie trailing the field. Coming to the top of the stretch after a half in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Bound to Determine in front, but Bone Fearless is cruising up to her on the outside. And then it's Look Upon, who's set down for the drive, running third. Coming into the final furlong now, and Bone Fearless is taking the lead. Look Upon is in tight in between horses. Bound and Determined toward the inside, and Baggio moving belatedly from fourth. And it is Bone Fearless, Richard Migliori, aboard the winner. Bone Fearless by 5 on the wire.
The 2001 Bowery Stakes with Bone Fearless, and I think we recognize that guy in the saddle.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't remember the race until I just started watching it here, so my apologies. This was for Michelle Nevin, and she was a nice filly. See the way she cruised up around the far turn? Gosh, she was taking me so easy. Probably didn't need a rider as hard as I did. I used to get a little excited, Acacia.
A nice win in the Bowery. Lizard on a log, huh?
Getting Miggy with it.
We love to see that. The Bowery will kick off our Big Apple Showcase Day program. There's a look at your favorite Miracle, and I'm sure, Richie, the fact that that she finished second behind eventual Kentucky Oaks winner, Pretty Mischievous, and the Rachel Alexandra, plus last time trying to come from off of it in the Gulfstream Oaks. Tougher competition, open company, longer distances. That's why we're seeing such a short price.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point because of Pretty Mischievous in that, you know, running line, but she got to go a quarter in 25, a half in nearly 49. And all right, she got beat by a very good filly, but doesn't that speed figure kind of jump off the Beyer speed figure compared to anything else she's ever done? Nice filly, I get it. She's back with New York breds. I just don't think there's that much between her and the 4 Downtown Mischief, and now they're getting much closer in price.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out with between the two of them on the racetrack. For more on these fillies warming up, let's go back to Maggie.
And Acacia, look, Miracle, she warmed up really well. She's always been a very good mover. But like I said, between the two favorites, I'd much rather take Downtown Mischief. But I'm going to go a little outside the box today because I think there's an angle that could be worked with number 3. That is Midtown Lights, who at times on her A game can be very good here. And I think last time she was against the racetrack in finishing third behind Le Bon Temps. And it was a kind of an inside-y day where you wanted to be forward, and she just wasn't. She was wide, and she was behind the pace. Now, this is a filly who has never been able to run out of her own stall here at Belmont. She's always had to get on a van and ship over to Aqueduct. And if you watch New York racing, you would know that I'd always be overly pretty critical of Midtown Lights because she'd be nervous, she'd be shaking, she'd be washed out. Not today. She got a little warm, but a lot of these fillies actually got a little warm in the paddock and out on the racetrack. But this is the most settled she's ever been. And I know that, like, I've talking to Connections that they have had to get her off the van at Aqueduct and just keep walking her and walking her and walking her, because if you put her in the stall, she would have a meltdown. So I think it could be a really favorable thing for Midtown Lights today to be able to run out of her own stall. And she's showing that to me, at least here with her behavior. So I'm going to take a shot here for her to maybe be able to turn the tables on some of these too. And furthermore, Acacia, I really like the 7 furlong distance for her. I think it fits her. I know the one start at it wasn't that good in the New York Stallion Series Stakes, but it was a muddy sealed racetrack. And 2, she hasn't gotten that many opportunities to run over a fast track on top of all that as well.
Yeah, her last fast track race was a win 2 starts back. Maggie, thank you. Some very interesting points. As Maggie touched on, horses stabled here at Belmont have to ship over to Aqueduct to race, as we see some great fans out enjoying the absolutely glorious day here for Big Apple Showcase Day.
Always nice to see families come out, people sharing the experience of coming to the racetrack. I love how the picnic areas, the barbecue areas towards the 8th pole and above have been filled every day. A lot of young families, a lot of kids. I joke around, and the father's probably telling the kids, I tell your mom I took you to the zoo. You saw animals.
That's it. Well, you are seeing some animals, some horses on the racetrack. There's Downtown Mischief. She's now clicked over to favoritism as she comes in out of the off-the-turf Memories of Silver, but she was on a tear before that.
No, and I was questioning the mile last time. She ran well, just didn't quite say the mile. 7/8 should suit her better. And now I'm thinking she may be a little overbet. I liked Maggie's idea with the 3 Midtown Lights. It's only 10 miles from Belmont to Aqueduct, but for horses to get on a van, disrupt their routine, have to go through traffic, they can't just jump on the Belt Parkway, they've got to go through some neighborhoods, it can rattle some of them.
Can be a little bit of a tough situation, whereas here you just walk over from the receiving barn into the paddock. 6-5 on the number 4, Downtown Mischief now, as she'll try to get her winning streak back on track. Linda Rice with 2. She'll also send out Le Bon Temps, who again was elevated to first last time out. The Bowery to kick it off, first stake of the day. The 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight on Big Apple Showcase Day. Here's another New York bred, John Imbriel with the call.
Security code is in. We're set for the opener. And they're off on Big Apple Showcase Day. And Downtown Mischief away well. Moving up now is Le Bon Temps, and Miracle is in between. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. The front 3 open 3 lengths on Midtown Lights, and then Security Code. The 3-year-old fillies race up the backstretch with Downtown Mischief, the leader here by a length. Miracle is running in second and getting closer now on the outside. The quarter went in 22-3. Le Bon Temps is down at the rail. Then comes Midtown Lights and Security Code. Downtown Mischief holding the lead here over Miracle. Downtown Mischief by a half length. Miracle is on the outside, just a head behind now. Then it's a break of 2 lengths to Le Bon Temps, Midtown Lights, and Security Code. Downtown Mischief maintaining the lead here, a half length over Miracle. Half mile went in 45 3/5 seconds. And the field is at the quarter pole. Downtown Mischief is in front as Miracle is asked for more, but Downtown Mischief has spurted clear by 3. Miracle trying to get closer on the outside as they move for the 16th pole. It's Downtown Mischief, and now Miracle is getting closer on the outside. Downtown Mischief and Miracle, and the 2 of them will come on to the finish. It is Downtown Mischief to win the Bowery. Miracle was second, and Midtown Lights finished 3rd.
Number 4, Downtown Mischief gets back to her winning ways as she was able to hold off Miracle, who just kept trying.
In essentially what turned out to be a match race between the 2 favorites, Downtown Mischief was able to clear, take the lead. Miracle came back to her outside, put the pressure on, and never quit. I mean, tried her all the way to the wire, just came up second best. Nice effort for this daughter of Into Mischief, Downtown Mischief.
A homebred, in fact, for Lady Sheila Stable as Downtown Mischief gets the job done here for Linda Rice, holding off your second choice Miracle, as yes, the number 4 Downtown Mischief did actually go off as your favorite at 6-5, fillied by Into Mischief. first stake of the day in the books, the Bowery, as Downtown Mischief, New York bred filly, back to the winner's circle. And she's just another example. She won the Cicada 2 starts back against Open Company as well.
This is a very honest filly, and we'd be remiss not to talk a little bit about Jose Lezcano, who took such a nasty fall basically Wood Memorial Day. Came back a lot faster than anybody thought he would, and he's been riding in terrific form, and it's not an easy thing to do, to put that fall out of your mind, to get physically healthy, get your business back, but he is riding in great form.
He has, and now he'll get to the winner's circle in this Bowery. Downtown Mischief with the victory. 4-2-3-5 in the Bowery, first race of the day on Big Apple Showcase Day. We'll bring you prices, results, reactions when we come back. Stay with us. America's Day at the Races continues.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Big Apple Showcase Day, our program brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Today, happy winner's circle in the Bowery, the first stake of the day. Downtown Mischief, a homebred for Lady Sheila Stable, gets the job done.
Nice strong effort here, outran Miracle for the lead and fought tenaciously all the way to the wire. Such a pretty filly with that white face, you know, very kind of stands out, those white markings.
She's such a typical Into Mischief looking too. A lot of them are very stout and powerful.
He really does stamp his offspring, and you could tell in Into Mischief. And another reason why New York breds have gotten so good, look at the stallions that the breeders in New York are going to.
$4.40 winner, Downtown Mischief, ended up as your favorite. Miracle, the second choice, tried every step of the way, but this filly got the job done, and even more special because she is a homebred. And we'll go down to Maggie, a special guest.
That's what it's all about here on New York Showcase Day, when the homebred New York breds win, and joined by Sheila Rosenblum and Deborah Wasser. And guys, you believed in breeding Downtown Mama, and what a filly you've got now.
I would agree. We're pretty excited. She is showing what she's about. She's got speed and heart.
And talk about going to Into Mischief, obviously the hottest sire of the last 10 years, but pulling the plug or pulling the trigger and going to him.
Well, I thought Downtown Mama was being a little overbred, but the racing lords disagreed with me. So it was a gamble that more than paid off.
I mean,
it's so exciting, and a New York bred, and we love New York breds.
And two, you had one of the most devastatingly fast New York bred fillies that we've seen in the last decade in La Verdad. Do you get excited watching Downtown Mischief run?
La Verdad is watching her, and I think very proud of her, and decided, Mama, don't give up on racing. And I didn't. And my kids said I persevered. And I went, we've just got a great team. It's a lady, this is a ladies group in particular with this filly. And it's been a joy. It's very exciting.
Well, the one thing I can say about this game is you have to have patience and perseverance, and it is paying off. Congratulations here with this Bowery win, Sheila.
Thank you.
And Deborah.
Thank you. And right, La Verdad did win this, I think maybe more than once. So it's all in the family. Different family, but in the family.
Exactly. They're wearing the pink and blue silks of Lady Sheila Stable and Downtown Mischief, guys. She continues her role here in New York.
Back to her winning ways with a big victory in the Bowery. Downtown Mischief, the homebred, already paying off as we turn our attention over to race number 2. Will be on the turf, sprinting, going 6 furlongs on the inner. New York breds, of course, in the spotlight, fillies and mares in this allowance race. That's a look at the field right now. Pretty wide open board at the moment, Richie.
It's a very wide open board. And one thing we've seen with this turf course, Acacia, a lot of bounce to it, a lot of yielding fast times. And I like the 3, Blame It on Mary, a little bit. She's a filly that's better going fast. A mare, I should say. The whole family was like that. The grandsire, Uncle Cammy, they actually don't do as well if you rake them along. You're better off allowing them to just roll along as fast as they possibly can.
Jose Lascano and the Lady Sheila team in the winner's circle in the Bowery. As we head over to Churchill Downs, it's time for our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And how's that for a segue? We just saw a daughter of Into Mischief winning the Bowery, and now we'll get a chance to see if one of these 2-year-olds can win and break his maiden here, meeting the field, starting with the number 1, Baytown Kitty Cat.
We'll have to improve off the first start. Didn't break particularly well, but is going to have to really turn it around.
Second-time starter. The next one will be a first-time starter by Street Sense. Here's Baytown Chatterbox.
Yeah, taking some money, too. Has a sharp gate work of just a 1/4 of a mile. I like short gate works. I don't think horses do well getting a series of like 5 furlong gate works. Just teach them how to break.
And I know you and Paul have some familiarity with this name, Gewürztraminer.
Gewürztraminer and German grape varietal, nice wine. Gewürztraminer ran well on debut and could take a step forward here.
Second-time starter, Midnight Stormy is next.
Another one that's going to really have to improve after breaking slowly on debut.
Big price on the board. Taking a little attention is the number 5, Kennel Club, who will be up next.
Yeah, out of a mare that has produced 3 winners, including 1 debut winner. I put stock in horses that have had horses with precocity, that win early.
Being a little bit naughty with the pony there. That called by More Than Ready. The 6 is out. Here's the 7, In My Dreams.
Yeah, In My Dreams, out of a mare that had 1 foal to race, 1 winner.
And your favorite to the outside, 5-0 Somewhere.
Yeah, this filly took some money on debut, broke slowly, showed some run in the context of the race. I prefer Gewürztraminer, but this horse, 5-0 Somewhere, is a player.
Jareth Loveberry going to be aboard 5-0 Somewhere. That's the field for the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, and an interesting race here, Acacia, because when you look at this race, Gewürztraminer, I thought, was the horse that was going to be actually bet down to your favoritism, like a clear favorite. But there's been a lot of money and a lot of buzz here on the 2. Baytown Chatterbox been working really well in the morning. The theme of this field is all these horses sold for under their prices, if you look. And this is a restricted race for horses that sold for $50,000 or less or RN8 at a sale. when you look at Gewürztraminer, you know, this horse ran against Open Company and a Wesley Ward runner and got in a wicked speed duel, and I thought it was pretty courageous to hold on for third. So I think the horse is warranted 8-5. Now the outside horse, 5 o'clock somewhere or 5 somewhere, got dead left in his first start. Hopefully the 8 post won't be detrimental again. But I think it's the 3 race to lose, but I've heard the 2 could be a runner.
Oh, thank you. Baytown Chatterbox, first-time starter. Could be interesting. Final thoughts, Richie?
I'm going to go with the horse. Gewürztraminer. I just think that race should move her forward, and I thought she was fairly professional on debut.
Paul texted me about the name and said it's a German wine grape, and of course, Richie, our wine aficionado, knew the whole story.
I actually went to school for that, more than I went to actual regular school.
Yes. Well, if you ever need any insight on wine, you know who to call. Loading in for race 2. Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. Here's Travis Stone.
And they're off. Baytown Kitty Cat bounces out on top. Gewürztraminer is away well, too, and that one comes on to challenge. 5-0 somewhere from the far outside, races up to grab third. In My Dreams, fourth. Now back into fifth as Midnight Stormy moves up 1 spot. 3 more back to Kennel Club, and the early trailer is Baytown Chatterbox, the leader. Gewürztraminer by a length and a half on the far turn. 5-0 somewhere picks up the chase in second after an opening quarter in 23 flat. Baytown Kitty Cat relegated back third toward the rail. 3 back to Midnight Stormy and In My Dreams. Coming for the top of the stretch, Gewürztraminer a little bit wide off the turn and opening at the rail for Baytown Kitty Cat, and 5-0 somewhere down the center. They both put in bids, but Gewürztraminer responded to the challenge and opened up by 2. Gewürztraminer heading for the final 16th. Baytown Kitty Cat in a battle with 5-0 somewhere for second. They're coming down to the finish. Gewürztraminer scores by 4. Baytown Kitty Cat was second. 5-0 somewhere third, and Kennel Club was fourth.
Gewürztraminer, the cult bike collected with the good race under his belt. Race is maiden today.
Broke sharply, went to the lead under a nice long hold, got very comfortable, took a stiff challenge from the outside by 5-0 somewhere, as well as the inside horse, one Baytown Kitty Cat, who definitely improved in her second start. But Gewürztraminer really striding out nicely coming to the wire.
Yeah.
I guess it would be fair to say Gewürztraminer had a nice, long, smooth finish.
You gotta love the puns. Gewürztraminer with the win, second-time starter with the victory. Families are out having a great time over at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll talk more about Big Apple Showcase Day after this.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.
Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every race, every day, every day. Every ra
With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hope for the Warriors was born of the realization that our husbands and wives, our brothers and sisters, and our best friends were coming home either wounded or escorted in a flag-draped casket. We were needed to serve our family, needed to assist our neighbor move into a handicap-accessible home, to support their long-term recovery, or to provide scholarships for friends that had to take on new careers. We were needed as a voice for the military community, our community, a voice that is still needed today. Our voice is one of family, and like any family, we celebrate successes in recovery and accomplishments throughout the journey. We are the sounding board that will continue to offer a hand up to help our brothers and sisters reach their goals. That is what a military family does, and that is what we will continue to do. We are veterans, we are military spouses, we are military families, we are hope.
You can go to hopeforthewarriors.com for more information. America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2, such a wonderful organization, being sure to provide essential services to our veterans, which we proudly acknowledge and celebrate on this Memorial Day. Race 2 here at NYRA coming up at Belmont Park will be named for Hope for the Warriors as we head downstairs to Maggie with a special guest.
So pleased to be joined by owner Harold Lerner, but you're so much more than that, Harold, as you're a veteran yourself, and also you're an integral part of Hope for the Warriors. Talk a little bit about the organization and what they do for veterans.
Well, since I'm a veteran, I understand what happens to people when they return from service. And unfortunately, we've seen a lot of people, when they come back, there's a lot of issues that they have to face. Some of them have debilitating injuries. Some wind up with substance abuse issues, financial issues. Some of them have a hard time getting back into society, being recognized by the communities that they live in. And Hope for the Warriors tries to address these issues. They've helped, as far as I know, approximately 150,000 veterans and their families since being founded in 2006 by the Marines. So for me, on a personal basis, I see it as an organization that can really help a lot of people who need help in a big, big way. And unfortunately, in this country, you know, things just don't go the way they should for people that are returning back from service to our country. So I am happy to do this. I feel that I am a little bit of a spokesman here, and I would be pleased if people would understand what this organization does. They can be contacted at www.hopeforthewarriors.org. There's more to learn on their website. And it's not a question for me of trying to ask people to give to charity like this, but to understand what happens. And there are a lot of veterans out there that are trying to help other veterans who return from service to our country.
Well, Harold, so well said by you. As you mentioned, check out the website. People can learn more and donate. You're also a big part of Toys for Tots, too, and that helps Marines as well.
Yes, two charities now that I am personally involved with, Toys for Tots, which I've been involved with for at least a dozen years now, and now Hope for the Warriors. And my wife and I believe if we can make the world just a little bit better, one day at a time, then that gives us a lot of satisfaction.
You and so many others can just do one thing. It makes the world a better place. Harold, thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you.
All right, Hope for the Warriors, guys, a very special cause that people should check out here, especially on Memorial Day, Acacia.
Absolutely. And again, that website is hopeforthewarriors.org. Be sure to go to the website, learn a little bit more about it, make a donation if you can. And big shout out to Harold Lerner. You've probably seen his purple silks in the winner's circle here in New York. Very active in racing too, and obviously doing so much good. He says trying to make just a little impact, but I think anybody that devotes their time to a worthwhile charity is making a much bigger impact than they think.
Love what he said. If you can just make a little bit of a difference, being thoughtful, being kind, such a positive force.
We take a look at the field here for the second race at Belmont Park. New York bred Allowance for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs on the inner turf. 2-1 favorite now on the number 6 Moon Age Daydream for Jorge Abreu, as this one comes out of a 4th place finish in this level of competition and cutting back. Will make her 3rd start of her 3-year-old season.
We have several horses coming out of that same race, and I'm not quite sure why she's taking all the money. I mean, yes, she didn't have the greatest beginning, but I thought she had every opportunity, and there were some others that had tough trips.
Yeah, you could see that she was kind of bumped at the start, and it was because of her breaking out in kind of her own antics, so to speak.
She caused her own problems there. I thought the 4 Shinful had a much tougher trip. She was the one who took the worst of it from her shying out and creating that jam. She got squeezed, and I thought she ran very well to finish as well as she did.
More on this race in a moment. Back over at Churchill Downs, we owe you prices from our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Experience did prove to be the strong point here as Gewürztraminer heads into the winner's circle. The 2-year-old race of the day was brought to you by Spencer Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Second-time starter, $5.12. Baytown Kitty Cat at a big price of 30-1, also with Experience finishing second.
Yeah, big improvement from the one Baytown Kitty Cat. I tell you, I was impressed the way Gewürztraminer finished. Really nice stride on this horse, very efficient.
Back to Belmont Park on the turf. There's a look at Shinful. As you mentioned, she was the one who really did take the worst of it at the start. And it was the first time back on the turf in quite a while. And I think that she's a little bit interesting, worth another look.
I think she's way too big a price at 8-1. She's my top selection. Addition Farm, Vivian Malloy just brought the stallion back. She bred the stallion to Shin Forward, brought him back from Japan, is breeding some of her own mares to him. And with a small sampling, he's actually been pretty successful.
Shinful, 9-1 right now on the board. Next to her is the number 5, How Do You Make Your Money, who is taking a little bit of attention, 9-2 now with Linda Rice. She'll look to sweep the early double. This one is cutting back in distance off the layoff.
Yeah, cutting back in distance, had a couple of good races, sprinting on the turf. Will she be ready off the bench? Of course, yeah, like you said, Linda Rice's barn is hitting on all cylinders, winning at 24%, better than 24% at the meet.
To the outside, the number 8, Fleet-Footed, is 3-1, and she's well named, Richie, because she has that early speed, and that is the name of her game.
She is fast. I mean, look at the fractions she's on. 44 flat. Javier Castellano wasn't sending her, just allowed her to kind of run up underneath him. I think she's going to have company, though. I mean, she may get loose, but she's going to have to use herself, because I do think the 3, Blame It on Mary, is very fast, and I do know that they want her to show her speed.
We'll see how the pace plays out. Last time with Javier Castellano aboard, there was no catching Fleet-Footed, though it got a little bit questionable down to the line, but she was just able to hold on in the late jumps. For more on this field, let's go down to Maggie.
And Acacia, let's take a look at the 2 layoff runners that we see here. We saw Ed Barker pull off a mild upset yesterday with a horse actually trying the turf for the first time, coming back off of a layoff. But he has a proven turf commodity in number 3, Blame It on Mary, who is proven as a turf sprinter. The problem with her today, obviously, is the presence of other speed, especially the outside runner in Fleet-Footed. I've never seen Blame It on Mary look any better than this, though. Usually she gets a bit hot, washy, not today. A lot of times she doesn't look great in her coat. Glistening, I mean, just looks better than ever. Got a wonderful warm-up from Manny Franco. If I were braver, I'd take her. But the fact that there's other pace in here, and 2, she's not the winningest type, having a record of only 2 for 21. But again, she looks fantastic coming back off the bench. Same thing can be said for number 5. How do you make your money? But I just don't think that this filly is really one that's going to love the 6 furlong distance. To me, she wants a bit more ground, at least looking at her. She's kind of longer, scopier, a bit of a rangier frame to her. She's well muscled and really healthy, but I feel like this is just a starting point. But then again, maybe she's one who gets to capitalize on the fact that there could be some pace. You never know around here, but there could be some pace backing up to her late in the game. As we'll, Mig and I are going to jump on the same horse here, Shinful. Over the winter, I thought her weight kind of went the wrong way. She was a little bit too light for my liking. And now, with the warmer weather and maybe just a happier horse getting back on the turf, I think this is one of the better times she's appeared prior to a start. Also, being able to run out of her own stall, first time in a while for being able to do that. And as you guys said, she did have that trouble at the beginning, and I just think she could sit the right trip here. And Acacia, I have no problems with your favorite Moon Age Daydream. She looked great in the paddock out in the racetrack, but what about her last race would make you want to take her at 2-1? For me, she really didn't have much of an excuse at all.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. Richie and I are in the same exact boat with you, especially coming out of that race where, like I said, Moon Age Daydream kind of caused some of her own trouble, but it didn't hinder her at the beginning, whereas Shinful really took the worst of it, and she's a much bigger price.
Yeah, Moon Age Daydream's actions at the break compromised the 4 Shinful. Didn't really compromise herself. I think there's a lot of speed in here. I'm going with Shinful because I think she's going to come with a run. I also think the 1 Road to Remember has the race off the layoff. Was that very ineffective turf trip last time where you're chasing 3, 4 wide throughout. Now she gets the rail with speed. I think she winds up sitting in the pocket and gets a good trip at a big price. Those are the 2 I'm using.
2-1 on the number 6 Moon Age Daydream. And look, we're all questioning why she's the favorite. The answer's right in front of us. Irad Ortiz is riding her.
Well, listen, Irad moves money, and he delivers a great deal of the time. I mean, this filly has already won a stake, the Stuart Manor last year. I just think out of the last race, there are just better priced horses that I give a real look to.
Great crowd on the rail on hand to get a good glimpse as these horses start to load into the starting gate. Barbecue area heating up as well. Getting ready for race 2 on this Memorial Day program. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Set for race 2. And they're off. And it is Blame It on Mary who goes out for the early lead. Fleet-footed on the extreme outside. Now Moon Age Daydream moves up in between horses. The gray Silver Fist is down at the rail. It's almost 3 lengths back to Road to Remember, who runs in 5th. Shinful is next in 6th, and another 2.5 lengths back to the 2 trailers. Temperamental and How Do You Make Your Money? The quarter, 21 4/5 seconds. It is Blame It on Mary setting the pace here and leading by a length with Fleet-footed right behind in 2nd. Silver Fist down at the rail. Moon Age Daydream on the outside. Those 2 right together 3rd and 4th with Road to Remember in 5th. They're coming for the head of the stretch. Blame It on Mary is the leader. Ran the half in 44 seconds. Fleet-footed on the outside. Now getting closer with Moon Age Daydream in 3rd and Silver Fist in 4th. Blame It on Mary and Fleet-footed on the outside. Fleet-footed. Blame It on Mary. Last try here from Moon Age Daydream. They come on for the finish. It is Fleet-footed to win it. 3 parts of a length. Moon Age Daydream was 2nd. Then Blame It on Mary and Road to Remember.
Fleet-footed. She has to change her running style today, coming from a stalking spot, and she still managed to get the win.
I was thinking there was so much speed signed on in this race that it was set, right for a closer. Well, they went fast. It wasn't as though the pace didn't show up. They went 44 flat, basically. Fleet-footed. The outside post gave Javier Castellano the opportunity to allow her to kind of sneak into the race as fast as she is. And speed held up. The 3 horses there at the wire were all within contention. Blame It on Mary showing the most speed. Maybe the turf is just that live. It's carrying the speed along.
Not too much rain recently either, and when you see these warm temperatures, not a lot of rain, the turf can get very firm here in New York.
Yeah, Belmont Park, we have a tendency this time of year when we don't get rain, gets a little bit baked. And it also just seems like it has a lot of bounce to it, a lot of life to it. You can have a harder turf course that doesn't yield as fast at times because they just don't bounce over the top of it. It's lush and yet it's firm.
There's a look at the fractions when we talk about a quick pace, and those are some quick fractions that Blame It on Mary, the number 3, was putting out.
Yeah, and that's the way she runs her best
Right.
race, too. Just allow her to roll along. No excuses, really. The pace showed up. Just a really nice run from Fleet Footed, who was able to rate slightly off of Blame It on Mary.
Changing her running styles. She is in great form right now 2 for 2 as a 3-year-old. Fleet Footed with the win. We'll bring you prices after this.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's New York Showcase Day, and we did have a second level allowance race sprinting on the turf. The aptly named Fleet Footed, daughter of Speedster, gets the job done here for Joe Sharp and Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the irons, Richie.
Yeah, and she was really kind today, just sitting outside the pace set by Blame It on Mary, and a fast pace it was. And Maggie, it just looks like this turf course is yielding fast times. Horses are bouncing over the top of it, and it looks like speed's pretty good because those fractions were more than legitimate. It was a fast pace.
I thought it was promising, too, that she actually showed a different dimension today in being able to rate, as Fleet Footed does return the 750 for the win.
And your favorite Moon Age Daydream rallied on to be second. Blame It on Mary, game performance by her, showing high speed, but that's our first turf race of the day, so it'll be interesting to see how the races continue to be run on this turf course that has been so fast, Acacia.
Yeah, it has been something to keep an eye on and something to take note of moving forward, but Fleet Footed getting the victory. And it is such a glorious day here in New York, too. Great to see so many fans out. Acacia and Richie, Maggie and Paul with us as well on this special Big Apple Showcase Day here in New York. Our Memorial Day card both here and over at Churchill Downs. This Churchill Downs will be the site of our next race coming up. We have race number 3 as our next order of business. It's a mile and a 16th on the turf for the fillies in a nice allowance race. And The field is a pretty interesting one. You have a few horses trying the turf for the first time. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, very interesting field of fillies here going long on the turf here, Acacia. You make a really good point, and I would think, coming into this race, a lot of the money was going to go to the Brendan Walsh filly. Let's just be honest. He's hot as a pistol. This filly ran first time in North America at Keeneland after running in France at Deauville in some softer competition, but split a field of 11 at Keeneland, and I would think would be primed for a good effort today. And she right now is the filly to beat, and right now the filly that they are betting in here. You look at some of the other fillies in here, you do look at the 8 in here, knock yourself off. Knock your socks off, excuse me. A filly by Kitten's Joy here. Taking some money for Mickey Goldfine. We've said this before. Chris Block is just on a tiny bit of an suspension. I think he's got a 15-day suspension. And Mickey Goldfine is his assistant trainer, so he's just representing his name. And we know that Chris Block in this obviously this barn can get turf horses to run. I don't get the 7-2, to be honest with you, on this horse. Does have some decent races to go to. The best race to me was on the dirt and the goldenrod. So I just don't see it on the turf, maybe on the dirt, but I'll probably put that horse in the winner's circle. Moshiro, the 6 with Florent Giroux and Wayne Catalano. Very logical horse. Took a field gate to wire before a little bit of a freshening and kind of just ran around. This horse, Moshiro, I watched like 4 or 5 replays. He kind of just runs wherever he sits. He kind of just like, I guess Mig, you say that these horses are kind of bicycle horses. He kind of just doesn't really pass anybody. So I'm wondering if Florent Giroux is going to get him involved because he's a one-paced horse and he doesn't really have a big kick at all. And the 7 was the horse that was interesting in here. When you look at the 7, Shoplifter getting on the turf for the first time, a filly by Super Saver. Bernstein is a sneaky broodmare sire when it comes to the turf. So, I can understand why people will go 9-1 there for a hot Eddie Keneally barn. But, I'll probably land on Moshiro here, the 6. And I also think that the 9, CC Cruise Control, is a horse that's got a good shot here for Corey Lanerie. This horse has been stuck out wide and got some awful trips. And, that last time that he ran, they took him to the front end and he just went way too fast. I think they're going to take him back today. I think a wide open race. Again, the 3's the horse to beat here for Brendan Walsh, the filly. But I think she's beatable, Acacia.
All right, Paulie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. Number 3, Wonderful Lady, who, as Paul mentioned, she actually ran okay in a Group 3 at Deauville on soft turf. Her lone win over in France was when the turf was firm. So sometimes fillies like that, you see them come to the States in search of firmer turf courses and just maybe something that they'll handle better. And often when they come for their first start in the States, Richie, it's not uncommon to see them not break that well and then break sharper their second U.S. race.
Racing's just run so differently in North America than it is in Europe. We put an emphasis on position, on speed. They break faster. The paces of the race tend to be faster. She could certainly take a big step forward in her second start here. Paul brought up the 6, Moshiro. And she does look like a one-pace kind of filly. Those are the horses you rely on their stamina. And she's trained by Wayne Catalano. Wayne Catalano's a very interesting trainer to me. Excuse me, he was a really good rider, rode over 1,500 winners, and he's closing in on 3,000 wins as a trainer.
This is a look at Moshiro's victory 2 starts back when she was able to wire the field in a pretty slow-paced race. And as Paul was touching on, that she kind of just runs wherever she is. And the one pace type, sometimes they fare best when you can put them on the lead.
Yeah, just put them in the race. Rely on their stamina. You're not going to get an acceleration when you look for it, but they can doggedly maintain a pace. And boy, that rail was really straight there, wasn't it?
Yeah. The number 7 Shoplifter Paul touched on as she tries the turf for the first time. If you look in the pedigree, and he mentioned the Bernstein, the dam was actually a turf horse in Australia. She only won one race, but there actually is some turf pedigree there.
This turf pedigree there, she was 1 for 12 in Australia. I'm going to go with horses with more current form, if you will.
On the first turf race of the day at Churchill Downs for race 3, here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Chica de Oro hustled out for the inside post. Cloudy Bay is there. So to Shoplifter, CC Cruise Control, and from the far outside, Santa Fe Gold races up as well. Chica de Oro and Santa Fe Gold, these two go on with it as Shoplifter is pulled back into third. Cloudy Bay over to the inside to save ground. Fourth, CC Cruise Control's racing in fifth in the early stages. Wonderful Lady settles in toward the rail seventh. Moshiro's her outside in eighth. Embrace Me covered up inside ninth, followed by Knock Your Socks Off in 10th, 2.5 lengths back to Nomadic Pride, who is the early trailer, behind an opening quarter in 22 and 3. Santa Fe Gold hits the backstretch run, pushed along by Chica de Oro. These two have gone 5 lengths clear of Shoplifter back in third. Cloudy Bay toward the inside fourth. CC Cruise Control cruising along while fifth, but is 8 lengths off the lead past the half-mile pull. Then it's Wonderful Lady, who's covered up down inside of horses, 8 lengths behind as well. Moshiro, Embrace Me, Knock Your Socks Off, and Nomadic Pride. Onto the far turn, Santa Fe Gold trying to shake loose from Chica de Oro, who's under more pressure, trying to keep up second. 3 lengths back, Cloudy Bay third, Shoplifter fourth, Wonderful Ladies down inside fifth, needs to find a way through. CC Cruise Control is there, Moshiro and Embrace Me. They're off the turn. Santa Fe Gold heads for home on a 2-length lead. Cloudy Bay comes on strongly. Wonderful Lady dives to the rail. Moshiro coming down the center. Embrace Me in behind. Santa Fe Gold in deep water. Here's Wonderful Lady coming up the rail. Here's Moshiro coming up the outside. Wonderful Lady's in front, short of the wire, and she gets there. Wonderful Lady works out the perfect trip to score. Moshiro, followed by Santa Fe Gold or Embrace Me. Late in the scene was Knock Your Socks Off.
Logical top 2 finishers in here. Wonderful Lady, though. How about the trip from her? She dove down to the inside, Richie. It was very game coming up inside of Company.
Really good ride from Vincent Chaminade, who started his career in Europe. And you see this from a lot of European horses. They're brave. They'll run through traffic because they're used to being in packed up fields where they're right on horses' heels and they're trained that way in behind horses. Got a perfect trip. Moshiro ran well from the outside. She lost ground, but actually finished today. Didn't show that complete one pace that we've come to expect from her.
Great shot of fans in the backyard at beautiful Belmont Park. We'll have more racing from Belmont, the critical eye on this Memorial Day card after this.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
In times of war, peace, and every day in between, our military stays vigilant to protect our country. At Hope for the Warriors, we never forget them or the families who serve alongside them. Since 2006, Hope for the Warriors has provided life-transforming programs for active duty and veterans, military families and caregivers, families of the fallen. Go to hopeforthewarriors.org to give hope today.
So first we have War Dancer.
Whether showing off on his hind legs during the Stallion Show conducted by Irish Hill Century Farm and Duchess Views Farm, or even being groomed, War Dancer always seems to know he's a star.
Yes, he's a very precocious horse. He likes to play and be in your business, wants to know what's going on. Very smart.
War Dancer entered stud on a wave of notoriety based on the bold advertising campaign launched by owners Robin and Tony Malatino. Robin labeled him America's most eligible stud and featured him offering roses to mayors in a deliberate salute to the popular TV show. The videos have been viewed 1.5 million times, so even critics had to admit the ad campaign worked, as War Dancer welcomed 110 mayors to his court in his very first year. Most of the foals look like a chip off the old block, as with this foal out of the mare, Chub off the old block.
The attributes that he puts in his foals are, they're very rambunctious. They really like to get out there and play hard. And I think that progresses with them as they turn into racehorses.
The nearly $433,000 earned by Dancing Buck are included in the more than $5 million tallied up by War Dancer progeny. So now, America's most eligible bachelor has matured into one of New York's most reliable stallions.
I always thought that he had a good shot to be a good sire, and he's proven that.
We love those New York breds. You can check out nybreds.com. And here in New York in particular, War Dancer on the turf in New York has just been, he has made a really big splash.
Really has, and he's just such a spectacularly put together individual. Such a big, strong hind end, a beautiful horse, and he throws good-looking horses that have been running.
You have Z Dancer in the nightcap, a son of War Dancer, getting on the turf for the first time today. But race number 3, we're back into stakes action. The Critical Eye for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, 1 1/16 on the main track. No surprise. Classy Edition, currently your heavy favorite. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie for the Critical Eye.
Yeah, Classy Edition. It's been a while since she has been in the paddock with fellow New York bred fillies and mares, but today she gets her shot. My main concern with her, I'll bring up the negatives before the positives, is that her biggest races have come at Gulfstream. And sometimes we see this, and actually often we see this with Todd Pletcher's horses, that they'll run their best races while down at Gulfstream Park with those 96 and 95 when winning the Grade 3 Royal Delta. But she did have a bit of trouble in that Grade 1 La Troyenne, so let's give her a bit of a pass. And she has grown up considerably. I mean, this is a filly that always would write in my notes, wish there was a bit more size to her, wish she, just had filled out. And she's done that, but still, I wish she'd filled out even more. She could be just a little bit more developed in areas. And I don't know, I thought this was a little bit more of a contentious race than defaulting to the horse who, I admit, has faced better fields as of late. As we'll check out her stablemate to her inside, Let Her Inspire You. Last time I think she was against the racetrack, it was a day you wanted to be saving ground, especially, going the 2-turn 1 1/8, and she was 3 to 4 wide the entire way around there. And furthermore, I think she's better at 1 turn. I also think she might be better with a little less ground, despite being a very big and robust filly. She's just very much built downhill. But I think this 1-turn 1 1/16 could be A-okay, and she looks phenomenal here. But let's check in with the layoff runner on the outside. That's number 6, Venti Valentine. The New York Final Furlong guys just gave me a T-shirt, so we got to be nice, right? No, I'm kidding. I was going to be nice anyway. And that she just walked into this paddock. She, like Richie likes to say, is a coiled spring. She wants to go boing, but she is listening to her handlers. She is saying, okay, I'm going to save it. I'm going to save it. Just the entire time she's been here in the paddock, she looks strong. She looks healthy. She's a little bit icy on the board right now, and maybe this is a tougher field than I'm thinking it is, but I really like what I'm seeing from Venti Valentine today, Acacia.
That's good news, Maggie. Thank you. Venti Valentine, who was so precocious. She wrapped up her 3-year-old year actually with a win, too, after a couple of disappointing efforts, and I'm sure some frustrating races from her, but winning that Bay Ridge back in December, and she's been given a vacation, and good to hear that she comes back and looks the part as we take a look at this win back in December. John Velasquez going to be aboard.
Yeah, this day with Dylan Davis in the Bay Ridge, she loomed up 5 wide and just continued, made a long sustained run and a big middle move, but just kept finding. I love her work pattern. I like the way they picked up the pace of her works, and her penultimate work into this race was her really strong work, and then that nice maintenance move coming into this. That's when I think horses run their best, when they kind of have their strong work and then an opportunity almost to get over it and just come into it a little bit sweet.
Trainer Ray Handel's been firing on all cylinders right now. Let's send out Timeless Journey. He's standing by with Maggie.
Here with Ray Handel, as well as Lennon, your son, Ray. But you're looking sharp today, I gotta say, with the seersucker.
Appreciate it. You know, I figure it'd be festive for the holiday. Why not? It's the start of summer.
You are absolutely right. Wearing my white today. I feel it.
Sharp, looking sharp. Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your affiliate here, Timeless Journey. She really got good over the winter, Ray. And you put her in some ambitious spots. Is she still kind of doing as well heading into this one here?
Yeah, I was just saying to Penny Holman, her owner, that she just feels like she's like beefing up and getting bigger and stronger. I mean, I was a little concerned with the time in between races. You know, we took a shot in the Ruffian. It didn't really work out great, but I was like, man, I hope I didn't screw up, you know, having her ready for this race, because it's a big deal, this big pot, and, you know, on a big day like today. But she's doing better than I could ever imagine.
How about the dynamics of this race? A 1-turn mile and a 16th. Do you think there's enough pace for her to run at?
Listen, I think she'd get a decent setup here. You know, I think the real question is the class test a little bit, even though she's beaten New York breds and such. This is a pretty salty group. But I think as far as dynamics go, she should get a pretty good trip. You know, she seems to run best when you kind of have to ride her like a grass horse. Keep her covered up, make one run, and she'll give you her run, but it's not long. And if she's good enough, we'll see what happens.
Ray, as always, thank you so much. I know Lennon wants to get out and cheer on Timeless Journey.
He's ready to go. Let's get out.
Let's go! All right, we'll let him go. Acacia Timeless Journey, a homebred for Penny Holman of Mary Lake Stable.
Lennon is ready. We love that enthusiasm. Go get him, Lennon.
Seen a lot of that lately. A lot of families, a lot of young kids out, and everybody seems to be having a really good time.
It's a beautiful day, as it should be. Post parade underway for this Critical Eye. There's your favorite, the number 4 Classy Edition. Next, we'll check in with the 5 Sterling Silver stretching out.
Yeah, really nice filly. I just wonder how far she really wants to go. She has the look to me of more of a closing sprinter type.
Won last time out, going 7 furlongs over at Aqueduct, and off the layoff, here is Venti Valentine.
Well, you get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, well drawn outside. Love the work pattern coming in here. Major player.
That's the field for the Critical Eye, $200,000 purse. And we'll go back to the number 1, Timeless Journey. We missed in the post parade, but we heard some insight from her trainer, Ray Handel. And I thought he gave a really interesting point about how to ride her like a grass horse. And she started her career on the turf, and turns out she is very good on the main track as well. Talk a little bit, Richie, from a riding perspective about that kind of trip that he's discussing with riding like a grass horse.
Well, you want cover, right? You want to be in behind horses, follow live cover. You know, think about football. They give the halfback the ball, they hand it off to him. He's following his fullback. He's letting someone else make the gaps for him. Similar when you talk about riding a horse like a turf horse. You want to follow the horse. You can follow their wake, follow the spots they make for you. She's in very good form, 7-time winner, over 400,000. Early in her career, trained by Christophe Clement. Trains his horses like that in the mornings. Covers them up. They'll work right in behind a workmate.
The number 4 Classy Edition, 4 to 5, as she did try Grade 1 company on Kentucky Derby weekend in the La Troyenne. And she did have some trouble that day, as Maggie touched on, but she won a Great at Stake, the Royal Delta, 2 starts back, and she was a horse that really did improve down in Florida. And Maggie brings up a very interesting and I think important point about Todd Pletcher's horses that improve down at Gulfstream, and sometimes we see those figures come back very strong. It doesn't always translate.
No, I think it's a very fair assessment. And one of the things, Todd trains at Palm Beach Downs there, right? So he has his kind of own, almost private training center there. And it allows you, enables you to do a lot of different things with horses that maybe you can at a conventional racetrack. Now, that being said, Classy Edition is also undefeated against New York breds.
She is. She won her first 3 races, all in New York bred company, before she went into open company and finished second in the Devona Dale, also down at Gulfstream. And as a 4-year-old now, she's done some good things, including a win in graded stakes competition. We'll see how she does coming back to her New York bred friends. Her stablemate, though, a little bit interesting. The number 3, Let Her Inspire You. I'm with Maggie. I've always felt a little shorter is better for this filly. That being said, she's handled longer in the past, but her last win came at 6.5. The one turn here should suit.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you guys on that. I think she can be a little bit sharp, and I think 7/8 to a mile's probably best. Now we're getting a little bit past that here with a mile and a 16th. But another one that's very classy, earned over $400,000, a 5-time winner. You get Manny Franco, who, you know, he's had such a good run through the Aqueduct Winter, Aqueduct Spring, maybe not hitting with the same percentage right now, but he's still riding extremely well, and he's such a strong finisher.
A very, very strong athlete, Manny Franco is. He's ridden this filly to victory. 2 starts back to the outside, Venti Valentine. We talked about her a little bit off the layoff, and it is interesting is she, Classy Edition, Sterling Silver, examples of New York bred horses who have successfully gone on to try open graded stakes company, and it's not an easy task, and it just goes to show the strength and the quality of the New York bred program.
Absolutely. And, you know, she was in such good form. She came back after that second to Nest as a 2-year-old. And, you know, Nest obviously went on to do a lot of great things. Ran well in won the Busher off the bench, ran well in the Gazelle, and then went on to the Kentucky Oaks. And you're taking a shot there. And I think sometimes moves like that can derail a young horse. And it looked like that's what happened. But she signaled she was back with that Bay Ridge win in December. And again, love her work pattern.
Still 3-5 on your favorite. Critical Eye coming up next. Let's go back to Maggie after those warm-ups.
Yeah, Acacia, I had trouble kind of making and honing in a selection here. I'm going to try with Let Her Inspire You because I feel like, and I'm hoping Manny Franco thinks the same thing, that she could be the one just galloping along on the front end. And like I said, against the track last time, and she just looks great. But to be honest, most of them do in here. I mean, for pretty much everybody, you know, except the rank outsider, I think you can make a case for in here. As we'll discuss number 5, Sterling Silver, whom I've always been a fan of, and kind of interesting. They only paid $13,000 for this filly as a yearling, and I think she. I think she's done very well now as a 4-year-old. I haven't seen her, obviously, at Tampa or the last time at Aqueduct, but she has grown a bit. And last year, looking at her as a 3-year-old, you know, she just never struck me as one that wanted to go longer. Granted, she tried longer races in open company as well as a grade 1. So maybe she can get the distance now because she has grown up a bit. I still think she's more of a closing sprinter. I think she's one that needs that pace to run into a bit, and she kind of got it last time as well over at Aqueduct going to 7. But I can understand respecting her here. She does continue to drift up a little bit on the board where she was taking a lot of money early on, but 3-5 on Classy Edition, Acacia, she can win, but I don't know if I fully trust her getting outside of Gulfstream Park.
And it's a fair point, Maggie. We'll see how Classy Edition does coming back against her New York bred competition. Quickly back to Sterling Silver that Maggie was touching on. I was actually in the paddock for her race 2 back at Tampa, and she was a little bit closer to the pace that day. She was kind of chasing, and that's kind of what you needed to be doing down there. Last time she was closing. Closing sprinters don't always stretch out effectively.
No, and I've always been under the impression she is a closing sprinter. Tommy Albatrani's horses do get better at racing. He doesn't crank them up to win off the bench or first time out. So she should be primed for her best 3rd off the layoff. Does she really want a mile and a 16th?
Time for the Critical Eye. Here's John and Brielle with the call. These classy fillies.
They're all in. And they're off in the Critical Eye Stakes. Let Her Inspire You, along with Venti Valentine. Those two right together here in the early going. Classy Edition. The favorite is now moving up on the outside and is right with the front runners. It is Venti Valentine who has a head in front of Let Her Inspire You. On the outside, Classy Edition runs in third. Okay, Honey is next, followed by Sterling Silver. Down at the rail is Timeless Journey. 3.5 lengths separates the field through a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Venti Valentine by a half length. Let Her Inspire You down at the rail. The odds-on choice, Classy Edition, in the clear on the outside in third. Then Okay Honey, who's in between horses. Timeless Journey is down at the rail. And Sterling Silver. Let Her Inspire You now moves right alongside of Venti Valentine, the half in 47 seconds. Classy Edition sitting chilly there in third and now moving up. Venti Valentine, here's Classy Edition now. Classy Edition, Venti Valentine, Let Her Inspire You. 3 of them across the track. Sterling Silver has advanced into fourth. Timeless Journey is down at the rail. Okay Honey now trails. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. Let Her Inspire You on the inside and Classy Edition on the outside. Venti Valentine has dropped back as Sterling Silver gains. Classy Edition has now come away with the lead. It's Classy Edition by 2. Sterling Silver in second. Timeless Journey moving into third. Classy Edition has a 2.5 length lead. It's Classy Edition in front with Sterling Silver giving chase in second. Classy Edition and a Rod Ortiz Jr. They won it by a little more than 2. Sterling Silver was second, a photo for third.
Number 4, Classy Edition. She's classy indeed. Gets the win here in the Critical Eye. Richie coming out of a grade 1 try and back in amongst New York breds. And she didn't have the easiest of trips today either.
No, get off to a stumbling beginning, but then got to the clear under Irad Ortiz and just looked like a winner every step of the way. She was traveling so comfortably, so smoothly, and she remains undefeated against New York breds.
And how about the run from the runner-up, the number 5, Sterling Silver? We talked about her being a closing sprinter, but Maggie mentioned the maturity from her and the change, and she ran very well here.
She ran really well, and she didn't run like a closing sprinter today. She made an extended run, just came up second best.
Keep your eyes on the number 4, Classy Edition, as she took a little bit of a stumble step right there out of the gate, and she kind of just looked like she steadied herself back a little bit at that point. She's not a horse that's usually on the lead, but it kind of felt like it took a few strides for Irad Ortiz to get her comfortable after that.
Yeah, it was like the second or third step that she actually stumbled. And then you saw Irad was like, okay, I'm putting her right in the clear. I'm on the best horse. Let's not get fancy. Let's not complicate this thing. And then once she did sort herself out, she just looked so comfortable.
Tight for third between the number 1, Timeless Journey, and the number 6, Venti Valentine. He re-rallied a little bit, but no doubt about the winner, the number 4, Classy Edition, a graded stakes winner against Open Company. As Richie mentioned, still undefeated against New York breds. Classy Edition with the victory, bred by Chester and Mary Broman, who it feels like in almost every one of the New York bred stakes we see, there is a horse that they've bred in the winner's circle.
Yeah, they've just been top breeders in the state of New York for so many years. Actually rode their foundation mare for them, Anti-Spend, and with the likes of Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, the Bromans have just contributed so much to the New York breeding program.
This one owned by Robert and Luana Lowe. Classy Edition with the win, and the order of finish was 4, 5, 1, 6. The 1, Timeless Journey holding on for third. To bring you prices and reactions from the Critical Eye. The fans are loving it. America's Day at the Races continues.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're just about a week and a half away now from the Belmont Stakes. June 10th will be the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival to take place from June 8th to 10th. And exciting news, some starter bonuses for horses that ran in allowance races or stakes recently, and also some great shipping bonuses as well. So make sure to check that out. We love those incentives. Some great fields, I'm sure, to be assembled Belmont Stakes weekend.
It's just great. I mean, like you need more incentive to come and compete in some of the greatest racing we have in the early part of this season. It's like an early season Breeders' Cup.
The Critical Eye, won by the number 4 Classy Edition, certainly living up to her name. Red Ortiz riding her like she's the best horse, and that she was against this field.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to almost drive a little defensively, right? You're on the best, give them their opportunity. She strode out, won with fairly consummate ease, and a nice run from the runner-up, Sterling Silver. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she does get a distance better than I assumed she might.
A nice effort from her. 4.516 in the Critical Eye, $3.40 winner, Classy Edition. We turn our attention to the 3-year-old boys in the spotlight now, and the Mike Lee coming up next. Also, of course, for those New York bred, 7 furlongs on the main track, 2-1 favorite on the number 3, Maker's Candy, who will cut back a distance. Another horse that tried open graded stakes company last out, and that was behind 2 Phils, who went on to run second in the Kentucky Derby.
You're keeping some pretty good company there. That was on synthetic. This horse's dirt races were very good. Unfortunately, was disqualified in the Gander after drifting out through the stretch.
Back over to Churchill Downs. It's time for the 4th race of the day. Getting up close and personal with the starting gate there. 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. A maiden claiming for 10,000 3-year-olds and upward. That's a look at the number 9, My Favorite Uncle. It's kind of mean to say you have a favorite uncle. They should all be your favorites, right?
Yeah, I don't know that I had a favorite uncle. My Uncle Phil did like racing a lot, though.
Okay, we give a little props to Uncle Phil for that then. Both my uncles love racing, which is great. My Favorite Uncle, 3rd last time out at Churchill Downs. We'll take a look at the race from April 29th.
Yeah, at the same level, too. Rafael Bejarano keeps them out. Rafael Bejarano's kind of had a resurgence of his career, getting back to Kentucky and really kind of settled in. He seems like he's in his comfort zone.
Going to stretch out now to the 1 mile and a 16th. This horse ran a good race last time, and he's run some quick numbers. The thing about him is, Richie, he's 0 for 30.
Kind of hard to back a horse that's had 30 tries to find the winner's circle, and it's been pretty elusive for him.
6 seconds, 8/3. He's definitely picked up some checks, but tough to take as your 3-1 favorite here. A couple other horses who are more lightly raced. The number 1, Royal Air Force, is 0 for 10, but I guess in comparison to 0 for 30, he's been knocking on the door in his last couple starts.
Yeah, only a third as many chances, right? These races are always head scratchers to me, these lower level, and I think a lot of it comes down to who's just good on the day.
Right. 5-2 on My Favorite Uncle. The number 4, Storm Strategy, the Archie bred for Steve Asmussen. He owns and trains this one. Tried blinkers last time. We have first start at Churchill for what that's worth.
Yeah, I think he makes some sense too, and he's only 0 for 7.
Yes, we'll see how it plays out. Graduation day for somebody this afternoon as they load in for the 4th. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. Royal Air Force broke through the front of the gate.
The number 1, Royal Air Force, popping open the front of the starting gate, and he will be examined after that, Richie. Did a good job, the assistant starter, of holding on to him as he didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I guess Royal Air Force said, you know what, I know how to get this done today. Let me try to get a head start.
He did. And that situation can be tough because the rest of the field, you see the number 4, Storm Strategy, getting a little bit worked up there. The rest of the field has to stand in the starting gate while they examine the one, make sure he's okay to go back into the gate. And I thought you gave a good comparison. It's almost like letting the air out of a balloon.
Yeah, you know, they built up, they got all this energy, and they burst through the doors, and it's like the air coming out of a balloon. Now, that being said, you've made a really good point at times. It's like a Christmas light.
Yes.
One goes out, they all, and I'm surprised that no one tried to follow him. Because horses will react when they see another horse move.
And you see the outrider has apprehended the #1 Royal Air Force. Again, his jockey Julien Leparoux did a great job staying aboard, making sure he didn't get that far. But still, he, again, will have to be examined by the attendant veterinarian. And it looks like they are moving him back over to the starting gate. Tough for the rest of the field to have to wait. Into the gate again, he'll go. We'll send it up once again to Travis Stone.
Ready for a start. And they're off. Some crowding there at mid-pack, and T-Law took the worst of it. Northwind from the far outside breaks in stride and quickly goes to the front and is guided down to the rail. So Northwind covertly clears the field into the opening turn. Down inside is Royal Air Force trying to move up on through. Noble Connection from the outside comes on as well. They're going to be second and third together as Northwind backs down the pace up top. 2 more lengths back, Storm Strategy comes away fourth, followed by Moon Over Dubai, who's fifth. 2 more lengths back to Tila, who moves up into sixth. My Favorite Uncle Racing in seventh. Schmier is eighth, and Spun Sun at the back. The opening quarter goes in 24-2. Off the rail is Northwind. Royal Air Force has been fighting Julien Leparoux the first half mile. They've settled down a bit now, but they're still second toward the rail. Noble Connection alongside of him. They both chased Northwind past a half-mile pole. And the opening half was 49 1/5 seconds. Onto the far turn, Northwind the leader. Royal Air Force down inside. Right there to Noble Connection. Now Noble Connection takes over second. T-Law launching a bid now. Up on the outside for third. Challenging and now second. T-Law second as Northwind opens up to the quarter pole. Farther back, Storm Strategy and Schmier. At the top of the stretch, Northwind still the leader off the turn. T-Law set down for the drive in second. It's still Northwind though. 3-length lead heading for the 8th pole. T-Law trying hard, now 2 lengths behind, keeps on grinding away. Northwind trying to see it out. T-Law desperately trying to get by. Northwind's leads down to a length. T-Law's going to take one more run at him. Northwind, here comes T-Law, surging late. Photo! Northwind and T-Law on the wire together, absolutely either way. Farther back, either Storm Strategy or Spun Sun.
Northwind and T-Law noses down to the wire, a desperate finish, and Richie, it kind of went back to what we were talking about before the race. Both of these horses had only run twice. They had the least amount of excuse coming into here, and this race did not deserve a loser. Whoever got their nose down first, I couldn't call it.
Yeah, it looked like T-Law loomed up around the far turn, and then he kind of stalled. And Northwind was able to kind of get away from him, outpaced him, but then he kept coming with this relentless grinding run. It's a matter of whose nose was down at the right moment.
I hope we can get Paul LaDuca's insight, as he's amazing at calling those photos. A little bit of crowding, some jostling there at the start. The #5 Moon Over Dubai was a little bit tough to handle. And the one Royal Air Force we saw break through the starting gate before the race, he got very headstrong on Julien Leparoux in the early part of the race, and he had just expended so much energy before even running.
There was just a glaring difference. You watch the one Royal Air Force fighting with his rider. You're not using his energy efficiently. And then you look up and you see Northwind in front of him with Jared Loveberry with his hands down, going easily. And sometimes it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. Better going a little quicker and allowing your horse to do it properly.
The #6 T-Law or the #10 Northwind. Again, it all depends who got their nose down first. And yes, they were kind of up and down at that point, but whoever had the bob, as we call it, their nose down first on the wire is the winner, and it's tough to call.
I wanted to say I thought the outside horse got up, but I wasn't quite sure where the finish line was. The winning post is actually a little bit past the photo finish camera.
And we're being told that the number 6, T-Law, was the one that got his nose down first. Kind of lingering right here, as you mentioned, and Florent Geroux, his jockey, really working on him, and he had the better momentum. The number 10, Northwind, got a good bob, but not enough.
No, and I was waiting to hear from Eagle Eye Paul LaDuca because he is uncanny calling those photos.
Impressive game victory. T-Law gets the win. Back over to Belmont Park. We get ready for the Mike Lee 3-year-olds coming up. The boys in the spotlight here. 7 furlongs on the main track. Let's check in with Maggie.
Acacia, I need your help. You and Richie. I have no notes on Maker's Candy. Tell me what he looked like as a 2-year-old.
Well, it's funny, Maggie. I had, at the beginning of his races, I saw him, I believe, in January when I was in town, and I said that he looked great in his solo warm-up, but he was green linking up with the pony, still a little bit naughty, but looked like he was good for a mile. Those were my notes. You?
I don't have any notes.
Okay. Hope that helps,
What is your
Maggie.
It does, Acacia. That's great stuff. He is a good-looking type here, son of Twirling Candy, whom a lot of his progeny can be a little bit more on the lighter frame side, and that's not the case with Maker's Candy. And like you said, I do think, despite turning back here to the 7 furlongs, he's going to be the one you want going forward if he does choose to go down, you know, this kind of Big Apple triple line where you go up to Finger Lakes and you run the 2 turns in the New York Derby and then a 1 1/8 up in Saratoga in the Albany. He's long and scopy, bright demeanor here. I can see where he might get a little cheeky. I'll keep my eye on him, but I really like what I'm seeing from him as he does come back off a bit of a break and back in to New York Bred Company. Now let's check in with my man, Looms Boldly, as he's finally, you know, stringing his races together. I think despite winning last time, I know it came up a little bit of a slower figure. I think he was kind of against the track. The track may have not been too kind to horses on the inside, and he was sent to get into that position on the inside and fended off all challengers. Again, not the strongest of fields, but I've never seen him look this fit and strong ever. I mean, I feel like breaking out the, showing my true millennial age in apple-bottom jeans. Well, I know that's in reference to women, but my man, he is strong behind the saddle. The thing is, the 7 furlongs. That's where I'm a little concerned. We might be stretching him beyond his limits today. Now, number 2, Radio Red, I think is very intriguing. His 2 wins out of his 5 starts, they were on fast tracks. He gets another fast track here today. I don't think he has a problem at all with the 7/8. In fact, I'd like to see him going longer and willing to write off the Gotham, which was a very wet racetrack in which he was acting up pretty badly that day. Keeping my eye on him here. He's another one that's got a little bit of naughtiness to him, but has settled nicely since they got the tack on, but he continues to improve physically. I think he's a legitimate player in here, and I do, again, question the overall field that he faced last time, but too, it was against some older, kind of ripened New York breds as well. So I think he's got a lot of upside here, Acacia.
He could be interesting. All right, Maggie, thank you. As I'm now singing Flow Rida up here on the desk, thanks to Maggie. We'll talk more about the Mike Lee after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 Wanda, 300,000. 275, EDF 275,000. 75, Boutique 75, 275,000. 250, Ralph now 250,000. Here Boutique 2, bit $200,000.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this absolutely glorious Memorial Day special card here. And we have the Mike Lee coming up next for the 3-year-old boys going 7 furlongs on the main track. Maker's Candy currently the favorite as he'll cut back a little bit in distance after trying the Jeff Ruby Stakes against 2 fills last time out.
Yeah, and that was on synthetic. His races on the dirt have been good. I thought it was an unfortunate DQ in the Gander when he was drifting out through the stretch, but he's certainly a major player here, and 7 furlongs well within his scope.
This is a fun race too, and we'll see who can either handle a little bit of the stretch out. You've got a lot of horses who have run exclusively at the 6 furlongs, like Looms Boldly, Radio Red, What's Up Bro, and it seems like it's not really that big a difference, but 6 to 7 can be a little bit of a stretch for some horses.
Well, especially I think for a horse like Looms Boldly, who, you know, he's a battler. He's a horse that wants to lead, and he has the rail. So it kind of simplifies his strategy. He's got to go forward. And I just wonder if that last 1/8 of a mile won't be kind of difficult for him.
Named for our friend Pete Fornatale, so of course rooting for Looms Boldly. But Maker's Candy, there he is, getting a little bit on his toes, heading out as we get ready for the Mike Lee. Pick 4 kicking off here as well. And this will be our 4th New York bred stake of the afternoon. Meet the field. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. It's Looms Boldly. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, that was very good. Looms Boldly, quick from the rail. You get Manny Franco, expect him to be on the lead.
Radio Red, as Maggie mentioned, did beat Older last time.
Yeah, never an easy task taking on older, more seasoned rivals, and he comes off a really good effort.
Your favorite Maker's Candy.
Yeah, a horse that's really done nothing wrong on dirt. His last start put a line through it. It's on synthetic. He also faced the runner-up in the Kentucky Derby.
Here's What's Up Bro, who was 3rd behind Looms Boldly.
He looked like he's outfitted with that extension blinker on the outside. Looms Boldly might get a good trip. Could find himself in a good stalking spot.
Number 5 is next, Lifetime of Chance.
He broke his maiden very impressive. He came back with a grinding victory in the New York Stallion Stakes.
Here's Jackson Heights off the bench.
Deeper closer, but his only 2 races on a fast main track were his 2 best races.
And Etnico coming in from South Florida.
Trying New York breds for the first time, 2 good efforts in South Florida, and was very quick there. This horse actually cleared off going 5.5. He could be the thorn in the side of Looms Boldly.
He ran some fast races down there. We'll see how it translates. So number 5, Lifetime of Chance. Now we'll take a look at him winning the New York Stallion Series last time out, and if there is some confusion, all of the DJ stable horses were transferred to Mark Casse. Of course, Linda Rice did a great job getting this horse to break his maiden by open lengths 2 back. There was a little bit of drifting and bumping going on here, Richie.
Well, you can see right there, he took a big step out. He bothered a horse outside of him, but a horse that was fading. And one of the rules in New York is it has to cost a horse a placing. Obviously, he bothered a horse, but it was a tiring rival. This was more workmanlike than his eye-catching 16-length maiden-breaking win.
Coming off of 2 straight victories, we'll see if he can make it a 3rd here in the Mike Lee. We'll have to keep a straight course today as Lifetime of Chance has been in good form. There's Looms Boldly, another one in good form. And I thought it was interesting what Maggie said about the 7 furlongs, a little bit of a stretch. And you talked about his running style and why that could make him be up against it potentially a little bit. Here's his win in the Damon Runyon 2-back.
Well, especially because I think he's going to get pressure from the outside horse at Nico, but he's game. He's a fighter. He'll feel pressure and he'll respond to it. He wants to fend horses off. That's something you can't teach a horse. They either have that tenacity or they don't, and this horse has shown that consistently occasionally.
You also see What's Up Bro lingering on that left lead outside too. As you touched on, he's the type of horse that could have the propensity to want to drift a little bit or just lack a little bit of focus, and still a bit green, maybe still figuring things out.
Yeah, one thing that a rider has to be on guard for with a horse with an extension blinker, that elongated cup, is that they're looking square down the racetrack. You don't want their head turned to the side where they'll miss the break. They won't see the break. That's something the rider's aware of. It's something the assistant starter's aware of.
Yeah, that was about the number 4. What's Up, Bro? There's a look, though. Again, you could see him behind the 3 with that extension blinker you were talking about. The number 3, Maker's Candy, though, cutting back in distance. Here's a look at the gander. Now, he was disqualified from this when Neural Network placed first as a result, and it was tough because Jose Gomez, who was aboard that day, this was actually his first win as a journeyman, and I'm sure he wanted to do it in a stake, but unfortunately disqualified.
Well, you can see he was trying to get out around the turn, that propensity to bear out to the outside. He's on his wrong lead. He kept trying to correct him and at the same time allow him to run. He finally jumped his right lead, but now he comes out severely late. I think the race was decided at that point.
Right.
But the stewards ruled that he did come out, and he did. He was a steady, long drift.
Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate DQ for Maker's Candy. I have no problems with him. I do notice he is a horse that does want to drift a little bit, does kind of want to get out, and he was getting out on the turn in that race. No special equipment like Richie was talking about with What's Up, Bro, first time with that extension blinker on, but Maker's Candy, just normal kind of ring bit, drop nose band, typical for the Mike Maker barn. But let's talk about number 5 in here, Lifetime of Chance, as he is looking to string together 3 wins in a row. I haven't seen him since the start of his career, and he's done very well. He's filled out, looks great in his coat, which during the winter time he did not. Wish he possessed a little bit more energy out on the racetrack, but when you judge this race, he's one that has done his best running, arguably so far sprinting, but that huge win came at 7, and if anything, he's going to be best from 7 to a mile here. So he's very dangerous, I think. Just wish he won me over a little bit more in the post parade, or else I would have picked him. And then there's the new face, the wild card, if you will, in at number 7 at Nico, as he comes in off of a fast effort going the 5.5 at Gulfstream Park for his first try against New York Breds. He's going to be a real thorn in the side, I think, too, looms boldly in here. Though he's one of those horses that doesn't look like he should be that fast, because for being a practical joke, he's actually very leggy and almost built more upright than downhill and broad. So the 7, at least looking at him physically, doesn't bother me, but watching his last race at 5.5 and him getting desperate to the wire does bother me, but looks incredibly fit as he does come in here off a bit of a layoff. I think he could be dangerous, though, Acacia, at 8-1.
Yeah, he's intriguing. Maggie, thank you. Has run some very quick races down in South Florida. We'll see how he handles the 7 furlongs. Wanted to circle back to the 5 Lifetime of Chance. It's funny because I said the exact same thing about the warm-up last time out, and he won. And Dylan Davis told me afterwards, Richie, that Lifetime of Chance is a horse that can get a little aggressive. I haven't seen that. He can get a little aggressive in the prelims, and he purposely keeps him very quiet in the warm-ups.
Well, I think everybody knows I'm not a fan of, got to remember we got microphones today, of passive warm-ups.
Right.
I just don't believe in them. Even if a horse is nervous, I think it's important to allow them to expend a little bit of that nervous energy. Let them take a breath and then let them settle in. So that's just not my style. Listen, he's a major, major player here. We've kind of talked about everybody except for the longest price in the race, Jackson Heights at 21-1. He's coming back as a gelding, and he's the only true closer in a race that looks like there's ample speed signed on.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he could get the right kind of trip and come from off of it and maybe run back to that Bertram F. Bongard win we saw from him as a 2-year-old. He's a big price. Your favorite continues to be Maker's Candy, though. It's time for the Mike Lee. Coming up next, here's Johnny I with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Mike Lee Stakes. And from the rail, Looms Boldly is out for the lead, quickly in front by more than a length. Radio Red, Lifetime of Chance, and on the outside there at Nico, steadying there was What's Up Bro. What's Up Bro losing a couple of spots. Maker's Candy has advanced down at the rail. What's Up Bro, tough to handle at this point. It's a big break back to Jackson Heights, who trails the field in 7th. Looms Boldly and Maker's Candy, and the two of them are right together through a quarter in 23 seconds. It's Looms Boldly by 3/4 of a length. Maker's Candy, the favorite on the outside, is second by 3.5. Radio Red next in third. What's Up Bro now gaining some ground from 4th as Lifetime of Chance drops back to 5th. Up front, Looms Boldly and Maker's Candy. The two of them are right together. The half was run in 45 and 2/5 seconds. 2.5 lengths to Radio Red in third. And on the outside is What's Up Bro into the stretch now. Looms Boldly at the rail. Maker's Candy on the outside. Both of them are all out through the stretch here, with Radio Red gaining ground now from third. They're moving for the 16th pole. Maker's Candy in between horses. Radio Red on the outside. Looms Boldly towards the rail. It is Maker's Candy who has the lead now as they come on for the finish, and Maker's Candy is the winner by 2.5 lengths. Radio Red finished second, then Looms Boldly and What's Up Bro.
Maker's Candy, the favorite, gets the job done, able to run down a very game Looms Boldly.
Looms Boldly's a fighter. You really got to admire him. But Maker's Candy put himself right in the game and, was always in a position to win, where some other horses didn't get quite the same kind of trips. It looked like, for a moment, Radio Red was getting the right kind of trip, came out from behind horse, looked like he had dead aim, but couldn't get to Maker's Candy, who did drift out a little bit again, but was well clear and not as dramatically as last time.
Yeah, he does have the propensity, as you see Jose Ortiz going with this right-handed riding crop to make sure, as you can kind of see, even with the shadows, how he does come out a few paths and he's clear at that point, but Maker's Candy, he likes to drift a little bit.
Yeah, and you're allowed to take any portion of the track you want as long as you're clear. So when he did drift most dramatically, he was already 2 or 2.5 lengths in front of the runner-up Radio Red, who ran a good race and got a good trip. Maker's Candy comes out of a race with the runner-up from the Kentucky Derby. I think he found the New York bred company more to his liking.
I would say so. Ran a good race today. Number 3, Maker's Candy, the winner of the Mike Lee, 3-2-1-4. The number 4, What's Up Bro, was very tough to handle early in the race, and he actually re-rallied for 4.
Yeah, he kind of got rank. It looked like he was trying to get out and run off a bit with Irad Ortiz. Always tough when you have a horse with that extension blinker, because their vision's somewhat inhibited and you can't get in too close because they can't see the heels in front of them as clearly.
The Mike Lee went to the number 3, Maker's Candy, gets the first official stakes win of his career. Prices, reactions, and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In the back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Hillendale at Alapo, where the obscure becomes obvious. In the Mike Lee, the number 3 Makers Candy with the win. Richie, who was Mike Lee?
Mike Lee was the sports editor for the Long Island Press for over 40 years. This race was originally the Big Apple Triple. They renamed it in his honor about 1988, 89, somewhere in there.
Makers Candy with the victory, I would imagine, named in honor of his trainer, Mike Maker, a son of Twirling Candy. A resilient victory here coming out of a graded stakes try in the Jeff Ruby, running down the number 1 Looms Boldly, who set the pace and holding off Radio Red.
Yeah, he was always in position to win. The first quarter was a fairly soft quarter. Things picked up from there. Position so important, and we've seen it consistently from Jose Ortiz, putting horses in the game, in position. Makers Candy at $6. Radio Red, nice run from him, second best. Looms Boldly, always a game effort.
Jose Ortiz, who's had an absolutely sensational weekend, 4 wins on Saturday, 2 yesterday. Pilots Makers Candy to victory here. Taking a look at the race for race number 5 on the turf. Here's the field. New York Bred Allowance for fillies and mares 3 and up, going a mile and a 16th on the inner turf. 9-2 tepid favorite all the way to the outside in the number 11 I'm Just Kiddin', who gets in on the also eligible list. More on that 5th race in a moment. Back over to Churchill Downs. We have race number 5 coming up next. Here's a look at the field right now. 6-5 on Lemon Drop Shot. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Thanks, Acacia, and hopefully you're live in your early pick 5s, and this will start the late pick 5 here at Churchill Downs. Don't forget the winning colors, the feature race today, where Echo Zulu is 4-5 on the morning line. She's going to make her 2023 debut for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. You know, this race, when I looked at it last night and this morning, I really thought that the Tom Amoss runner here, Baby Flynn, would be your favorite, but they're going for the 6 here, Lemon Drop Shot. And here's a horse that, you know, won 2 starts back, and at that point was 0 for 14 with 9 or 8 second place finishes, won that race, and now is, 1 for 16 with 10 straight foot. Just getting a word right now that the 1 is a late scratch, guys.
Pick 3, pick 5, and high 5 wagers concerning this horse. Of course, there was no high 5 wagering anyway. Off the 4th race.
All right, Paul, thank you. Number 1, Morning Drive, a late scratch here in race number 5. All the money 4-5 now on the 6, Lemon Drop Shot for trainer Jonathan Wong. This horse, who finally broke his maiden 2 races back, finishing 2nd behind repeat winner Towing last time out. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, you mentioned that horse. My concern with that horse, obviously, is not this. It is 10 second place finishes, but this horse has lost at 50 cents on the dollar. And, you know, when he did win, he was even money. So he was supposed to win that race. And I get it. He can win this race too, but I just can't take him. He's 4-5 right now. I thought that is a little too low. Like, I'm going to get back to Baby Quinn. Now, the 4, Tom Amoss's barn is rolling. There's a lot of jockeys that are out of town. Tyler Gaffalione, Edgar Morales. There's a big day over at, in Texas, and a lot of guys are shipped there. So you get Colby Hernandez, and I would think Baby Quinn's going to get sent to the front end. Her nemesis could be the 5, multi-platinum in here. But if she gets to the front end, she could be tough in here. And you know what? The 7 Carbonite on the outside is taking money. This is the lowest he's ever been in for. Gennaro Garcia is sharp. Gerardo Corrales has been on fire. I probably lean a little bit towards the 7, and I'll give the 2 a little bit of a look in here. Born Flawless in here for Eric Heitzman for Super 44 stable. I don't know if I know that because I had to take Latman my freshman year in high school, Acacia, or I just know my Super Bowl numbers.
Could be a combination of both, Paul. He took Latin, multi-talented Paula Duca.
Man, not only a Major League All-Star, tremendous analyst of racing, handicapper, photo finish caller.
Yeah.
Now he knows Latin. I'm really feeling very undereducated right now.
You went to school for wine.
Yeah, it's a lot of good that's done me. Finished the 8th grade, came to the University of Belmont Park.
And have won a lot of races and done some really, really great stuff as a jockey and our resident expert on all things needed to describe what's going on with the riders. We'd be lost without you, Richie. A wealth of knowledge over there. Don't sell yourself short.
Too kind. You're too
Loading
kind.
in for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. Again, late scratch of the 1. Here's Travis Stone.
They're off. Multi-Platinum in a bit tight after the start. Good start for Baby Quinn, though, who races right to the lead. And Carbonite comes on to grab second. And Born Flawless advances toward the inside. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st now. Born Flawless right on through to the front. Baby Quinn on the chase in 2nd. Multi-Platinum advances up to be 3rd. Carbonite is 4th. And Lemon Drop Shot, the early trailer, 4 lengths off Born Flawless, who hits the half-mile pole with a narrow lead. Right there is Baby Quinn 2nd. These two go head-to-head. Opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. Carbonite comes on 3 wide. Here's Carbonite revving up with a wide sweeping move to the front. So Carbonite now the leader. Born Flawless under pressure. Baby Quinn is there. Lemon Drop Shots and a full-out drive 4th, 3 lengths behind Carbonite. Multi-Platinum trails. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Carbonite with a 3-length lead, top of the lane. Born Flawless tries to fight on toward the rail. Lemon Drop Shot on the outside. Final furlong. It's Carbonite still clear by 3. Born Flawless, Lemon Drop Shot chasing Carbonite past the 16th pole. And it will be Carbonite who comes under the wire to win it by 3.5, maybe 3 in the end. Lemon Drop Shot was 2nd. Born Flawless was 3rd.
Carbonite with the win. Paul mentioned the connections and how they were certainly in a good groove right now, and that showed on the racetrack. Carbonite the victor.
Carbonite taking that drop in class. Paul pointed out just a day or so ago about Gerardo Corrales and what a good rider he is, and he's a very strong finisher. Carbonite ran the length of the stretch on his wrong lead, but was much the best. And your favorite, Lemon Drop Shot, now 1 win, 11 seconds.
He loves to finish 2nd. He's very good at picking up a check, but now 1 for 17 with 11 seconds. There's your winner, though, Carbonite. As it's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back for the late pick 3 reporting down in the paddock, but looking forward to some more great New York Reds coming up on Big Apple Showcase.
Yeah, just a terrific card to continue to enjoy and continue to enjoy this beautiful weather.
Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. America's Day at the Races continues. And we'll talk about a true American hero, an equine hero, the story of Sergeant Reckless, when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action. with Naira Betts.
Irish Hill Century Farm in Stillwater has grown to 450 acres. Expansion demanded by Mayer owners.
Got the Saratoga water. You know, we have the minerals. It's on sandy ground, and underneath there that water's got everything in it that you want.
And Mayer owners want the farm stallions. Kentucky Derby and Preakness winner Big Brown.
And his babies, they run just like him. He adds leg, body. If you need improvement, Big Brown's going to do it.
King for a Day is by emerging sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Lookin' at Lee earned his spot on the roster by finishing second in the 2017 Kentucky Derby. War Dancer's offspring have earned more than $5 million. Warrior's Charge is a son of Munnings who notched 2 Grade 3 wins on his way to earning more than $1 million. And everyone's waiting to see if the handsome son of American Pharoah, Waiting, produces the kind of speed he himself displayed as a 2-year-old in training. The stallion roster is a joint operation between Irish Hill and Duchess Views Farm.
And we decided to merge the stallions, put them under one roof and co-manage them together. And it's worked out great. We're saving the owners a lot of money, and we're getting more mares to the stallions.
Beginning with the 2023 breeding season, the partnership expanded to include multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Control, who stands at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson.
Lorray and I and Rick Burke at Irish Hill and Jerry Belinsky have been talking about doing this for years, and he came along and it just gave us the impetus to do it.
One of the best state-bred programs in the country, New York Breds. They definitely are worth having as we celebrate them today, as we also get the opportunity to do 2 other days throughout the year up at Saratoga, and we'll be back over at Aqueduct for the 3rd one. But we do have an A Other Than here assembled in the paddock for today's 5th race, and we're going the 1.16 here as we'll check in with a few layoff runners, and do want to start with number 5, Recognized, who will make her first start for the Rick Dutrow barn. And she's one that I kind of got the feeling that switching to the turf was really going to be her gig. She broke her maiden there, and then she was kind of thrown into the deep end of the pool, having participating in 2 open stake races on the turf. But again, there's not many options for 2-year-olds once they break their maiden. So taking a look at her here, she's really filled out. She was a bit of a lighter frame filly last year, so I appreciate that. She's definitely developed quite a bit. But with the layoff in mind, she gives me the feeling that she's one of those horses that's just going to need a race to kind of come up, as I like to say, just to come up over that top line, just for everything to just burgeon, to just get a bit stronger overall. So I like her. I could see her running well here, but I think she's just going to improve for a race. Moving on to number 3, Sal's Dream Girl. She really hasn't been away from the races that long. She's been down at Gulfstream Park, spending the winter there, but it feels as though since she's kind of turned 4, she's put it together a bit more. Granted, 2 of those efforts coming over the Tapeta surface. But I like what I'm seeing here from her. She's obviously incredibly fit. She's sharp, and she gets to play again against some New York bred. So I think she's a bit intriguing here. Bouncing on her toes, has been full of life since coming in to the paddock. And then just the horse who caught my eye the most is the gray filly for Linda Rice, Collaboration. She's one that I feel as though she kind of needs to race into fitness a bit, and her first start back off the bench was pretty good. She was just beaten by the favorite in New Guinea that day and just came up second best. But I liked the fact that she's tactical, that she's going to sit right around the pace in here, and she looks excellent. She's done well from 2 to 3. She's strong, and she definitely has one of the best walks of any horse that you're going to see on the program today, and a great demeanor, just kind of, yeah, I'm here to rock and roll. So liking what I'm seeing from Collaboration. You're getting many good prices, but we have a good one joining the show now. Greg Wolf, he is upstairs standing by with Richard Migliori. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. Great to be here on this Memorial Day coverage, and good to be with both of you two. Looking forward to what we have coming up. Great day to showcase this New York Bred program.
Absolutely picture-perfect weather, nice enthusiastic crowd, a lot of families out, and good racing.
All right, we're getting set for this. Pick 6 begins in this race. As Maggie was talking about it in her paddock report, there are a lot of ways to go in this race. She was talking about collaboration. Collaboration, very intriguing on what this filly has done so far on the grass.
Absolutely, and the day she was second in New Guinea, I thought that maybe she'd be a little better with the race under her belt. She has that race, then she ran on an off the turf first, so they left her in, put a line through that race. All her turf races are good.
Your thoughts on that commentator later today? Dr. Ardito, Auster, probably the two names to try and beat in there. I thought Barise was interesting as well.
Barise's interesting. Bankett, he always shows up, gives a good account of himself. Big, full field. I like Auster. To me, I think he's going to get the right kind of trip. But Dylan Davis has to be conscious of position.
We'll have that coming up for you later on in the card. That's the 9th on the program today. One scratch, and there's Shipsational coming out. 12-horse group that will line up in that commentator. So we get set for a post parade here coming up, and the race that will kick off the pick 6. Mile and a 16th, in case you're just tuning in over the inner turf, New York Breds in this first allowance condition race coming up. And as you know, as they start here, as you well know, Mig, immediately on that turn.
Very difficult for outside horses. I'm Just Kidding is stretching out in distance after a no-chance trip last time, going 6 furlongs over at Aqueduct. She was basically just out of the race after having to be taken up at the break, but the outside post position does not do her any favors.
We'll get a look here in a moment as they come down that tunnel. Kasuke to begin this post parade, who intriguing, definitely going to have to move forward, but just one start and a win. Got up to win by a neck for the Jimmy Bond barn. Jaime Torres will be back aboard.
And why can't she take a step forward off of that win? You know, Jimmy Bond, they don't crank their horses up. She won because she's talented. She gets a good draw.
Another one that won first time out. She's had a few starts since then, Lady Jasmine.
Yeah, put a line through her last race off the turf. Her turf races are okay. You get Johnny Velasquez back aboard.
Sal's Dream Girl, another contender, 9-2 with Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, has been racing most recently against Open Company down in South Florida. Gets back with New York Breds.
Stakes placed and against Open Company. Smoky eyes for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, and you get Joel Rosario for Christophe. All her turf races are good. She also ran it off the turf for last time.
Recognize Arad Ortiz Jr. for Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, another one getting back to the turf. Broke her maiden nicely at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, and stakes placed against Open Company as well. Here's Collaboration, one Maggie was talking about.
Yeah, listen, I was in the paddock when she ran second to New Guinea. I thought she would improve with that race, and she looks terrific on the racetrack.
10-1 here on Sweetest Princess for George Weaver.
Yeah, you get Javier Castellano back aboard. Javier was on when she broke her maiden last year. That was on dirt. Her turf races are good.
36-1. Can you make any case first time on the grass for Dashing Della?
Well, the mare was a turf winner, but she has not produced really any turf runners.
Waterville, another Christophe Clement filly by Kitten's Joy here with Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, filly that's a little bit one pace. You get Manny Franco, who is a very strong finisher.
Her win came via DQ. She had some good efforts, though, against winners at this condition as well. I'm Just Kidding draws in from the also eligible list and will stretch back out.
Yeah, she just had no chance, was so far out of it. She was in Ozone Park when everybody else was over at Aqueduct. She was in Howard Beach when everybody else was in Ozone Park.
That's quite a ways. Never got really involved. Yeah, 3 minutes away from this 5th at Belmont. Kicks off this pick 6 on our Memorial Day coverage here from Belmont Park. We have a new audience joining us right now, so slight pause, and we'll get right back to it here with this pick 6 coming up. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Thanks for spending part of this Memorial Day with us on America's Day at the races, as we remember those who gave their lives for our freedoms here in this terrific country. And we could enjoy this horse racing that we get to bring you each and every day on the program. Greg Wolf alongside Richard Migliori, won more than his share of races at this racetrack. We're getting set for the Pick Six coming up, beginning on the turf. Of course, later today, the commentator, our feature.
Yeah, just a terrific day of racing, a celebration of the New York Breds in New York, and love seeing the owners and breeders out in force here today.
Great energy, great crowd on hand today too. Here in Elmont, New York. That's a look at Smoky Eyes, current 3-1 favorite. Let's take a look back at the Chelsea Flower, and tried to do it on the front end the entire way in this stakes race.
Yeah, filly that's versatile. She doesn't need the lead. She can come from off the pace, but she has tactical speed. And you get Joel Rosario, and you know with Joel, she's probably going to melt into his hands, get very comfortable, probably won't be too far away. She's the favorite, and I think a deserving favorite, or co-favorites at this point.
Multiple stakes placed against better open company, and then in against State Breds today, and throw that last race out. That was a race that was taken off the turf. Doesn't really factor in at all. Totally different surface. Deserving favorite, although she becomes a slight second choice now. The 11 actually is favored. That also eligible that draws in for trainer John Kimmel.
Yeah, listen, I'm just kidding. It's got a very strong pedigree. Her last race makes her stand out as far as she really had no chance. She was completely out of the race and just came with the flourish late. Does that translate to a 1.16 miles to you, though?
And a tough outside post. We were talking about how a turn comes up almost immediately here. Let's welcome in for the first time for our Bally Sports and SoCal and San Diego audiences, Maggie Wolfendale.
Thank you, Greg. And I like collaboration here. I've liked her back in the paddock. I liked her out on the racetrack. And now she doesn't have to deal with New Guinea, where the last time she was on the turf, which is her first start back, which Richie said he thought she needed, she's not in here. So I think she's moved forward, and it's her race. But I think Smoky Eyes will be very tough, as she got a race in for fitness, and she's usually one that needs a start, not for fitness from the lean perspective, but just to strengthen up a bit. And boy, is she moving well out there. She to me, is the one who should be favored in here, just based upon what she did as a 2-year-old and the fact that this is her first start as a 3-year-old. She's done very well in the interim. If I wasn't feeling like picking favorites today, I would pick her, and she's jerked it up to 72. I do not like the horse who has gone to favoritism at all. I'm just kidding. I get it. Yeah, there's plenty of pedigree. Yeah, she closed from out of the clouds last time, but she got a pretty serious pace to close into to do so. Furthermore, she's built like a sprinter. She could look a bit better overall, to be honest. Looks a bit dull in her coat, and while she looks fit, she just hasn't changed at all, in my opinion, from 2 to 3. So not for me today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. It's surprising the 11 is becoming this now pretty solid favorite at 5 to 2, especially with that outside post, the way it's configured here at 1.16 miles on this inner turf. I'm with Matt. I thought Smoky Eyes was deservedly the one to beat.
Yeah, I agree. I like Smoky Eyes. I think she's the one to beat. I'm surprised that the favoritism has switched over to the 11. And listen, full disclosure, I rode Concord Kid. That horse is damn. I'm familiar with the family. I'm just not convinced with that post on the stretch out. I want her as your favorite. I went up on the 7, Swedish Princess. I just don't think she had a great turf trip last time. I don't like turf trips where you're chasing 2, 3, 4 wide throughout. It's not a winning move. Now you get Javier Castellano. You're going to get a different kind of trip. Comes out of the same race with Collaboration. They weren't that far apart. I think this was a solid race.
Here it is. You can see there in that really 3-path, and then between horses here for Swedish Princess. But every time she showed up on the grass or run on the grass, she's run a very good effort, and maybe now just coming into her own. She just earned the biggest figure she's ever received.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
way too big a price.
Way too big a price. I agree.
Regardless of what happens. 8 to 1 morning line. Cannot believe she's almost double that right now. Pick 6 starts here on this Memorial Day card. Kicking it off, mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started.
They're all in line. Number 4, Smoky Eyes, backed out of the gate. Now back in. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 11, I'm Just Kiddin', who trails the field. Smoky Eyes out for the early lead. And down on the inside is Kasuke. Moving up on the outside is Collaboration. Smoky Eyes the leader, Collaboration now joined by Dashing Della. Their heads apart second and third. As they make the way around the turn, head for the back stretch. Kasuke is down at the rail, a close-up fourth. And a hard-to-handle I'm Just Kiddin' is next in fifth. Waterville's in between horses in sixth. Lady Jasmine down on the inside. Then it's Sweetest Princess, followed by Recognize, and trailing the field is Sal's Dream Girl in 10th. The quarter 22 and 4 as they move up the back stretch. Smoky Eyes the leader by a half length. Collaboration, the gray on the outside, runs in second. Then it's I'm Just Kiddin' and Kasuke right together. And Dashing Della is next in fifth as the field heads for the far turn after a half and 46 and 3. Smoky Eyes, Collaboration, they remain 1-2. I'm Just Kiddin' is third by a head. Kasuke is down at the rail. Sweetest Princess is on the move on the extreme outside. Gaining ground down at the rail is Lady Jasmine. Waterville is now making up some ground as they come for the top of the stretch. Here's Collaboration. Collaboration strikes the lead, but on the outside it is I'm Just Kiddin'. I'm Just Kiddin' and Collaboration. Collaboration with a head in front. I'm Just Kiddin', no, appeared to maybe try to savage Collaboration there in the stretch. Collaboration and I'm Just Kiddin', they are right together. Kasuke is next in third. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be Collaboration by 3 parts of a length. I'm Just Kiddin' was second, and Kasuke finished third.
Collaboration out dueling I'm Just Kiddin'. Bit of a tough wide trip early on in here, and are we going to see something happen here with the stewards?
There was contact up at the upper stretch. Collaboration came out under a left-handed crop with Dylan Davis. Appeared to make some contact with I'm Just Kiddin', who had a tough trip, broke slow, got ranked, was wide right in here. Actually, Dylan did not go to a left-handed crop and corrected quickly. We need to see a head-on. It looked fairly dramatic, but it was very fast, and he did react quickly.
All right, we'll get that head-on coming up. 6-11, 1-3. And here we go. Collaboration, Dylan Davis, 6-1.
Yeah, you see the gray filly gets the challenge from I'm Just Kiddin'. Chestnut filly on the outside. Comes out a step there. They made contact, but did I'm Just Kiddin' take a step in at the same time she took a step out?
Tough to tell from that angle.
If there was any way we could see that with a slow-mo, and that would give us a better idea.
So right now, this victory hanging in the balance. As you saw, there certainly was contact, but yet did the 11 potentially come in a little bit to help initiate?
She may have accentuated by taking a step in, but let's get a look at the slow-mo. See right here, you look what the line is. The gray filly comes out over the line. She's the one who initiated the contact, unfortunately.
The 6.
The 6.
11 did just fractionally come in a little bit late, too.
You know, no doubt, but if you look at that track, there's a little bit of different contour in the turf, right? If you look at that line, the gray filly comes out over that line. It's not a lot, but you see where the line is?
No question.
And it was significant contact at that point. Listen, reading jockey's body language, and I always knew when I felt worried or guilty about something. Watching Dylan Davis come off, jogging back on the turf, he had the look that I would have on my face if I was involved in a situation.
And we say it all the time. These jockeys, they have to go back. They have to talk to the stewards. They have to make their case. How in the world do you try and make a case if you're Dylan Davis? What would you say to the stewards?
That she took a half a step out, and I believe the outside horse took a half a step in, and once we made contact, it turned my filly out. You've got to become your own lawyer, and you really got to plead your case. Now, all that being said, that line in the turf makes it look more incriminating.
Go ahead.
He did straighten up as quickly as possible, but also, Greg, that's why it's kind of silly for the stewards to talk to the riders. Everybody's going to defend their own position.
And, it's a widening margin late. Does that make any difference at all?
You can't really qualify how much it costs a horse when they get hip checked like that, how much momentum, how much air it takes out of them. It's a shame because I do think Collaboration was best. It was getting away from her late, but you can't dispute the fact that there was significant contact right there.
So Dylan Davis will get his turn on the phone with the stewards. If it is a change, the 11 went off as your 5-2 favorite. Collaboration, the one who crossed the wire first at 6-1 as you take a look there at Jose Ortiz.
The 11, I'm just kidding, ran a remarkable race considering getting left at the break, being caught wide, got a bit keen, and then taking that contact. Collaboration ran a winning race. In situations like this, you would hope that the horses would get to, settle it on their own merits. But unfortunately, this one goes to the steward's stand. See, I think Dylan wanted her to come out to engage, but maybe overdid it. Look, because he kind of turns her head out of stride. And now it's like, maybe a little too much. And he grabbed her, but it was a stride after the contact.
And that's Dylan trying to get right up to that line and maybe just going a little too far?
I think he just went a little too far. He wanted his filly to get into the fight, right? Engage. Went out one step too far.
Now, see what he's saying to the stewards there, making his best case.
And look at the two of the most iconic colors in New York racing, right? The green and white of Chester and Mary Broman, the black and white of Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, their Stonewall Farm. The two most prolific breeders in New York bred history.
And you told us what you'd probably say if you were Dylan, if you're Jose Ortiz on the 11. What are you telling us?
Oh, he pulled a knife on me. He knocked me sideways. My filly was going by. That's
Sell it as much as you can.
No, it's akin to a referee throwing a flag for pass interference and then asking the receiver, did he hit you before the ball got there? And then asking the defender, did you wait till he touched the ball to hit him? What are you going to say? Human nature. You're going to defend your position.
But you would think, too, stewards, that they know these guys on this circuit. They probably have a lot of more respect for guys that are honest with them, and they can see what's going on as well.
You would hope.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Got a chance to catch up with Dylan Davis, and honestly, I saw it the same way he said, and of course he's going to say this, is that that they came together at the same time, because it was like Jose felt as though Dylan was going to drift, and so at that immediate moment, he pulls his filly back in. I'm just kidding. So it looked worse because I feel like they stepped out and in at the same time. So I don't know. We've seen Dylan Davis though taken down more often than not, and the fact that it's taking so long, I feel like my girl Collaboration's coming down, guys.
Yeah, it's usually a good barometer. The longer these go on, the better there is that we're going to see a change. Almost akin to a bit of a flop to what Maggie was saying. Jose Ortiz anticipating Dylan Davis coming out a little bit and saying, oh, well, maybe I can sell this a little bit more if I come in just a touch.
Well, and also trying harder to hold your line so you make sure there's contact.
Right.
I think that absolutely comes into play here. Listen, Dylan honestly has been riding very loosely all year. He's already served 15 or 16 suspension days this year. You got to know when to back off that line a little bit.
And it's just over aggressive. And is it maybe a little bit too? He's been pressing a little bit. He's had a rough go at this meet. Is that something you potentially do as a rider when you're struggling a little?
He has 5 wins and something like 21 seconds at the meet. Yes, it plays into it. You start pressing. You try to make things happen instead of allowing things to happen. And it's just a shame because it takes away from the effort of both of these fillies. They both ran really great races.
And yeah, unfortunate too is, again, with collaboration, as you saw, once the 11 got back on track, and we don't know how much that took out of her getting that hip check as well. But collaboration was steadily, just ever so slightly, making that margin bigger and bigger late.
Yeah, it was getting away from her, but you can't say with that contact. And what's incriminating here is the Gray filly's shoulder is pointed out at her at an angle. That, to me, feels like it's going to warrant a disqualification.
So if you're up in that booth as a steward, what do you do?
If I'm up in the booth as a steward, unfortunately, I got to take this number down.
And this is a pretty long one. And, back to Maggie's point, when they go this long, usually you are going to see a change.
Worst feeling in the world when you're the one that finished first and your number's blinking and you got to stand there waiting for it. It is such a desperate feeling, especially when you feel like maybe you're guilty. And the longer it takes, the more it blinks, the more downtrodden you get. Personally, like at this point, I just want to walk away.
And look, as riders too, I mean, everyone's watching this, everyone on the circuit. You're going to take heat for this, aren't you?
Well, listen, we see a lot of this go on here, and again, it's up to the stewards to lay down the law and apply the rules consistently.
One more look at it. Dylan Davis on that grade. There's that bump.
I will say the Chestnut filly did take a half a step in too, but just watching that and where that line is in the grass, you can kind of see the different color, the contour of the turf, and the angle of the Gray filly's shoulder feels like she had more onus on her than the filly outside.
And here we go. Announcement
second for
from John Imbrial.
Number 11, I'm Just Kidding, is moved
And
up
there
to
has been a
first
change.
via the
They
disqualification.
took collaboration down. The 11 gets put up. I'm Just Kidding as your winner, the favorite to start off the pick 6.
Yeah, and I think that they got the right call, as difficult as call as it was. Take nothing away from collaboration and her effort. Big effort from your eventual winner. I'm Just Kidding. Dylan Davis needs to take a step back and breathe and kind of reset.
Let's get back to Churchill. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Allowance optional claiming race. Sheki Shabazz, the 5 is out. Big scratch. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Yeah, the start of the late pick 4 with Echo Zulu in it, so a lot of people might be singling Echo Zulu unless you think you can beat her in the winning colors. This is a tough race, and the reason I say is, the public's going to the 8, Gregory's Pride, and, this is a horse that in California, Phil D'Amato rules, and this horse could not get a W in California, but got the W at Keeneland with a perfect trip with Flavien Prat aboard. Now gets Florent Giroux aboard. I just think 9-5 is way too short. Agustin on the inside needs a better trip. The 3 Agent Peter Graves, I thought was a player in here. I also think, Greg, the 2 at 17-1 is your longest shot in here. I just think the 8 is very vulnerable at that price.
All right, Paulie, thanks. We'll see how it plays out here. The 8, Gregory's Pride, who we just mentioned, 9-5 favorite. Let's go to Travis Stone to kick off this pick 4. As Paulie mentioned, Echo Zulu, 2-year-old champion filly, still to come in the winning colors.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Sail at Sunrise, good beginning. Prime Factor is also there, and Agent Peter Graves punches up with Diamond City. Those two go head-to-head, and Major Blue up on the outside to grab 3rd. Prime Factor racing 4th. Anguston over to the inside 5th. Sail at Sunrise 6th. Sutherland in 7th. Let My People Go is 8th, but only 4 lengths off the lead. The back 2 are Gregory's Pride and Friar Lawrence. Onto the far turn, Diamond City goes head-to-head with Agent Peter Graves. Diamond City's short lead, Agent Peter Graves right there. 2 lengths back, Anguston down inside racing third, Major Blue fourth. Prime Factor tails off into fifth. Let My People Go cuts the corner down inside sixth. They're off the turn, Diamond City short lead. Agent Peter Graves tries to fight on. Let My People Go comes off the rail from third. Anguston in fourth. Gregory's Pride is late on the scene fifth with 8 lengths to make up and Diamond City to catch. Let My People Go finding stride late. Here comes Let My People Go storming past Diamond City. Let My People Go won it. Diamond City ran well, settles for second. Tight for third, Gregory's Pride or Agent Peter Graves.
Let My People Go, 30-1 morning line. First win on the turf in his third try. Victoria Oliver, Rafael Bejarano.
Man, we've seen Rafael Bejarano bring in some big price horses, and this horse just was very good on the grass today. What can you say? I mean, he was involved, came and got it done. He came and ran down the leader.
There was another huge long shot. Diamond City was 15-1 on the morning line. Big numbers here at Churchill in the 6th. We'll have the prices when we come back. Still to come here in New York. When we feature these New York breds on this Memorial Day coverage, 2021 winner of the Commentator, Bankit, as a 7-year-old, looking to do it again in the best performance of his career from a couple of years ago. Stay with us.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His progeny include these recent standout performers. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back at America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Stewart's inquiry, objection, and a DQ to start off the pick 6. The outside horse, the 11, bumped by the 6 and put up for the win.
Yeah, it's a shame. Collaboration ran a winning race, but did come out. Her shoulder made contact with I'm Just Kidding on the outside. Dylan corrected, but a stride after the damage was done. After a long inquiry, Stewart's decided that it was enough to warrant a DQ.
So those connections there back into one. Certainly looked like collaboration was best. John Kimmel, Jose Ortiz, Chester and Mary Broman, and a 3-year-old filly by the Triple Crown winner Justify, with the victory to start off the pick 6 as the favorite. Early pick 5 ends there, $289. And we'll get into the late pick 5 coming up in the next race. In the Mount Vernon. Back to Churchill Downs, though. How about Let My People Go in this performance for trainer Victoria Oliver?
Big run here under Rafael Bejarano. First time turf sprinting. One thing, you don't see Rafael Bejarano go to a left hand a lot. He went to the left hand on Let My People Go, and he found another gear.
17-1 start to the pick 4 out at Churchill Downs. And still to come, Echo Zulu, 2-year-old champion filly for Steve Asmussen, back in action. That'll be in the winning colors. It's it for Mig. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Andy Serling coming in after a break.
I think it's a great segue. Let my people go. Let me go with my allergies killing me today. We've got pollen all over the desk, but a very happy Memorial Day to everybody. And thank you to all the brave men and women who have sacrificed so much to enable us to have the freedoms and the opportunities we have.
No question. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back with more Memorial Day coverage here from Belmont Park and out at Churchill Downs. Right after this, we'll get set for the late pick 5 from New York, and still to come, there she is. Former 2-year-old champion filly, the brilliant Echo Zulu. Most recently runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, back for a 4-year-old season.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California on this Memorial Day weekend. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. You've been talking about this commentator, it seems like, for weeks. You've been so excited about it. Very good field coming up.
Anything to do with the mighty commentator gets me excited. He was such an incredible racehorse, winning 2 Whitneys 3 years apart. And it really did come up an exciting race. It's a 12-horse field. We lost 1 long shot from the race, but it's a very competitive field. It looks like it'll have some speed up front. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Ouster can do, because he was so good over the winter, and he ran races fast enough to win here, but the competition is obviously steeper.
Yeah, Dr. Ardito looks like he could be very tough in that spot. He's got the inside post, of course, the old warrior, Bankett, former winner.
Does he ever
He's
run
not
a bad
done
race?
yet.
Does he ever run a bad race?
Doesn't seem like
Had
it.
legit trouble last time. He certainly can win.
I thought Barise, interesting too.
You know, he has those back races. I'm a little worried, but he certainly has good back races. There's a number of horses you can make cases for.
Pick 5. It starts here. Mile on the turf, the Mount Vernon, fillies and mares, 4 and up. And Marvelous Maud favorite, it's Chad Brown. It's Irad Ortiz Jr. Does she hold some huge advantage figures-wise?
I never knew there were so many bettors named Maud until this horse started running, because I have no idea what the fascination with this horse. Other than the Flower Bowl, where she was badly overmatched, she's been an overwhelming favorite almost every time she runs. And she's a nice horse, but she has no edge whatsoever on these. In fact, arguably, Runaway Rumor's good races are better than her good races. But it's Irad Ortiz most of the time. It's always Chad Brown, and I guess they just love her. She puts up a lot of wins, but I don't understand what makes her an overwhelming favorite either, Greg.
This one just beat her when Marvelous Maud faced her last time, October 30th. But she's 7-2. Marvelous Maud is 6-5.
No, I really don't understand it at all. And this is not to say by either of us that Marvelous Maud can't win. But the good race by Runaway Rumor, and I'm not going to, I don't want to knock Jorge Abreu, who did a great job with her, but it certainly doesn't hurt going to Horacio de Paz's barn. And even what if Finest Work, that last race, she just needed her last race. She's got races last year that could win as well. I don't understand why Marvelous Maud is a big favorite right now. And by post time, I think she and Runaway Rumor should be close. And in the doubles, they are.
Seems like it will even out. Let's head downstairs and we get set for this Mount Vernon to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Marvelous Maud, 11 starts, 8 times she's been the favorite. Only half of that has she rewarded the betting public for making her the favorite. And don't get me wrong, I love the woman that she's named for, Maud Wash, who was in charge of hospitality here at NYRA, who does great volunteer work for the TRF as well. But she can't be making her the favorite every time. She looks fit here. I've seen her look a bit better in the past. I don't know, at a short price, I'd be definitely willing to look elsewhere in here. Let's talk about the horse who should be the speed, and that's number 6, Sonura, as she's rattled off 3 wins in a row, albeit with a year gap in between 2 of those. She is a tank. I mean, she just looks like a speed, turf-miling filly, and really, this is a cutback. So if anything, I like it more. I like the distance more for her of this Mount Vernon being a mile. She's charging around this paddock. I mean, she literally is kind of like that bull in the china shop type of persona here. So I love what I'm seeing from Sonura, Greg. I think she could be dangerous if she gets loose out there on the front end.
That will be the game plan, trying to win 4 straight. Sonura at 7-2, and Javier Castellano will be back aboard.
I mean, obviously, she's the new hitter in the race, and she's the horse that's stepping up to see if she can belong with the big girls, so to speak, in this class. And I'm not going to be shocked if she takes a step forward, but she can't win this race if she runs the race she ran last time. Whatever looks like a nice horse, she won here this week as a heavy favorite. But she also stumbled badly at the start in that race, and I bet Sonura last time, so this is not sour grapes. She had an absolutely perfect trip just walking on the front end, and maybe she's going to be speed in this race as well, but isn't Early Edition supposed to be going in here as well? So I don't really see how she's getting that good a trip, and even Freddie Mo Factor could go from the outside. This is a big step up in class for her, and she's got to get faster, doesn't she?
We're going to take a timeout. It is this one, Marvelous Maud, the 6-5 favorite, the power of Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz Jr. Not seemingly a big edge figures-wise, beat by one of the others. She's going to have to deal with again today, but she's the top choice.
industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Mount Vernon coming up. Start of the late pick 5 and Sabalina, the 2006 winner, with Javier Castellano aboard.
I always like to look back on some of the neat New York breds we've had over the years, and Sabalina was a very good one. She was trained by the late Joe Aquilino, who was a very, very good trainer, but also a very good guy. His son Nick works for us here at NYRA, actually in IT, and also a very good guy. But Sabalina was just a neat horse, had a terrific record, and one of the many cool horses that ran in these New York bred races over the years. It just always feels like old Friends Day, you know, New York Bred Showcase Day.
Yeah.
So many horses that have run against each other, and so many really talented horses as well.
She actually became a Grade 3 winner a year later. Well, at the end of that year, I should say, in the Grade 3 Cardinal.
Oh, she won the. Wow, she went to Churchill, won the Cardinal. Wow, yeah. I didn't remember that. I think she came from like the clouds. I remember her as being a horse that made a huge move at the end. Ah, there it is. Greg has the PPs. She did make some big moves in her races. Over one of her $500,000.
Post parade coming up for this year's edition, and there again, Marvelous Mod. So 5-year-old debut coming up in those Silks of Michael Dubb, owned in part by the Elkstone Group as well. And a few of these, they know each other pretty well.
They do. Marvelous Maud and Finest Work and Runaway Rumor, they must look at each other in the paddock and give a little nod when they come in. I told you, it's just the friends getting together today.
Whose turn will it be today in a race that kicks off what could be a very contentious pick 5? This last race of the sequence makes it very, very interesting.
I agree. I thought it was a fun race. I'm going to try the one I'm Just in there, first time in the turf, but Crisa makes a certain amount of sense. Obviously, Conquest is sort of logical. Sherazando, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the 7 furlong turf races because you got to stretch the sprinters out a little bit, and the horses cutting back have a much fairer chance.
Good crowd on hand enjoying this Memorial Day card here at Belmont as we get set for our post parade here in this Mount Vernon. We'll start with Early Edition, who has had 5 tries on the turf, has never hit the board.
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of this horse is running on the turf. It's not a turf horse, but she is in great form, and she has early speed.
Next door, an even bigger price, Out of Sight for David Donk.
I mean, I don't know how Out of Sight's a bigger price than Early Edition, because at least she has some decent turf form. It's not turf form good enough to win this race, but it is turf form.
He was 3rd to Marvelous Maud at one point. Here's Finest Work, who is a player for George Weaver.
She is, and she also has more speed than either Runaway Rumor and Marvelous Maud. You can't not be worried about the last complete no-show, better horses or not.
Yep, it was off the bench. It was against Grade 3, so this is technically a drop down. Here's Marvelous Maud, 8-5 favorite.
Obviously, she has races that make her a major contender, but she is a horse that makes a big run. She's had a lot of perfect trips. She's overbet.
Sonora, can she wire the field? Can she win a 4 straight?
Is she going to get in front of Early Edition early? If she does, and she backs it down, it certainly increases her chances.
I'm with you. I thought this was the one to beat.
I agree. I mean, I honestly feel if we weren't looking at riders and trainers, and I understand there's a relevance to them, this horse would be favored here and should be.
And 38-1 outside, Freddie Mo Factor, who could be a factor up front.
Yes, potentially this horse could be a thorn in the side of the speed. She's obviously impossible to make on paper, but she is named for a friend of mine that you know, actually. You've met Freddie.
Really?
Legendary Freddie Mo? Oh, yeah. Alan Brodsky originally owned this horse, named it for Freddie Mo.
Okay.
Due to his incredible Twitter presence.
And you've had a horse named after you.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Annoying.
At least, hey, it's an honor. Finest Work.
Forgot about Mr. Annoying.
Joel Rosario, George Weaver, so 4-1 in here. And yes, did not
handle that grade 3 Boguet. It was off the bench. It was a grade 3, but leaves question marks as to whether this is the same horse.
I just wish she had done a little more running. You know, if she'd gone out the lead and opened up a few lengths and gotten a good run in there, she just was
in
so
the mix
bad.
at the halfway point.
Yeah, but then she just stopped. And the other thing that I picked her second or third. I think I picked her second because I knew Marvelous Maud would be overbet. Is that she got good late in the year last year. And I don't know how much of this is a factor. Sometimes it's a little random. Sometimes I think there are horses that take a little while to get going, and maybe she's one of them. Just a thought.
9-2 right now on Finest Work. There she is again, Joelle Rosario back aboard, and 1.14 out of 5, including that John Hedinger, where she beat Marvelous Maud and Runaway Rumor.
And tactically, she has an advantage. If you look at, if like me, I don't speak for others, but I'm not a big fan of Sonora's chances here. I think she's overbet at 3-1. I think you tend to agree. So if you look at sort of the big three, Finest Work, Marvelous Maud, and Runaway Rumor, the advantage that a Finest Work has is that in theory, she's got a lot more tactical speed than the other ones. So she's not going to be compromised by race dynamics, where either of the other two could theoretically be.
Well, here she is, 3-1, and those were soft fractions she was allowed to set in that win last time out when she went gate to wire.
Yeah, I mean, what she has is upside, right? She's only run 5 times. She's run twice off of an extended layoff. She's won both, once on synthetic, once on turf. She beat a Todd Pletcher horse that came back to win, but still, the Pletcher horse beat a far weaker field than this, didn't win it convincingly, and she ran the best race that day because she stumbled at the start. So it's not really that easy to like her. I mean, she's a horse that kind of, if everything had broken well for the others, she'd be eligible for a $1 a 2 race. And you're looking at multiple winners and multiple stake winners in the other 3. This is a good group. I mean, Runaway Rumor has been competitive in graded stakes. She lost to Sands Point by only a neck to a very nice horse in Fluffy Socks, who we'll see Belmont Stakes weekend.
This mare here, I have liked her for so long and really thought she was going to break through and just was primed for a big effort and just never has been able to put it together at the top level.
Well, she also took a long time last year to get her act together, right? She tried at Tampa. I mean, her first 4 races last year were pretty dismal. And then suddenly the light bulb went off down at Monmouth in September, and she ran a very terrific race, finishing second to Vigilante's Way. It was a nice horse. And at that point, the light kind of went off, and she started running better races. And I don't think it should be ignored that she's switching Barnes to Horacio de Paz. Once again, no knock on Jorge Abreu, but in my opinion, Horacio de Paz is a very, very good under-the-radar trainer.
Let's head back down to Maggie.
I'm not going to disagree with you, Andy, but also you can make the argument, how long has this horse really been under his care? I mean, I know it's been about nearly 6 weeks, but who knows when she actually walked over to his barn, literally walked over because they're in the barn next to each other. She's fine, she can win, and I don't know. I've never been her biggest fan, I'll be honest. And I feel like, too, you know, last time she was compromised with the slow pace, and she's probably better when she gets a little pace to close into kind of closing. Again, she can win here. I'm not going to be surprised. I have just never been able to really pick her, to sink my teeth into her. Now, I ultimately picked my first choice in here, which is number 6, Sonora. But I really love what I'm seeing from Finest Work. She has done very well with the winter off. She was getting a little bit on the light side towards the end of last year and still running well through it. And now she has put that weight back on. She doesn't seem nervous. She's moving incredibly well out there. For me, Greg, it's between Sonora and Finest Work. These two definitely made the best impressions on me.
All right, thank you, Maggie. 8-5 on Marvelous Maud. Been favored throughout our program on this Memorial Day. Brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we get set for this late pick 5 coming up, includes that commentator, that wide open finale we talked about. 7th race next, sprinting on the dirt. Looks like it's wide open.
Let's take a quick
Pineapple
look.
Man certainly going to take a lot of money in there.
And I think Pineapple Man was somewhat flattered by Radio Red's performance today. I know he didn't win. He had a good trip, but he still ran well and ran back to that race. Dafuski Island's dangerous.
Huge
Agility
number
never
last
wins, but yeah, if he runs back to his last number, he'll win this race. Agility doesn't win, but he's going to get some pace. Pineapple Man, Golden Arm, even Pete and Billy. I mean, a lot of people will hone in on City Man. I don't think Dakota Gold is impossible, the other Dean Reeves horse, but if you're going to single, City Man's where you single, the commentator's open, and the last race is open. It's a very fun sequence, and Greg, I think you'll agree, it's a sequence where you could win with even a Marvelous Maud or a Runaway Rumor at short prices here and City Man and still get paid because the other races are fairly open.
Good sequence. Good luck in the Pick 5. That pool should be up and over 600,000 any moment now. So it's going to be a healthy return if you can get, just a couple of minor upsets.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is 1.5 to 2. You know, you get a $20 horse in there and a $13 horse, and you're talking about a reasonable payoff regardless. And there's no reason you can't get decent payoffs in any, I think, especially of those 3 races, because they're pretty wide open. We'll see what it plays out, but they're big fields, and there's a lot of contenders in there. And I think it's a misnomer when somebody goes, well, I mean, there's a couple short prices in there. Short prices are your friends in multi-race wagers if you think they're extremely likely to win.
And we all try and look at it. You know, I do it too. Everyone, you look at the whole layout of a Pick 5 or whatever you're playing as a multi-race sequence, and you think, can this potentially, be a big one or not? Sometimes we're just totally wrong. Even with odds-on favorites in there, it is shocking what one price can do.
Oh, there's no question that getting short price, the notion that you're supposed to play those multi-race bets by throwing out short-priced horses, it's been actually proven to be the wrong way to play. Anybody who's done a serious study on them has proof that it's the wrong way to play. And I mean, every one of us that plays seriously and that has had success in these bets has cashed big tickets that have included very short-priced winners in them. So it's not easy, and there are different ways to look at it, and I think it's fair to respect other people's ideas on how to play races. But I think if anybody's telling you my way is the only way, then I would be a little bit leery of that, because there are a number of ways to look at it. But the facts back up that short-priced horses in Pick 5 sequences are your friend more than your enemy.
Yeah, totally agree with that. See what happens here in this first leg coming up. Marvelous Maud, 5-year-old debut. This is her 12th career start, just beat by Runaway Rumor and Finest Work, 2 she's going to have to deal with again today. She's the shortest priced of those 3.
And now you see these prices kind of close, right? 7 to 5 and 2 to 1.
Outside, I mean, it's tough to see anyone else, isn't
Well,
it?
if I was going to take a stand in this Pick 5 and I did not play, I might be inclined to lean on the 4 and 7 and try to beat the 5. If I wanted to spread in the other races and I didn't want to spend an enormous amount of money, I wouldn't mind. Now, it depends what I'm looking at in other races. You want to have backup tickets where you use Marvelous Maud, so you get a couple of 10 to 1 shots home. You cash. But for the bulk of my play, I might take a shot against her. But I disagree with the notion, and everybody has their own ideas how to play, that you're not supposed to use favorites defensively. The smartest player and most successful player I know argues against that. And this is a man who has made millions of dollars playing the horses in his time, and he is a great bettor, a far better than handicapper.
Being that if you don't like a favorite, just completely toss the horse.
He's against that. No, he says you can't let favorites beat you in these sequences.
Oh, no. So
you like a 20 to 1 shot in a race and you want to play exactas, your biggest bet after betting the horse to win should be an exacta with that horse behind the favorite.
Here we go. Late Pick 5 begins here. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Marvelous Maud, but quickly passed there by Sonora. And on the far outside, Freddie Mo Factor is geared up here and has the lead. Freddie Mo Factor steps away to lead by 3. Sonora runs in second. Runaway Rumor and Marvelous Maud are heads apart 3rd and 4th. Then it's 2.5 lengths back to Early Edition. On the outside is Out of Sight. Finest Work is the trailer in 7th. Freddie Mo Factor leads by 6 lengths through a quarter in 22 and 3. Sonora sits in second with Runaway Rumor next in third. Marvelous Maud is now down towards the rail and in fourth. Then it's Out of Sight on the outside. At the back are Early Edition and Finest Work. Freddie Mo Factor, big long shot here, continues to lead. The lead is almost 7 lengths. The half mile is posted in 43 and 4. Freddie Mo Factor on top. They're starting to get closer. Sonora, Runaway Rumor on the outside, and Marvelous Maud. Those three are all gaining on Freddie Mo Factor. Here comes Sonora. Here comes Runaway Rumor on the outside, and Marvelous Maud is not far behind. They come off the turn and into the stretch, and it is Runaway Rumor on the outside of Sonora. Sonora, Runaway Rumor. Marvelous Maud is in third, and now there's an eighth of a mile to the finish. Runaway Rumor is all out in between horses. Sonora down at the rail. Marvelous Maud on the outside. Finest Work is in fourth. They come on for the finish. Runaway Rumor, Marvelous Maud with one last surge on the outside. Very tight, Marvelous Maud or Runaway Rumor. A photo in the Mount Vernon Stakes.
Marvelous Maud looks like she just got up. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown.
Well, if you believe those fractions, which in case anybody's interested, I have a little trouble believing them, then you're going to say that maybe the 6-7 was a little too close to pace and moved too soon, and Marvelous Maud made the last move. Or maybe Marvelous Maud is an inch better than Runaway Rumor. I don't know. Marvelous Maud does find a way to win races, though. I'll give her credit for that. And it was tough moving early into that, but it's so hard to take. You can't take it seriously that they went a 21-35 second quarter. It's nearly impossible. But
43 and 4.
No, that would mean they went 21.35 the second quarter. And I know the horse had a big lead, but it wasn't 20 lengths. And that's what it would have had to been 12 lengths, 15 lengths.
Off the bench, time to perfection. Marvelous Maud. Now the 5th win in 12 career starts. Let's go to Churchill Downs. This was moments ago. The 7th.
And
Travis
they're
Song.
off. It's a bling thing far outside. Stormhaven is there. Mystify comes through toward the rail. Bambaruski's up close. And Red Hot Jenny is there as well, just 2.5 lengths off the lead. So down the back stretch runs. Stormhaven goes head-to-head with It's a Bling Thing. Stormhaven short lead. Bambaruski pulled back into third. Red Hot Jenny on the outside moving up into fourth. Briley's on the far outside advancing from fifth. Mystify shuffled back inside sixth. Little Sister Sue is seventh, but only 4 lengths off the lead. And Goodbye Fog to her outside. They're on the far turn. It's a Bling Thing head-to-head with Stormhaven through an opening quarter. In a controlled 23 and 1/5 seconds. Pace is not particularly fast for the distance. Red Hot Genie is hovering to their outside third. Bambaruski down inside fourth. Goodbye Fog advances inside of Briley from fifth, and then it's Little Sister Sue cutting the corner sixth. They're off the turn. It's a Bling Thing tenuous lead. Stormhaven fights on. Red Hot Genie is there. Little Sister Sue far behind earlier is rallied. Angled outside. 3 lengths to make up. 1 furlong to go. Red Hot Genie in front by 5 now. Red Hot Genie coming down to the finish, and she's finishing full of run to do it. Wins by 6 lengths in the end. Stormhaven, Little Sister Sue, and Goodbye Fog.
Red Hot Genie, second time on dirt, 3rd start overall. The win for the Thomas Drury Jr. barn. Joe Talamo, Tapiture filly, breaks her maiden convincingly here.
It feels like we went from one side of the coin to the other, right?
Yeah.
We had a nose finish here, and in this case, Red Hot Genie, I mean, she just embarrassed this field. She looked like she was speed on paper, but man, this was, she made this game look a lot easier than it normally is.
Meanwhile, this one a little bit closer, as Andy mentioned. Marvelous Maud just getting the better Runaway Rumor. How many narrow defeats has Runaway Rumor suffered in her career?
Yeah.
Another one here with Marvelous Maud off the bench. We'll be back with prices and set up the late pick 4 next.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16. And
classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
In times of war, peace, and every day in between, our military stays vigilant to protect our country. At Hope for the Warriors, we never forget them or the families who serve alongside them. Since 2006, Hope for the Warriors has provided life-transforming programs for active duty and veterans, military families and caregivers, families of the fallen. Go to hopeforthewarriors.org to give hope today.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
We're back at America's Day at the Races. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Marvelous Mod up just in time under Arat Ortiz Jr. in her 5-year-old return to the races for the barn of Chad Brown.
You got to give her credit. She's just one of these horses that just finds ways to win races. But did she run the best race? Anybody? I wouldn't say she didn't. I mean, she and the 7 both ran winning races. She got her nose down in front, and that counts for something.
Indeed she did. It's her 5th career win, 4th on turf. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And here with winning owner Michael Dubb. And Michael, Marvelous Mod's one of those horses that she's never gonna like blow your socks off, but she finds ways to win. And as an owner, how important is it to have horses like her?
Well, it's a New York bred program. I race the mare, I race the stallion, so in a case like this, it's extra special.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. A lot of times the owners in New York are the breeders, and you kind of have your hands all over a horse's development.
Well, in this case, it's really interesting. We raced Slumber, and when Slumber was done, we sent it to Calumet to become a stallion, and nobody was going to Slumber, and they were actually going to geld Slumber. And I had bred this horse to Slumber early on, and we sent a picture of Marvelous Mod to Calumet, and they decided not to geld her. And people started breeding, and eventually my partner Sal brought her north, and now he's standing Slumber. So it's a real interesting story, but credit this horse with making Slumber a stallion.
He owes her a lot, I would say. Talk a little bit about, too, your horse coming up and the commentator, Dr. Ardito. He is a win machine.
Yeah, he's a win machine. He's named after a great friend of mine and Dr. Anthony Ardito. And you just get those type of horses once in a while. We took our swing in the Westchester, and, you know, I think he'll be back with his friends today.
Yeah, he looks pretty strong in the commentator. Michael, always thank you. Congratulations to Marvelous Mod. She does it again.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys, the Mount Vernon Marvelous Mod with a perfectly timed ride by Arat Ortiz.
Indeed it was. Well, we're going to move on to a competitive dirt sprint next. Can we get some barbecue, you think?
I'm well. Anybody wants to bring us food, both Greg and I would be very happy with that. You know, on Slumber was a Juddmonte horse that Chad Brown purchased in auction. And it's kind of the horse that sort of woke Juddmonte up to giving horses to Chad Brown after Bobby Frankel passed away, because he did such a good job with him. And he's also got fluffy socks.
Yeah, you were just telling me the story the other day off air.
Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting. You know, he got the horse. He was really struggling in allowance races, and he completely turned his career around. His first big win was in Manhattan.
Red Hot Genie at Churchill Downs with a dominant performance here for Tom Drury Jr., who was the original trainer of Art Collector. when he was on the Triple Crown Trail before he was moved to Belmont.
Yeah, no, he's another trainer who's under the radar. He doesn't have a lot of horses, and unless you follow the game closely, you don't really, you're not as aware of him. But obviously, he's a good trainer. His horses just run well.
$8.76 for the win, 5-6-1 finish. Still to come, Grade 3 winning colors and former 2-year-old champion filly, Echo Zulu. She is up next at Churchill Downs. What a return to New York it has been for Jose Ortiz. 4-win day a couple of days ago. Couple earlier. He is on a red-hot streak, Jose. Can he keep it going?
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You on America's Day at the races, third and final leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes right around the corner, and extra bonuses to be part of that sensational week, that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Horses placed 4th through last in stakes races, and horses placed 2nd through last in non-stakes races will receive a starter bonus. So paying all the way to last place, plus additionally, for all starters that week, $1,000 extra to ship in if you're not based on this stabled in this New York circuit.
A lot of good reasons to race here and to come here. It's going to be a great weekend of racing.
So take advantage of those extra incentives, owners and trainers. 7th at Belmont, New York bred 8 other than 6 furlong sprint and taking a ton of money right now. Golden Arm, the 9.
Yeah, I mean, he did run very well when he broke his maiden. I think the rail was an advantage for him. It was a good field. He ran well. For what it's worth, Horacio De Paz off of maiden wins in the dirt. He's just 4 for 30 and 1 for 17 in sprints. So his numbers coming back of maiden wins suggest they often don't come back to it. And Greg, maybe he's the speed of the speed, but doesn't it feel like a race that should feature a pretty quick pace?
I would think so, certainly. And he's given up a lot of experience. That number he needs to move forward, which he can. It was his debut.
Yeah.
A lot of money for this horse.
But the stats say that she's not going to. I mean, the Paz stats, and like I said, I'm a big fan of Horacio. And Runaway Rumor ran very well for him in the last race. Not that she wouldn't have for Jorge Abreu, but his numbers say they don't come back and run back to it. And I think she's got a do every bit of the running back to that race. And there's going to be company. You know, Pineapple Man ran very well last time. Was flattered, I think, by the performance of Radio Red, who beat him with his second place finish. Tafuski Island, as you noted, if he runs back to his last race, I mean, it's a runaway. And he's not going to be 7-1. He's coming down. And if the pace gets hot, I know he never seems to win, but can Agility finally get the job done? He's not a bad horse.
I agree with you. 10-1, way too big on Agility. Well, this horse here, man, we talked about going to break, who has been on an incredible roll. 6 wins over the last 2 days. That 4-win day a couple of days ago. Jose Ortiz, look what he has accomplished with 2 more wins today as well.
Yeah, he is on a very, very good run. What did he have? I want to say he had four on. It's hard to keep the day straight, but I think Saturday, and yeah, he's just rolling along and riding well. Good to see. I thought he gave the Candy horse day, Making Candy, a very good ride, or Maker's Candy, because that horse got left, and you could see he sensed that Looms Boldly was in the process of getting away with a very slow pace, and he sent up after that horse. And the first quarter was tepid, but they heated up in the second quarter. But if he had let Looms Boldly continue to waltz to the front end, he probably wouldn't have beaten him.
8 wins the last 3 days and counting. Not done with this Monday card yet. Potentially looking at your NTRA Jockey of the Week with what he's done.
No, he's riding in fine form. Good to see.
And he'll be on this one here, Golden Arm, and he was on board for the debut. Got up to win by a nose, but going gets a lot tougher when you win that debut. And this is fairly tough. State bred, A Other Than. She was on the set earlier. She's back with us downstairs. Welcome back, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and thrilled to be downstairs enjoying the nice Big Apple Showcase day we have this afternoon. And starting with that horse that's taking all of that money, the number 9, Golden Arm. I was not in the paddock for his debut, so unfortunately I don't have notes to compare to. But as far as looking at him and how he stacks up with the competition here, he certainly stacks up favorably. He's definitely a good doer. He's got a lot of condition on him. And after coming out of a race where he won by a nose, you do like to see that. You like to see that he comes back with his weight well. He was 4 wide, kind of trying. He looked a little bit green to me still in that first race. Like he was responding, but still kind of lugging in and out a touch and just still figuring out what the whole racing thing is about in that first race. He's been very calm, very professional here in the paddock. I will watch him in the warm-up with interest, but again, as he steps up to face tougher competition, he does stack up from a physical perspective. The number 7, Pete and Billy, got a win last time out and off of a pretty good layoff too. He was a horse that was able to run down Freud Me In, who was hanging on his inside left lead in that race, but I thought Pete and Billy finished up quite well on the wet track. That being said, he kind of looks to me like the type of horse who would appreciate a wet track. He's of a very light frame, and he does wear that breast collar where it goes across and attaches to the back of the saddle, typically for horses that have narrow withers, and the saddle will tend to slide back a little bit, and that kind of holds it in place. And sometimes those that are smaller, lighter frame just tend to get over a wet track a little bit better. So we'll see how he does getting back onto a fast track in here today. He's incredibly fit. There just is not much of him. Looking at the number 1, East Coast Girl, who comes out of that New York Stallion series behind Lifetime of Chance, who we saw try earlier to no avail. But East Coast Girl is a Ridgeling, a boy, not a girl, a filly here, that has a lot of early speed. He had the rail last time, and he actually broke a little bit slower than typical. He's on his toes, he's very sharp, and then he kind of rushed up that day. So watch him from the rail again this afternoon, because sometimes I think from the inside, maybe it's not being 100% prepared, maybe he's just a high energy type that lacks a little bit of focus sometimes. I hope that he can break sharp. That being said, there should be some other pace in here, but the way his demeanor is, the way he looks coming off of that race, I couldn't see him anywhere else but on the front early on. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get back to the post-parade momentarily. Winning colors, grade 3, 6 furlong sprint. Fillies, mares 4 and up, and look who's back. Echo Zulu, former 2-year-old champion filly who started her career 5 for 5. She was just runner-up of the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. There she is. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, and she looks tremendous, Greg. Actually, Steve Asmussen walked by me about a couple of minutes ago. He was happy that his horse ran second, first time in his barn in his last race, and he was smiling a little bit. I said, Steve, how's that go doing? And he said, absolutely tremendous. She couldn't be training any better. He's really glad he gave her the winter off. Said she's been training so forward. And, you know, when you look at her racing form, I said this earlier in the show, you know, around one turn, she's undefeated besides losing to Goodnight Olive. Her other loss was the Secret Oath. So you're dealing with a filly that has just been absolutely dominant. She beat Juju's Map as a 2-year-old. She came back as a 3-year-old and was, you know, fourth to Secret Oath, going probably farther than she wants to go, a mile and eighth. But when she goes around one turn, she's just dominant. And she lost to Goodnight Olive, and she beat her stablemate, Wicked Halo. She was in between those two horses. Goodnight Olive, brutal trip in her last race. She was probably the best in Wicked Halo. So, listen, they're going to have to do some running here to beat Echo Zulu. I do think the inside filly, who has been no worse than second, the Florida bred, will probably bring the speed. When I talked to Steve, I said, what's the perfect scenario for you? He said, listen, I don't know if the one can get the distance. I know I can. I'm hoping I can lay off the one horse in here and then take control at the top of the lane.
Going to be exciting to see her back in action. And we'd love to see her and Goodnight Olive go at it again at some point in the future.
Expect that Goodnight Olive could be running here the week after Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Looking forward to that.
7th here in New York, pick 4 time coming up. And a look at a rider's made a big impact. Katie Davis just left our screen. Might be tough to do it here on Juggler, but she has had a lot of big moments at this meet.
No, if you like a horse and Katie Davis is riding it, there's absolutely no reason that you should lack confidence in betting. She rides terrific. As you said, she's just on a horse in here. It's a little tough to make, even at 46 to 1.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with East Coast Girl, speed from the inside.
She has a lot of speed. She is a horse, and Acacia touched on this, who in a couple of her races has gotten left. But he is, the name is just makes you want to say she. He is actually very fast if he breaks.
Defusky Island, that monster performance. Last start won by 19 plus lengths.
Apparently there's 19 lengths between East Coast Girl and Defusky Island as they're coming out. Defusky Island, by the way, in Georgia or South Carolina, I think.
Okay.
The movie Conroy takes place on Defusky Island. A very good movie, John Voight. Based on the book Conrack, I think it's called.
At a moment with John Voight.
Really?
Yeah.
Recently?
I was coming in, he was coming out. And
I watched Coming Home the other night. Great movie.
Yes, it is. Agility. This horse is put together back-to-back runner-up finishes. In fact, 3 in a row. This horse could get a nice trip.
Absolutely. A crazy price at 9 to 1, even though he doesn't seem to win.
Ocean's Reserve, Javier Castellano, 4-year-old debut.
His best races are forward, and he has talent, but this is a tough spot off the layoff.
Z-Bear has an interesting race 2 back.
And Linda Rice's horses have been running extraordinarily well, especially this weekend. And he is a horse that's going to get pace to run at, so not impossible.
Pete and Billy, second time out. He won, it was in the mud.
My friend Lee Einsiedler, very upset I didn't pick him in the top 4. But I don't know how he's going to win this race because he's a forward horse in a fast-paced race who needs to improve. But he's not untalented.
I'm mad at you for Lee as well. Juggler, 47 to 1.
He took it okay. I calmed him down. Juggler's in a little bit tough here.
Golden Arm, here's a horse who opened as the slight favorite, start number 2.
Yeah, he is drifting, and he should drift. And not to say he has no chance near, because he does have a chance. But he's going to have to outrun some pretty quick horses and then hold off some decent closers. Tough spot.
Deserving favorite here, Pineapple Man?
I guess. I mean, you know, he finally ran a respectable figure. It does seem like the maker horses, especially when they're getting bet, are always showing up. And Radio Red sort of flattered him. Very logical horse. But he's another horse that's forward. And once again, he could be a pace victim here.
It was off a long layoff, too. You could see improvement second back off the bench. Let's go back to agility. Here he is, Jorge Abreu. And this was back on April 22nd. His most recent effort, beat as a favorite.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's been in a lot of spots where he seemed to get the right setup. He's been some short prices and not gotten it done. But he also may get an even quicker pace today than he's gotten in a lot of those races. Most of those races were relatively minor paces that pretty much held together. Whereas today, there is the very distinct possibility the pace is hot, and he's 9 to 1. If he were 7 to 2 in here, I'd say I'll let him beat me. He never seems to finish first. But Greg, I got to tell you, at 9 to 1, I'm betting him. I honestly, even 8 to 1, 7 to 1, I don't know. It just seems
it's way too big a price.
It's just too big a price. He runs. I don't like betting on these horses that have a lot of chances and don't get it done. But this just seems like Just seems like a very inviting price. I'll put it that way.
The bit of a concern, the 6 seconds and 13 starts, but as you said, yeah, may finally get the right pace to set it up for him. Let's go back down to Acacia.
I'm going to talk about 2 horses trackside that I really wanted to wait to see in the warm-up, and in particular, that's Pineapple Man, because he's the type of horse that just sometimes just doesn't warm up that great. He can be one that takes a little bit of time to get moving, and I thought it was interesting that out on the racetrack, Manny Franco took him away from the pony. He looks great today. He's been framing himself up nicely. He seems to be doing everything well. It seemed like that layoff and coming back and that second behind Radio Red last time, he's taken a step forward as a 4-year-old, which you hope to see. He never really grew much. He's not the biggest, but he does carry good condition, and he perked up nicely in the warm-up. The number 6, Z-Bear. This one comes out of that same Radio Red race, and he was actually 3-2 that day, and he just was kind of away from the pack throughout the running of the race. It seemed Eric Cancel was asking him to be in position early. Now, this is also my first time laying eyes on him, but he was one that framed up so nicely out on the racetrack. I absolutely loved the warm-up I saw from him. He could be one that could close from off of it, as I thought his race 2 back was big against Starter Allowance Company. Thought that he could set a good pace. I don't have a problem with horses like Daufusky Island. I just really thought that it could be a quick pace. You know, we'll see around these parts, but for me, Z-Bear won me over out on the racetrack, and hopefully he could get some pace to run at today, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Loading up momentarily. Pick 4 pool, 235,000.
It is a fun sequence, and I think we're getting into a much more competitive set of races going forward from here. Some at least opportunities for prices, as we have seen some relatively short prices today. One of them being put up on a DQ.
A lot to like about Pineapple Man, but it does seem like it's a much more wide open race.
Yeah. I mean, once again, he's a player in this race. I think 5-2 is a very hard price to take on anybody in this race. And around here, it seems like we've seen a lot of races recently where these sort of seemingly short prices that were a little overbet have been winning. But if they're really overbet over time, they're not going to win. But maybe he's not overbet. We'll see how he runs. Sometimes they win easily.
Still to come from Churchill. Up next, Echo Zulu back in that grade 3 winning colors as well. We'll get to that when we're done here. 7th right now from Belmont. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to John Embrial.
Pineapple Man goes in. We are set for race 7. Riders off the 1 East Coast Girl, who's being backed out. Rod Ortiz Jr. now back aboard the 1. East Coast Girl moves back in. We're once again set. And they're off. Daufusky Island hustled out for the lead. East Coast Girl now moves right alongside. And Golden Arm is on the outside, a close-up 3rd. Then Agility, who is next in 4th, followed on the outside by Pineapple Man, and the White Blinkers next in 5th. Ocean's Reserve runs in 6th, and it's Pete and Billy, along with Z-Bear. And farther back in the field is Juggler in 9th. A battle up front through a quarter in 21 and 4. East Coast Girl on the inside, Daufusky Island on the outside. They are right together. Golden Arm and Agility. Those 2 races a team 3rd and 4th. Then it's a half dozen lengths back to Ocean's Reserve. They're at the quarter pole. Daufusky Island has come away with a narrow lead. Here's a challenge on the outside from a Golden Arm. Towards the inside, it is Agility. It is Daufusky Island in front. Agility runs in 2nd. Golden Arm is next in 3rd, followed by Ocean's Reserve. Daufusky Island in front as they come on for the finish. Ocean's Reserve continues to gain, but it is Daufusky Island to win it by 2. Ocean's Reserve up for 2nd. Agility was 3rd.
Daufusky Island ran the best figure of anybody in this field last time out and goes back-to-back in the win column.
He was much the best in this race. That was a very, very quick pace. Unfortunately, Agility just got beaten for second, Greg. I'm going to cry after we hear from Paulie.
Grade 3 winning colors next. Echo Zulu, former champion, 1-5 favorite. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, and you know what? She looks the part, too, at least on the racetrack. I've always said that Steve Asmussen horses turn out great. Now, this horse was caught cross-entered into Memorial Stakes at Lone Star. And, you know, Steve could have been down there in Lone Star with his son, who's riding as well, but he's here to saddle Echo Zulu. He had a lot of entrants in today in Texas, so I think that's a very, very good sign in here. And listen, she's the one to beat here if she's ready. She's just very, very talented. Spirit Wind on the inside. We don't know how good this Florida bred is, and I think she will be the speed of the speed if she breaks well from the rail. She's going to try to take them gate to wire. I think that's her only way of trying to win this race. I mean, she has shown a little bit of heart. Now she's going to be dealing with a different type of animal, a grade 1 animal in Echo Zulu. And it seems like, you know, you look at a lot of Steve horses, Wicked Halo, a couple others when they debuted at Oakland, they just ran giant races. So I really think Echo Zulu is going to fire a big shot. And it says it on the tote board at 1-5. You know, you got to discern whether you like the 6 or not. Fire on Time. It seems like the Dale Romans horses are all firing, no pun intended. And this horse is 10-1, could land a decent trip. You know, when I look at this race, if you like the 5 to make some value, the 4 Last Leaf is the only horse in here that can make up some ground, or at least has made up ground in the past. So if they go fast early in here, I think you could play 5-4, 5 all 4 tries in here and try to get the 4 into the number. If the 5 can put the 1 away early and sort of break the 1's heart, I think the 4 can come rolling for second.
Yeah, Last Leaf, thank you, Paulie. The 4 ran a number that actually should put a little fear into Echo Zulu if she can repeat it.
I guess the question is, where the heck did it come from, Greg? I mean, and I agree, she ran very, very well. She attended the pace, and she got a good trip, but that was a huge move up for her. You have it fast on Thoroughgraph. Timeform US has it extremely fast as well. Bayern not as quick. We'll see. 1-9.
But again, it's one of these one-figure
right. But she's 14-1.
Performances, yeah.
And even the exacta, if you look at the prices, is probably the biggest exact for second. So, you know, one-figure horses, I mean, listen, was Defusky Island a one-figure horse? A little bit, not completely.
Had run that number a few starts back as well.
Okay. Because the buyer figures it was a standout number from his other numbers. But, you know, different figures look at things differently. And I think he ran huge today.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. We'll have those prices coming up in a moment. Former 2-year-old champion filly, Echo Zulu. Just most recently second in that Breeders' Cup filly in Mare Sprint behind Goodnight Olive. This is her return as a 4-year-old. There she is. Florent Giroux for Steve Asmussen. 6 for 8 lifetime. Here's the grade 3 winning colors. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Fire on Time breaks in stride, and Echo Zulu sent on for speed as well, and these two hook up early. Echo Zulu up for a narrow lead. Fire on Time sticks right with her. Spirit Wind 2.5 lengths back, racing in third. Marissa's Lady's up into fourth, and Last Leaf is down inside fifth. So down the back stretch run, and it's Echo Zulu the leader. Fire on Time is right there, pressing second through the opening quarter mile. Spirit Wind not far behind them in third. They went that quarter in a sharp 21-3. They're on the fire turn. Echo Zulu continues to be pressed by Fire on Time. And these two round the fire turn together. 2.5 lengths back to Spirit Wind. Last Leaf and Marissa's Lady. So round the fire turn, Fire on Time puts a nose in front. Right outside the quarter pole, Echo Zulu cuts the corner off the turn. These two head-to-head heading for the 8th pole. Echo Zulu shaken up for speed. Fire on Time tries to stick with her, but Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Fire on Time back in second. Spirit Wind is third. Last Leaf is fourth. Coming down to the finish, Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4. Fire on Time was second. Tight for third. Last Leaf for Spirit Wind.
She is a special filly. She got harassed in this race off the layoff by Fire on Time. It would not go away. and then she just draws off.
If you didn't know who they were and you were just watching the race, you would have said the 6 was going better than Echo Zulu, Fire on Time. But with horses like Echo Zulu, I mean, she's never not shown up and run well in her races. Even, I mean, arguably the Kentucky Oaks she lost is one of the best races she ever ran, if not arguably the best race she ever ran, especially given the distance. And she just shows her class and ability here and puts away a field she's supposed to beat. But I gotta tell you something. I don't know if she was supposed to come back and beat him that easily. She looked good today.
She looked really good, and this may be her year.
I'd be looking for, I'm sure they're looking forward to having another matchup with Goodnight Olive, as Goodnight Olive will likely, and you know, you're a ways away and a lot of things can go wrong, but the Ballerina at Saratoga, I think we're looking at a much more contentious year for the filly and mare sprinters.
She's right at the top of that class. Echo Zulu, she ended last year on that note, and she picks right up where she left off. Probably even better. This was fantastic to do this off the layoff, to get pressured as she did throughout and draw off.
She
may have come back better than ever.
She's a very, very nice horse, and it's great to see her back. And I think, you know, think about last year. Her year was basically interrupted, right? You know, with what happened in the Acorn. So it's hard to judge what she could have done if she had been sound the whole year in racing. And this seems like the absolute right step in the right direction for her, back to as good, if not better, than she ever was.
A great Echo Zulu. Florent Giroux aboard for that win. Now 7 for 9 in her career. And would you say probably, I mean, 7 furlongs, well within her scope.
Oh, yeah.
She's proven time and time again.
She almost won. I mean, the Kentucky Oaks at 1 1/8 with a very fast pace. You know, hopefully we'll see her, depending what they do, maybe we'll see her in the Honorable Miss and we'll see her in the Ballerina. You want to see the horses like Echo Zulu, and she's done so well in Saratoga. I mean, you think back to her debut as a 2-year-old, which was an opening day? If it wasn't opening day, it was opening weekend. And she, I believe she ran the fastest Beyer fig of anybody.
Any 2-year-old, yeah.
Any 2-year-old, the entire meeting up there, and that includes the boys. And then her spin away, which was another romp in the park. I mean, she was flawless as a 2-year-old.
She is one of the stars of our sport. Yeah. And it looks like she's primed to have a very special campaign with this return.
And you think about Goodnight Olive, even though a little unlucky to lose that race, but as well as Echo Zulu's stablemate ran in there, as well as Matarea. Could be some nice matchups coming forward.
Indeed, this was fun to watch. Echo Zulu back as good as ever, maybe better for Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, and LNN Racing. We'll be back right after this.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Trevor McCarthy. And what a nice claim. Rudy Rodriguez keeps it going. Charlie Baker had this horse last start in that dominant performance, and Rudy keeps it going.
And I give Trevor a lot of credit, too. He broke very sharply. The one, as usual, broke just a step slow. But when the one went to engage, Trevor rode the two to Fusky Island like he was riding the best horse. He didn't just give the lead up. He didn't let the other. He said, I'm on the best horse. I'm going to ride him like the best horse. And it's not always that easy, but a lot of times I think sometimes people are a little bit passive, and you're rewarded for aggression in this game. Nice race by Ocean's Reserve off the layoff for Leah Giamatti. Good setup or not, it's not like anybody else came running in here, and he really could have a nice run there, so a promising move for a horse that seems to have trouble hitting the winner's circle, but is very, very capable.
Yeah, it was off the bench, too, in his 4-year-old return to the races. Moving on the turf, Kingston next. We'll get to it in a moment. City Man, very short price. But back to Churchill Downs, and here's the former champion, Echo Zulu. What a return to action in her 4-year-old debut.
I mean, that's what you want to see, right? You want to see the stars come out and put on a good performance, and this was more than a good performance. And, you know, judging by how much she won by in the others, I haven't seen the final time, so I could be off on this, but you have to think it's a buyer figure at least in the mid to high 90s, and that's very strong for her. And obviously, she's going to get better with racing, and it's just great to have her back. You know she's coming to Saratoga, so we're looking forward to seeing her.
Can't wait.
Got 2:10 to show, Greg.
1 to 5. And would love to see that rematch. We'll see, you know, maybe it will come at Saratoga. You talked about potentially the Ballerina with Goodnight Olive and this filly here, but this division shaping up as being a lot of fun this year.
Yeah, a lot more competitive. Caramel Swirl, who was second, I believe, last year, she came back with a very good performance as well.
Paul Lo Duca with a man he has talked to quite a bit over the last few months.
Yeah, it seems like Steve and I have been having a lot of conversations, it seems like, over the last 6 or 7 months. Wow, were you expecting this?
We were nervous about how good she's been training and how good she's been doing. It's very, very relieved to get her first run in her, but we did expect it to go like that.
You know, Andy made a good point in the studio. She just never runs a bad race. She gave her the winner off, and boy, she was sharp.
Well, she's just a rare talent. She really is. You look at how fast she ran as a 2-year-old and her pedigree. You know, Gun Runner, how much he got better at old. We just dreaming big, and I think she's up to the task.
As sharp as she is now, Steve, do you just keep her around one turn?
Well, I think it's the right thing for her. You know, I definitely do, and don't want to keep her in the winner's circle, and I think that's a good way to do it.
Like to get that rematch with Goodnight Olive and her own stablemate Wicked Halo?
Well, I think we'll all do what's, you know, the responsible thing, take care of our animals and show up for the big days.
Well, you were happy-go-lucky coming over here. You knew you had a live horse, and wow, Wicked Halo delivered the goods.
Those two becoming best friends. If you win as much as Steve Asmussen does, you're going to get to talk to Paul Lo Duca quite a bit.
Do a lot worse than having Paul Lo Duca as your good friend.
Back to Belmont, Kingston next. Mile and a 16th on the turf. 4-year-olds and up, and City Man an odds-on favorite after a third-place performance in the Grade 2 Ford Marcy back on May 6th. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start with my man, City Man, as he's a very short price against this group, but he's done some really good running, and he's coming off of what was his best year yet, as he's really been able to mature, and he was always a generous horse in the afternoons, but it seems like he's really matured a lot mentally, especially in the way that he responds to his riders. Now, it's interesting, he's won 3 out of the 4 open New York bred stakes that we have in the Mohawk, Ashley T. Cole, and the West Point, and this race here in the Kingston is kind of the only thing missing from his resume, and ironically enough, he's never actually won a race at Belmont. I know that he's won going a 1 1/8 before, but I've always felt that a little bit shorter is really the best for him. A mile and a 16th. His weight looks great. His coat looks great off of that last effort where he went wide and Autumn and Fleet went down to the inside. That was also his first race off a little bit of a vacation. Dean Reeves represented by 2 in here, though, as Dakota Gold is the other one, and I actually thought ran a very good race in the Canadian turf last time out behind Emmanuel. He wasn't the fastest out. He was kind of still wide throughout the entire race, a little bit late switching leads, but he also never got a chance to save ground. I haven't seen him in the flesh in a while, but I did notice from that replay that he looked like he got pretty hot, and I'm seeing him get a little bit warm in the paddock today. I remember him being a pretty energetic type, and he was a little bit tricky saddling. I do wish he was carrying a little bit more condition coming in here, but that being said, I think that he's one that's kind of coming in now as an improved 4-year-old as well, so hopefully he can keep it together mentally in the preliminaries. The number 3, Jerry the Nipper, makes his first start off the bench, and he closed out his year back in November with a victory. He comes back, and he's a horse that now is a 6-year-old. He's really filled out as he's gotten older. He's dappled from head to toe. He looks very fit and well-muscled, well-conditioned off the bench. And I was encouraged by the fact that last time out, even though he broke well and allowed others to go, he was able to come from off of it, as we typically seen him as a very quick, early pace type. He's so laid back here in the paddock, too. I've always felt that he's kind of like a one-turn type of horse, and since switching over to the turf, it seems a little bit less ground bodes well for him, too. It's nice to see that he's a horse that can do either running style. We'll see what they employ with him today. He's certainly not a horse that's overly fresh off the layoff, Greg.
You want me to?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Let's take a look at Jerry the Nipper. Here he is. Todd Pletcher, Jose Ortiz will be aboard for Poli Stable. He's back on November 19th, his last start, and was a win ending his 5-year-old campaign.
Yeah, and more important than that, it was a win rating. And he's a horse that in the past has always been extremely forward. And listen, he won a race here at a mile on the turf very effectively in a fast-paced race. But the fact that he showed the ability to rate gives him a whole new dimension. A race that features Rinaldi, Call Me Harry, and some like it Hot Brown. Even around here, it's hard not to see the pace getting at least contested. I'm going to tell you something. Jerry the Nipper is very, very talented. He obviously doesn't have the resume of City Man, and he hasn't run the same consistent fast races as Jerry the Nipper. I still think at 7-1, he's a horse you should at least consider in this race. Todd Pletcher's numbers at NYRA off 4 to 8 month layoffs and turf routes are not as good as they are out of town, but I think all that's mitigated by his price right now. This horse has real ability, especially on the grass.
He's only been on the lawn 3 times in his career, and he has shown up every single time.
Even the loss to City Man was not a bad effort by any means. And the fact that he showed he could rate last time, to me, gives him a real chance. I actually think he should be the second choice because Dakota Gold, who ran exceptionally well last time with a very wide trip against a good field, he's got that one race that makes him a player. These other horses have multiple races, and obviously City Man has a great deal of races.
Yes, he does, and that's who we'll talk next. The 3-5 favorite, City Man. I guess this kind of tells a story more than anything. What was the other race he was looking at?
Well, I think they were thinking of running the Manhattan.
Yeah.
And, you know, a mile and a quarter, which is tough. Maybe they'll come back on short rest. I chose this race to show the Forbidden Apple because it was a tour de force race by him. I'll always feel like it was a mistake them not coming back in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. A mile, a Grade 1 for him, as he is a whole horse, and give him a chance on a course he ran so well in the prep. But that's what happened. I mean, you don't beat big fields and competitive turf races like that by 3 lengths. 104 Beyer figure. He ran one of the better turf races we saw in the country, especially by non-Euros last year.
Joel Rosario was aboard for that performance. He'll be back aboard today. Form-wise, resume-wise, he should be well, I don't know if he should be 3-5.
You and I are not
a heavy favorite.
You and I are not inclined to bet 3-5 shots. So we see 3-5 and we instantly start looking for somebody else.
Yeah.
But I picked him, and I understand why he's a very short price. He's a very consistent, reliable horse. And I think the 1 1/8 last time, especially coming off a 3+ month layoff, a little bit far for him. He just didn't finish up the way he can at slightly shorter distances.
Over $1 million in earnings with that performance last time out for City Man. As fans enjoying this Memorial Day here at one of the great places to sit with your family, picnic.
The picnic area down here, which we can see from our third floor studio at the top of the stretch, is always a fun area as well, and it's been very lively there all weekend.
Here we go with our post parade. We got a few speedsters in this race who at one time were very, very good at what they do. We'll see one of them in a moment. We start with Ocala Dream from the rail. Eric Cancel for Tom Morley.
Pulled off a big upset in this race last year at 17-1 with a career-defying performance. Does he know it's the Kingston, and can he find it again?
Here is Rinaldi, one of those former really good speedsters for James Bond.
Nice to see him back after only 2 cameo appearances last year. He is very quick.
Jerry the Nipper making his 6-year-old return.
In my opinion, he's come down now to 5-1, but I think he's still a very fair price and very talented.
Dakota Gold, 7-2. Danny Gargan trains, comes in from Gulfstream.
I think he's a major player if he can run back to his last race. I just don't have the confidence that he'll run back to it. And if he does, is he going to beat City Man?
Here's Call Me Harry, Mike Maker, Jose Lezcano.
No, I couldn't believe he won last time out, but he got it done on a sloppy track. He's another horse with speed.
3-5 favorite. Here he is, the millionaire City Man.
He's a very reliable horse overall, and the 1/16 is a good distance for him.
Ratio to pause on a horse coming off a gate-to-wire 6-length score gets a lot easier.
There's an argument that the rail was the place to be that day, but the horse who was second did come back here with a victory and improved his buyer figure. And who knows, maybe he's a 4-year-old, that's a 5-year-old, I should say, that's just coming into his own.
It's a big number on some like it, a Hot Brown, who has had some huge efforts in his career.
But he's never been the same horse when he doesn't have the lead early. In a contentious race, it's hard to see him clearing, but if I were them, I'd just say throw caution to the wind and be aggressive and go.
This will be a 7-year-old return to the races. Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day with us as we remember those who gave their lives in service to our country. And a great day for racing action here, and this place is very soon from now going to be rocking a week from Saturday.
Absolutely, and a great weekend of racing too. The nominations for people that are interested are out at NYRA.com. You go to the Horseman's page, or you can get them on Equibase as well. But I'll try to tweet them out a little bit later so you can take a look and get an idea of who's going to run and what's going to be a thrilling weekend of racing. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday with a couple of 2-year-old stakes. Going to be just a fun weekend, and you got to come out and join us. Even next weekend, the weather for next weekend is supposed to be terrific. So really fun to be back at Belmont. It's a long 8 months. I love Aqueduct, but that was a long stretch of 8 months. Never had that long a stretch, at least in my life.
Long time with the Belmont and Aqueduct meet as well. So here's one that you think intriguing if it can get back to what he did in that Gulfstream race in his 4-year-old return on March 4th. Here's Dakota Gold.
And people should realize this horse is owned by Dean Reeves, or Reeves Thoroughbreds, the same owners that have City Man, but it's a stake race, so they're not coupled in those races. But they've got a couple of guns, and it's not bad to be an owner and have the top 2 choices in there. He was okay last year. His last race was exceptionally good. He was a good 4 wide around the racetrack after breaking a step slow. He kept on running against Emmanuel, who's a very solid runner for Todd Pletcher. And I thought his last race was a huge step in the right direction. And if he's able to continue with those kind of efforts, he's a major player in this division, but he's got to bring that Florida form to New York. Not always that easy for a lot of barns to do.
Now with more on this 4-year-old son of Freud, let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And just wanted to circle back on him, Greg, because I'd mentioned back in the paddock that I saw him getting a little bit hot and had noticed that that appeared to be the case with him down in Florida as well. And it is a warmer day today, but there's a nice breeze as well. And you saw Irad Ortiz keep him pretty quiet in the warm-up. I think that's to try and conserve some energy. So he has settled a bit more now, which is definitely encouraging because he seemed like he was starting to expend a bit of energy back in the paddock. As we do see Jose Lezcano taking the tack off the number 5, Call Me Harry. Looks like the 5, Call Me Harry, will be a late scratch. And just coming over the announcement from John and Brielle, Call Me Harry, the 5, a late scratch after the warm-up. Wanted to talk about the number 9, Some Like It Hot Brown, who comes back off the layoff. And I remember when he came into last year's Kingston, and he was the favorite that day, the heavy favorite, and off of a similar type of layoff. He did not look fit at all. He was carrying so much weight that day and just really didn't look like he was ready to come back to the races. He's still carrying condition, but this year, compared to what I saw last year and off of, again, a similar type of layoff, he doesn't look like he's as heavy. He definitely looks like he's a horse that's a little bit more tuned up. I think he'll appreciate getting back to the turf. He obviously has ability, given the fact that he won that $1 million Grade 3 over at Kentucky Downs, and we'll see if he can get back on track. And here should be some other pace, but I think that he's definitely a likable 7-year-old New York bred who could be more ready this year versus last, Greg.
Should.
Thanks, Acacia. We look forward to this coming up here in the Kingston. Late scratch, so take out Call Me Harry, which does impact the race a little bit, even though it's a huge price.
Absolutely does. It takes out one of the speeds, and potentially there were 3 speeds, and that sort of guarantees a quicker pace with him. But you do wonder if he had issues, if he would have been involved. And I think if you're Jose Ortiz, you have to take note of that scratch, because you need to be aggressive out of the gate, or more aggressive out of the gate with Jerry the Nipper. Not to say he's supposed to send him, but you're supposed to make sure that the 3 and 9, or at least one of them, has some company towards the front. You don't want to compromise your mount, but you don't want to be compromised.
Well, Rinaldi's...
He's going.
Yeah.
I mean, he always goes. He's 42-1, by the way. But I'll tell you something. Something like a Hot Brown's got to go, too. It'll be interesting to see what happens in this race. This is a very nice field of very accomplished runners.
Still at 3-5. City Man coming off that third in the grade 2 Fort Marcy. Here he is with Joel Rosario. Get turned around here in a moment. And will he get the pace set up here from the 2 and the 9? See if Jerry the Nipper stays close as well. Odds-on favored to get it done here in the Kingston. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Citizen K goes in, waiting on the 9, Some Like It Hot Brown, to complete the field for the Kingston. And they're ready to go. And they're off. Ocala Dream, Rinaldi, and Jerry the Nipper, those 3 out for the early lead, with Citizen K on the outside, and City Man is down at the rail. Then Some Like It Hot Brown and Dakota Gold will be the early trailer. In 7th, it is Rinaldi leading here by a half length. Jerry the Nipper on the outside in 2nd. Ocala Dream is now back at the rail and in 3rd. Alongside is Citizen K. Then comes Some Like It Hot Brown, who is moving up on the outside from 5th. City Man sits in 6th, about 5 lengths from the lead. And Dakota Gold is the trailer. The quarter, 24 seconds, midway up the backstretch. It is Rinaldi by a half length, with Jerry the Nipper racing in 2nd. Then the trio of Citizen K, Some Like It Hot Brown, and Ocala Dream. City Man in the white cap there is in 6th, and Dakota Gold in the green cap is the trailer. The half mile in 47 3/5 seconds. So it is Rinaldi, 3/4 of a length. Jerry the Nipper getting closer now on the outside. Rinaldi, Jerry the Nipper, they are heads apart for the lead. Citizen K is in between horses. Ocala Dream is down at the rail. Some Like It Hot Brown on the outside. City Man looking for a way through as the field hits the top of the stretch. And it is Rinaldi and Jerry the Nipper. Ocala Dream to his outside is Citizen K. City Man got stifled there, trying to find a way through. Jerry the Nipper in the meantime has come away with the lead. And here is City Man now kicking in on the outside. Here's City Man up to challenge Jerry the Nipper. Jerry the Nipper, City Man, and Dakota Gold late. City Man, he always puts in a top effort. At the age of 6, he wins the Kingston under Joel Rosario.
City Man had a little bit of work to do. Looked like he might be in some tight going as well, but boy, did he kick in late.
And I'll tell you something, people can be critical, and Joel Rosario would have been quite the goat had he not gotten through. But if he tried to go around, Greg, he wouldn't have won this race. So he made a calculated decision, and it was a decision that not only worked, but it was a decision he had to make, because he wouldn't have gotten it done. Jerry the Nipper ran terrifically in this race. No, it wasn't a particularly fast pace, but once again, Jose Ortiz was aware of the speed scratch, and he had to put him in the game. So he gave him the perfect ride in here. Jerry the Nipper ran a sensational race off the layoff. He just lost to a great stakes horse who's very, very good. And Dakota Gold put in a heck of a run from well back as well. This was every bit as good, if not better, a race than it was advertised.
And it shows you the perils of turf racing and how difficult it can be when you're on the best horse.
Well, you think about that with Joel, because he gets blocked for, what, a half a second even? He probably loses this race, Greg, and everybody's knocking him. But as it played out, he had to ride that horse that way. If he tried to circle around, he doesn't win this race, and people should remember that. You know, I'm as guilty of being tough on riders as anybody, but Joel could have been the GOAT. Instead, he was the hero.
I know this turf course is playing fast too, but that's a quick time for a mile and 16th.
Yeah, whatever the times be in this center turf course these days.
139 and 2. City Man, the win, 6-3, 4-1. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, an absolute superstar for what this mare accomplished in wartime. The never-to-be-forgotten story of Sergeant Reckless when we come back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional Networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We're going to go to Churchill Downs. Mile and an eighth on the turf, maiden special weight to close out their card. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, and to close out the card right now, I think the public is leaning on the two hot trainers in here, and that's Brad Cox with the 5 in here, Boppy, and the 9 in here is Sri Lanka, who is bred up and down. I don't know if you guys remember Shirako, her dam, who won a Breeders' Cup. I don't know if it's a great sign that this is a daughter of Munnings, and the horse went through the sales ring under basically what Munning stands for, 100,000. The horse went for 80,000. But, you know, the two turf races for Sri Lanka have been okay, and Brendan Walsh is just on fire in here. And, you know, Boppy, the 5, was wide most of the way at Turfway Park over the synthetic. Now, you know, Brad Cox's horses, I haven't seen a lot of them been working at Keeneland coming in here. You see some that were still working at Oaklawn, then they came back over here. But this one been working at Keeneland and is, I want to say, your lowest in the will pays when it comes to all the multi-wagering as well. So, you know, the horse to beat, at least in the public's eyes. You know, 2 horses on the outside, the 10 and the 11. I thought the 10 was interesting, you know. Good second place finish for Kenny McPeak last time. This horse has tried 4 different racetracks and has run okay over all of them. And then the outside horse, I thought the Michael Maka horse turned out really good. The 11, Roses Tomorrow at 8-1. These are the type of races that Michael wins. You know, this horse drew 12-12 with is an awful draw at Keeneland. Now, the draw here, 12-12, is not that bad when it compared to Keeneland. So I do think that the 11 is your price horse with Gerardo Corrales at 8-1. But I do think Brendan Walsh's charge here, Sharanka, is going to be tough.
Well, the 5, 9, 10, taking the majority of the money in here, and you have Freitas the Red, the 10 for McPeak. Coming off that second place finish on that Keeneland turf course, but
Has run good at a few different turf courses.
He's okay. I mean, he's had his chances in second races, but he's obviously a player in here. I don't have a strong opinion. The 5 is tough to take 2-1 horse like the 5, who's first-time turf. What about the 2 is a ridiculous long shot?
Yeah, make your case here. Rafael Bejarano, by the way, rider change on the 2.
The Dam has produced 3 turf winners. Now, they are not horses that moved up significantly on the turf. But they are 3 turf winners, horses 35-1 if you want to throw them in somewhere in this race.
Meanwhile, there's the favorite, Boppy, for Brad Cox's debut synthetic at Turfway Park, late March. Took the lead in the stretch and then wound up second beat a length. Well clear of the 3rd place finisher. Daughter of Blame in the debut effort. Now gets grass from a Dam who started 3 for 3 on the turf, 4 for 5 of the grass, including a grade 3 Appalachia and a grade 2 Lake George win.
Yeah, now she produced 1 horse to try the grass. That horse was not effective. Blame is an arch, so you get a turf influence there. So many of the Claiborne Stallions are have turf pedigrees or turf meant. And I have no problem with this horse as a possible winner, but as my old friend Harvey Pack used to say, you're not supposed to bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite. Oh, you think it's a My Racehorse could have something to do with it?
Well,
Brad Cox has a lot to do with it, too. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know if he has more or less than 1,000 horses, but you use Formulator. You look up horses. How often do we look up horses that finish second in maiden races at fairgrounds or wherever, and they ran second to a Brad Cox horse?
Yeah, it's incredible.
He really does a remarkable job.
He already has 100 victories this year. From less than 400 starts. He's 28% on the year.
No, he's firing on all cylinders. But even Brad would say this, things are going to get tougher. You know, he's looking for Saratoga. He's going to, you know, the year gets tougher as it goes along, but Brad will win more than his share of races, that's for sure.
He's got the 2-1 choice here, making her turf debut. Start number 2, the 5, Boppy. Chris Landoris will be aboard. Paulie mentioned the 9 in here, Sri Lanka for Brendan Walsh. Munnings filly. Florent Giroux aboard there as she steps in. There's the favorite waiting to load in next as the 9 temporarily backs out. Yeah, Mike Maker with an interesting 8-1 shot. He's got Rosie Tomorrow's, Gerardo Corrales, that 11 blinkers on.
Yeah, I have a tiny double going with the 2 at that price to try to get lucky with a score. These are tough races, and I'm not, you know, I just look at this race. Rosie Tomorrow's did have a wide trip last time, but she's going to have to improve, isn't she? Even with the wide trip last time, you know, and she was legitimately 4+ wide around the track. And actually didn't run that badly. It's Mike Baker. She can win.
Let's go to Travis Stone, nightcap from Churchill Downs.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Even start down inside, blessing the flag with Mad Caper. Boppy is there. Harmonica comes on. From the far outside, Rosie Tomorrow's races up to join them as they move by us for the first time. Nobody in a particular hurry to find the lead. Boppy takes it almost by default. Rosie Tomorrow's tries to back off as they move by us. Harmonica comes on to grab 3rd. Holy Foley on the outside is 4th. Mad Caper settles in toward the rail 5th, but only 3 lengths off the lead. Blessing the flag is 6th. Summertime Rose in 7th. And then it's Freitas the Red on the outside in 8th. Abbreviation toward the inside 9th. Sri Lanka's racing in 10th with Lady Dynamo. And Dixie Supreme is the trailer to the backstretch run. And the leader is Boppy. Boppy steps out to control the pace down the backstretch. Rosie Tomorrow's is prompting 2nd, and Holy Foley not far behind on the outside 3rd. So the 3 of them, 1, 2, 3, a break of a length back to Harmonica. Summertime Rose advancing in between. Mad Caper pushed on down toward the rail. Blessing the flag draws to within 4 lengths of the lead for the far turn run. Then it's Freitas the Red, Sri Lanka, Abbreviation. Near the back, Lady Dynamo and Dixie Supreme. So around the far turn, Boppy still the leader. half-length advantage midway around the turn. Rosie Tomorrows is right there. Holy Foley comes on 3 wide, and Harmonica comes on the scene with a 4 wide sweep. And right in behind is Freitas the Red, just 2 lengths to make up there. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Holy Foley in front. Freitas the Red needs to find a way through. Boppy fights on toward the rail. Sri Lanka's coming down the center. Harmonica flattens out. Lady Dynamo had to check right at the 8th pole. In the meantime, Freitas the Red has kicked away. Freitas the Red scores by 4 on the wire. Sri Lanka is second. It's tight for third there. Lady Dynamo or Boppy.
Freitas the Red scoots away from this group mid-stretch. Second start of her 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, just got it done. She was the best horse. The favorite, Boppy, got to the front. Looked like she was cruising, but she just wasn't good enough down the lane. But Freitas the Red had the experience. And listen, she finished second to Free Look up at Saratoga. Free Look is disappointed a bit this year, but she ran competitively in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. She found the right bunch, and she crushed them.
10-9, maybe the 5 for third. It was close.
Very close. Had a little run for my 2. It was close early. I don't think they pay off for that, though.
All right, let's get back to New York. Up next, the commentator, but let's wrap up what we just saw with City Man, and what a burst when the 6-year-old found a seam under Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I mean, this horse, the move he made in mid-stretch to get right to the leader, Jerry the Nipper, that was sort of an electrifying burst right there. But Jerry the Nipper was not giving up easily. And Jerry the Nipper, especially coming off that kind of layoff, ran extremely well. And I'm looking forward to some other matchup between these horses. This is a nice group of horses. These
10th win of this 6-year-old's career. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
City Man taking the Kingston, as I'm so pleased to be joined by owner Dean Reeves. And Dean, this was the only New York bred turf stake that City Man hadn't won. How exciting to see him fight for it and get the victory today.
Yeah, the other horses really ran well, and they set an early pace, and they didn't get tired. So he really had to get it in high gear to get it done. But he's the kind of horse that gets there at the end.
He's been so reliable for you, too. And I know he's extra special being by Mucho Macho Man, who you campaigned, of course. But now as a 6-year-old and still at such a high level, he's special.
He really is. And, you know, even when he took a little time off at the farm, he just seems like he owns the place. He's become that way, and it's really special that he's by Mucho Macho Man, and he's been so consistent. His numbers are very consistent, and he put up a great effort today. I was really proud of him, and I was proud of Dakota Gold, too. I thought he ran a great race.
He did, finishing third, and this is Big Apple Showcase Day, where we celebrate the New York breds, and we've seen you so involved with the New York bred program over the last several years. Why is it something that appeals to you?
Well, I think it's a great program run by great people, and they do a good job. It makes good business sense. It gives your horses a chance to develop in the New York program, and if they're good enough, they can move up like City Man has. And we enjoy it. So it's fun to come to New York, and these New York breds have been great for us.
It's fun to win, right? Congratulations, Steve.
Thanks. And nothing better than a good win.
City Man fighting, and now has won all 4 of those New York bred turf stakes. Greg?
Now this horse wins a lot. 10th win of his career, 8th on grass, and we're going to see him again in the near future.
And Patty and Dean Reeves are really great owners in this game, and really we're a better sport for having them involved. They haven't been involved in the game that long, and Mucho Macho Man was one of their first horses, and obviously had great success with him. It's just over 10 years ago. But they have really embraced the game. They love Saratoga. They spend almost the entire meet up there. And it's really fun to have them. They're coming up for the race on the showcase day. It's great to have them here, and we're lucky to have them in the game.
Commentator coming up next. Look at the current odds. Mile and a 16th main track, and a former winner of this race a couple of years ago. Can he do it again? Now as a 7-year-old. Bank it, millionaire in his own right for Steve Asmussen. He'll have Joel Rosario aboard trying to do it one more time.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
And here's commentator turning for home in the Whitney with a 3-length lead. On the far outside, Student Council trying to reel him in, but time is running up. There's less than a furlong to go, and it's commentator well clear. Followed by Student Council, and here's commentator to win the Whitney again.
Again, indeed, he won in 2005, wins it again in 2008, and he saved his best performances of his career for the Whitney.
He was an amazing horse when he ran his races, and he was a bit of an issue and tough to keep him on the track, and he got left in some races here and there, like unfortunately in the Forego, but his 2 Whitneys were incredible performances, beating the eventual horse of the year and Breeders' Cup Classic winners St. Liam in 2005, and then coming back 3 years later and laying that 10-length hurt on the field. I loved him. I always used to go see him at Nick Zito's barn. He had that blue ball. What a cool horse he was.
This year's edition of the commentator coming up very intriguing. And horse in the background circling. Our current favorite, that is Ouster for Mark Hennig. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
But it's a pretty wide open group, and it's a super competitive race we've been looking forward to. We'll start down to the inside with the #1, Dr. Ardito, who comes out of a graded stakes try in the Westchester, and given that absolute tear he was on, he certainly earned a try in graded stakes company in that last race. Now, he was off a little slow that day, and he looked like he was never really traveling as comfortably as he could have been. I'll admit, I'm not the most familiar with him. I've actually only seen him in the flesh in the paddock once, but he's a horse that I remember used to have the propensity to drift a little bit, and he does wear a stronger bit than we'll typically see Chad Brown use, that Houghton bit with the bar underneath the chin, providing more control for the jockey, and he's on the muscle in the paddock today. He's definitely been touting himself. He's striding out nicely. He looks terrific coming out of that disappointing Westchester effort, but the #10 Ouster, I've always been a fan of this horse. I actually thought that he ran pretty well behind Majority Partner last time. This one was kind of the front of the pack chasing, and I thought he ran, yes, second best that day, but by a horse that was in very good form and ran a huge buyer speed figure for the effort. He's back in amongst New York breds. He always looks the picture of health for Mark Hennig. He just really seems to have figured this horse out well, dappled out from head to toe. He has some good length to his frame too, as he'll try to navigate a little bit more distance to the mile and a 16th, and I think it should suit him really well. I mean, he won going the 2-turn mile and an 1/8 over at Saratoga, but he hasn't turned a hair here in the paddock. The #6, Bankit, the old friend, the 7-year-old veteran who won this race back in 2021. he'll stretch back out in distance. And sometimes as horses start to get older, they will carry their weight a little bit differently, or maybe they just won't look as well in their coat, or they won't be as bright and perky in the paddock prior to their races. That's not the case with Bankit. He comes off of a 4th place finish at Laurel, trying Stakes Company there, and he really looked like when Sheldon Russell decided to go in between horses late, he really got bumped hard on either side at a pretty pivotal point in the race. If he can get back to some of his better races, and he ran well behind Dr. Ardito, I think at the age of 7, he is still a major player in this division, Greg.
We'll see if he still has it. Thank you, Acacia. He has put together quite a career, 20 times first or second in 39 career starts.
Yeah, I mean, I think and he's a very reliable, neat horse, and I 100% agree with Acacia. He had significant trouble last time in the stretch, no fault of his, no fault of Sheldon Russell. The problem I have is his recent races, I just thought were a little slower than the best races by Dr. Ardito and Ouster. You could say maybe they have a move forward, or you could say maybe, you know, they've run their races and they're shorter prices. But he's not a big price if you like him. Probably going to be the second choice.
Here's Dr. Ardito. He got beaten his debut, then he reeled off 6 in a row. They tried him in Grade 3 Company last time out. Now he drops back down.
Based on doubles, he will absolutely be the favorite. And I get it. Tough Company last time. Other than that, nearly unbeatable.
Brooklyn Strong, big price next door. Javier Castellano rides.
Never been able to get back to that form he had as a 2-year-old when he won the Remsen.
Sheriff Bianco, intriguing horse. Can he go this far?
That's the question. He's going to be up front. They have to be aggressive with him, and Jose's been riding aggressively, but he's got to get the distance. But he's got some fast races, Greg, just going shorter.
Here's Whittington Park at 17-1. He comes in off a win.
Surprised he's 17-1. I think his running style is more suited to 1 turn than 2 turns. I don't think distance does him any favors, though.
Barise for Mike Maker, his second start back, his 4-year-old campaign.
He's got races that put him in the ballpark here at a big price. Can he find those races?
Here's the millionaire. Bankit, 7 years old, former winner.
You got to respect and love horses like that. And these are what these New York Bred Showcase days are all about. He's going to have to run his best race, though. It's a good race and a good horse.
Won this race by more than 13 lengths a couple of years ago. Olympic Dreams, blinkers on.
You like him more than I do, but he is lightly raced and improving for Pat Quick.
Here's Jose Lezcano on Curlin's Wisdom.
He's my long shot if you're looking at a price in there. He's got some races that are fast enough. I think he's a player.
Here is Ouster, the 5-year-old with Dylan Davis.
He's my top choice in this race. I wouldn't bet a nickel on him at 5-2. Based on doubles, he figures to go up. He's been in a raging form and was compromised last time.
Rick Dutrow barn, the horse coming off a win. That was first off the claim.
But he's going to have to take another big step forward to contend with this group.
And here is Seafoam. $847,000 in earnings, and he's going to be forward.
But he's got a deal in all likelihood with Sheriff Bianco, and it's just even his best races probably aren't good enough to beat these. Had Sheriff Bianco not played, he had a chance to wire him.
49.012 for charging. He will stretch out. Second off a lengthy layoff for Jorge Abreu.
They're getting awfully aggressive with a horse that's never gone this far before.
So let's take a look at the favorite, Ouster. That's the big long shot. We'll get to Ouster in a minute. 5-2, and here he is against Whittington Park. This was on March 18th, and this was a dominant 5-length win. This was the best we've ever seen Ouster.
This was a tremendous performance by him, getting himself a 100 buyer in here. And I really think in a lot of ways, though, his next race might have been as good, if not better, because in that race, he was compromised by a very moderate pace set by Majority Partner, who ran a hole in the wind that day, and he still ran very close to his best effort. He's been versatile. He's been good. He's got to come to Belmont Park and face the likes of horses he hasn't been facing in the past. So he gets a gut check. Now, I picked him. I did not imagine he could be favored in this race. And judging by the doubles, he rates to go up in price. He is a $10 double for $1 with a 3-5 shot. But if he remains around 5-2, I still think he's an underlay, even though he is my top choice.
Took him 6 starts to break his maiden. He immediately won right back. Just missed. Trying to make it 3 in a row, and then that huge performance that you just saw. So 5-2 right now on that 5-year-old son of Outwork. Here's Dr. Ardito. Anytime you can string together 6 wins in a row, and that is pretty special, and that's what Dr. Ardito did after losing his debut.
No, he's been a model of consistency. And for those that say, well, what happened last time? You say he's so consistent. Well, he ran a similar figure that he usually runs. He was just running against significantly better horses.
Horse is going to be in the Met Mile.
Super fast, right? Couple horses, and in the second-place finisher as well. So I don't think that he ran badly in there. I just think he was running against too tough a group. They took a shot in there, and they found out that he's not really ready at this point to face opens in graded stakes. There's no disgrace in that. He's back in a race he belongs in, and I think by Auster's 2-1 now?
Wow.
What's going on here?
That was a victory, just edging out Bankit. They'll get reunited again today. Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, and I liked Auster in this spot too, but also did not expect him to be such a short price, but wanted to talk about a horse that really could have a big impact on how this race is run with the number 3, Sheriff Bianco, who is stretching out. They saddled him with the pony back in the paddock, and then immediately when he got out on the racetrack, Jose Ortiz took him right away for a big warm-up, kind of speaking to intention. Physically, I actually really don't mind him stretching out. The fact that this is still a one-turn race, I think, will help for him, and they should be aggressive, and it looked like in the warm-up, it was notifying all of what Jose Ortiz's plans were with him. Ran behind Today's Flavor last time out in the Affirmed Success. We'll see if he can handle the distance. That's going to be the main question for him today. But again, physically, I don't mind it. The number 8, Curlin's Wisdom, is Linda Rice's other horse in here, and he's a price. And I know, I don't think that he is potentially as good, and was a distant second to Unbridled Bomber last time out. But he has some good races on the go back, and more than anything, he is just the horse that has caught my eye every single step of the way here. When I first walked into the paddock, when they got out on the racetrack and started warming up, he's just always been the one that I've been drawn to. He looks sensational today, and he is a good-looking type, and sometimes maybe just carries a little bit of condition. He's super fit now, and he's been racing regularly, had a lovely warm-up out on the track, and at a big price. We'll see if he can make a little noise underneath in here. Again, just one that kept catching my eye at a bit of a price. But Greg.
He's 13-1 right now. Acacia, thank you. Jose Lezcano will ride for Linda Rice. Tough test against this group.
Yeah, you know, the point I made with the 8 is my price horse, Curlin's Wisdom. And first of all, it doesn't hurt that Linda Rice's barn has been on fire, but he's got some figs that are fast enough, and I think going back from the one, not going back, but being at one turn helps him. And what was he doing involved in the pace last time? With Unbridled Bomber ran a gigantic race that day. He's a big price who's run some races fast enough to contend, so he's the one that's a price, because I saw it as the chalks being the horse to beat. And I'll be honest, I said it before, I never imagined that Auster would be favored, and he's not favored in doubles. He's the 3rd choice. So it never occurred to me to be favored, and I never would have picked him at 2-1. Frankly, at 2-1 and 3-1, I'd rather have Dr. Ardito.
Okay.
You don't agree? You think Auster's better? You could.
It's a tough call.
I just think the difference
not
in the
a lot
price.
between
Right,
them.
that's why I'd rather take 3-1 and Dr. Ardito. That's the only reason I'm saying it.
Yeah.
I prefer Auster, but I thought he'd be a better price.
Yeah, I prefer Auster too, but that is short. There's the 4 stepping in, Whittington Park. He was a distant second to Auster. 2 starts back, then he came right back and won at 1 1/8. Here we go, great addition of this commentator on our Memorial Day coverage. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
For Charging and Seafoam. Also waiting on the 2, Brooklyn Strong, who will be the last horse to go in. And Brooklyn Strong completes the field of 12, going 1 1/16. And they're off in the Commentator Stakes. And from the extreme outside, it is Seafoam who gets the early lead. Prince of Pharaoh's running in second. Sheriff Bianco now moving up. Olympic Dreams is in between horses in 4th. Bankit runs in 5th. Dr. Ardito down at the rail. Next in 6th. Auster is in 7th. Then comes Whittington Park, who is in 8th. And in between horses there is Prince of Pharaoh's. Down at the rail is Brooklyn Strong. And then we come back to 2 for Charging, and Barise is the trailer in 12th. The quarter went in 22 and 4. Seafoam is the leader here by a little more than a length. Sheriff Bianco is on the inside of Olympic Dreams. They're together 2nd and 3rd as the field goes for the far turn. It is Long Shot Seafoam in front here. Olympic Dreams in second. Sheriff Bianco down at the rail. Prince of Pharaohs is on the outside in fourth. And Bankit is fifth, followed by Ouster, who's now 4.5 lengths from the lead. Dr. Ardito is being asked for more. Then comes Whittington Park. Brooklyn Strong is dropping back. Then comes Prince of Pharaohs and Barise with 2-4 charging. 3/4 went in 1:10 and 2. They're at the top of the stretch. It is Sea Foam and Olympic Dreams. Sheriff Bianco in behind. Horses looking for a way out. Here is Bankit now on the outside. And it is Bankit who now takes the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Sheriff Bianco has racing room on the outside. It's Bankit and Sheriff Bianco. Dr. Ardito with a late run here. Bankit, Sheriff Bianco, Olympic Dreams coming back again on the inside. They come for the finish, and it was tight. It was tight between Bankit and the resolute Olympic Dreams. A photo finish in the commentator.
Bankit, Olympic Dreams, photo finish in the commentator. The 7-year-old came up with a big one again.
There have been a lot of good races today, and this was as exciting as any of them. We didn't see anybody produce a late run in a relatively fair-paced race, but the old pro Bankit, he put himself in the game, and he got it done. Olympic Dreams, Greg, who you had mentioned to me you thought was a very live long shot, ran a sensational race to finish a narrowly beaten second under Trevor McCarthy. And as well, Sheriff Bianco, who rated in here with Jose Ortiz, and when he wheeled him out right at this point, he looked like a winner, and he really handled the mile in a 16th, just not quite good enough. Bankit showed up. Dr. Ardito, he's making a late run for fourth. And the number 10 in this race, Ouster, he was never a contender in here, finishing a well-beaten 7th.
Won it 2 years ago on a muddy sealed track. He does it again here on the fast-going Bankit. Been such a fun horse to watch over the years.
5-1 on the old pro Bankit getting it done. He was a much shorter price in doubles, but he ended up being a value price on the board as they clearly overbet Ouster. Picked him or not, I can't do anything about the prices of my picks. He should not have been 5-2 in this race.
Bankit put up as your unofficial winner here. What an effort from Olympic Dreams. Trevor McCarthy, great ride. Just comes up short at 27-1, 6-7-3-1. Bankit wins for the 9th time in his career. And he's got a lot more to give, it looks like, after this performance. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. And we'll have the story of this sensational mare, completely forgotten during wartime, and then she went on to become an American hero. Stay with us.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malathaat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malathaat.
We are back at America's Day at the Races. Gorgeous afternoon in Elmont, New York on this Memorial Day where we remember those who gave their lives in service of our country. It's been a fantastic card today, and we just saw a thriller in the commentator and a horse who has been provided a ton of thrills on this circuit.
I mean, you gotta say it's appropriate that Banquet wins the commentator, right? I mean, to have a horse that's such an old pro, an old warrior like Banquet, win a race named for one of the great warriors of New York bred history, and just a really gutty performance. And Sheriff Bianco, who's been remarkable since he went to the dirt. He improved at 1 mile and 1/16. He ran well. And how about the performance of the second place finisher in this race for trainer Pat Quick? That was a tremendous performance by Olympic Dreams. And maybe it'll remind some people that Trevor McCarthy's a very, very good rider. Not getting a lot of chances. I get it. It's an extremely good colony. But he gave this horse a perfect ride. And I mean, we've got one race to go. It's not a stake, but this has been a fabulous, fabulous day of racing to showcase the New York bred program.
Couldn't agree with you more. $12.20 for the victory with Banquet, 9th win of his brilliant career. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I'm so pleased to be joined by Steve Asmussen's assistant trainer, Toby Sheets, as Banquet, the 7-year-old Toby. His second win in this race. What a cool horse he is.
He is a really cool horse. He tries hard every time.
Now, sometimes as horses get older, they kind of lose their spark. That's not the case with him. He was marching around the paddock today.
He likes himself, which is good.
Talk a little bit about a horse like that and keeping that form and keeping him at this top level on the racetrack.
Just manage him properly, you know. Try not to overdo it once you're fit, that kind of stuff.
And how fun is it to have one like him in the barn?
It's great. Wish there was a bunch of them like that in my barn.
That's what we all wish for. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Banquet, the 7-year-old, with another win in the commentator, Greg.
Here's a look at how the pick 5 has gone to this point. Daufusky Island and Banquet, the two biggest numbers so far. Daufusky Island had the biggest performance of anybody coming into that race. And Banquet, the millionaire, has won this race before.
No, they're all very logical horses, and Hope You're Alive. The parlay, that was about $300 for $2, so 50 cents is $75, and a big open field in the last. You can still get paid. No big prices, and including a horse that a lot of people singled. It was 3 to 5. I didn't look them up, but I'm looking at some doubles, and we'll see what price we get for the big 5s.
All right,
Luck
and,
You're Alive.
yeah, we said this earlier on, too. Maybe the most wide open race, the entire card coming up.
This race, yeah, it's very, I mean, well, look at the board, right? There's a 3-to-1 favorite.
7 furlongs on the turf, New York bred, maiden special weight. Yeah, right now it's Carissa for David Donk, who is the 3-to-1 choice, but there are a lot of ways to go in this race.
Yeah, I mean, the lowest pick 5s are $530, roughly $33 and $34 for the 11 and 12, and those are the lowest pick 5s. That's $2,000 for $2, parlay at $300, so there is value in this, and once again, they're paying well, and we saw a very short price single win in the sequence, and no big prices even.
Some of the best thoroughbreds in this sport, well, they have great talent. They also display tremendous heart and courage. This next story is about a mare who may be unmatched in both of those categories. Forgotten during wartime, Sergeant Reckless went on to greater glory than any champion racehorse could ever dream of.
Reckless was bred to be a racehorse, but sadly she never had a chance to race because her 2-year-old season, that's when the war broke out and racing was suspended. So instead of becoming a racehorse, she became America's greatest war horse.
I think what impresses me most about Reckless's story in the Korean War is that they bought this horse at a race park in Seoul and turned it into a combat enabler.
Lieutenant Eric Pedersen was the man who purchased Reckless for $250, and he was the commanding officer of the recoilless rifle platoon. They decided to put her through hoof camp, which was the equine version of boot camp.
We hear about on-the-job training. This was the epitome of it. Literally, this horse was trained to lie down under fire, to protect itself, it knew how to avoid obstacles and barbed wire, and truly after just a couple of show and tell on the fly routes, the horse would do it by herself.
They would take her up and down the hills to get her used to carrying the pack saddle and the ammunition on her back. These canisters of ammo were very large. And before Reckless came along, the men had to pack this themselves. The camaraderie between Reckless and her men was something special. She was the only animal in camp, and so the Marines became her herd, and she would follow them anywhere and everywhere. She would even sleep in their tents at night. She would follow them into the mess tent and eat breakfast and had bacon and eggs. Even after a battle, she would have a beer with the guys.
The fact that Marines could depend on the horse to do the resupply routes, that means it wasn't just a horse to them. It was somebody that they were in the fight with.
What started the battle for the Nevada cities is at 7 o'clock at night, 3,000 enemy soldiers descended upon 3 outposts in this area. Reckless's men were guarding Outpost Vegas. They, of course, were overrun, and so Reckless's mission began that next morning. Started loading her up with 6 rounds at a time. By the middle of the day, she was up to 8 rounds at a time. She knew what her job was, she knew where her men were, and she would go up to the guns by herself.
There are stories of up to 50 times in one operation that she ran a supply route by herself. That frees up Marines for combat and for other things. So I believe that that's the most impressive part about the horse.
She carried 386 rounds of recoilless rifle ammunition. That's over 9,000 pounds on her back. Incoming fire was so fierce that the men couldn't hear themselves talk, and Reckless was in the middle of all of this.
Under artillery fire and mortar fire, she continued to do her resupply mission for the Marines, and especially having been wounded twice, and that not having deterred her to continue to do her mission through the end of the war it's really astounding.
They had a ceremony sending her off in October of 1954. Is when she left Korea. She was the guest of honor of the Marine Corps Ball that was at the Marines Memorial Club in San Francisco. And she waltzes through the lobby and gets in an elevator and goes up to the 11th floor, sachets out of the elevator into the ballroom. She spied the anniversary cake over on the table, and before the guys could get a hold of her, she was up to her nostrils in it. And then after that, she moved over to Camp Pendleton. At Camp Pendleton, while Reckless was there, the Commandant of the Marine Corps promoted her. There was a 19-gun salute in his honor, and a parade of 1,700 troops walked by to salute her. She had 3 colts, and she had a filly. Sadly, the filly died at a month old. Unfortunately, all the colts were gelded, so there is no bloodline for her. Her story just kind of disappeared from the pages of history. And what's interesting is she was as famous as Lassie and Rin Tin Tin in her day. She was an iconic hero. And when she died, her story made the front page news in newspapers across the country. And she was buried with full military honors.
I first came to light on the story of Reckless at the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Quantico, Virginia, where a statue by the same artist who did the statue that's behind us was erected to honor this great mare. I think Staff Sergeant Reckless's legacy is going to be that the courage and the dependability that she showed in combat made her truly what the saying is, not just a horse, but a Marine.
A true American hero, always great to bring that story. And we've seen it so many times over the years. I still, to this point, find new things when we watch it again.
No, it's one of my favorite things about this time of the year is that we show the Sergeant Reckless feature a couple of times, and it's nice to see it. She was obviously an incredible story, and I hope everybody at home was able to enjoy it.
Well, we still have the nightcap coming up at Belmont Park in our Memorial Day coverage. We will be back with the post parade when we return. Going to close things out on the turf. 7 furlongs in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up. One of the more wide open races on this card. Here's Creasa for David Donk. Getting back on the grass. Johnny V will ride. Stay with us.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse.
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Enjoy a group outing this summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Reservations are now available for the climate-controlled paddock suite accommodating 80 guests and for large-scale corporate gatherings at the rail at the 1863 Club. Head down the stretch to the Stella Artois Spa verandas for groups of 50 or tailgate at the turn with a carload of friends. For casual outdoor gatherings undercover featuring buffet lunch with Prosecco offerings, enjoy the Mia Netto Easy Goer. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga to book your group outing today.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thank you for being with us on this Memorial Day weekend. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. It's been a tremendous day showcasing not just New Yorkers, but this entire program. And we've seen some stars.
I couldn't agree more. The card delivered, the players showed up, and they delivered on the racetrack. You can't ask for anything more. It's been great weather. And we close it out with another big field of horses. Looking forward to this one as well.
Well, let's head downstairs, get a paddock report from Acacia.
And just before I start talking about the horses I'm interested in, they're having a very tough time getting the tack on the number 6, Kid Emerald. So we'll keep an eye on him and report back on that. But talking about a couple of other players in here, the number 3, Art of Kirk. Creesa. I'm not going to talk about Art of Courage. Creesa, the number 3. Sorry about that. Will be where I start. The horse that's taking money right now and getting back onto the turf. Looks much more like a turf horse. Has a big flat hoof on him, and also incredibly well muscled coming back now, second off the layoff. My notes said last time that he got a little bit warm prior to the races and had a big strong warm-up trying to get him back into the bridle. He's marching around the paddock here and looks so much more well-muscled and really did well, albeit on the dirt. He definitely got something out of it. Now going to the number 1, I'm Just, who's trying the turf for the first time, which I think is a little bit interesting. He is now the full brother to Listen to Your Heart, who's a stakes winner and a dirt horse, but he's also the half to stakes place She's the One, who was good on the turf. 3-time turf winner as well. And again, this guy has a big flat hoof on him, typical, the kind of that pancake type that lends you to believe that he'll appreciate getting onto the turf. He's a big, solid son of a Fleet Alex. He has a lot of size to him, much like Listen to Your Heart. Maybe he's just taking some time to kind of get his feet underneath of him. To the outside, the number 11, Launch Control. His lone turf start was actually a very good race. He was dueling the whole time with Disarmed, and both of them were run down late by Gem Mint 10. So he gets back to the grass today. And while on the bottom side, there really isn't much turf pedigree, there were 2 siblings who won once on the grass, but for the most part, the better siblings were dirt horses, including the full sibling, Miss Narcissus, who is a multiple stakes winner. But Freud, as we know, can be a very good turf influence. In fact, Freud, as far as especially following his progeny here in New York, they can do just about anything. And I really like this horse getting back onto the turf. On top of that, he is one that has just not a ton of condition, especially across his top line. And sometimes those kinds of physicals do tend to take better to the grass, as well. As they finally got in the tack on the number 6, Kid Emerald. And this is a very interesting race to close out the day, Greg.
It is. We're looking forward to this one coming up. 7-2 favorite. Tells you how difficult a race this is. That's Creesa. And you were taking a swing with a horse trying the turf for the first time, right?
Yeah, I thought that I'm Just was an interesting horse. It's not a pedigree that screams that he should improve in the turf, but I like the Afleet Alex's, the Northern Afleet influence on the turf. And the dam has produced a turf winner. Christophe Clement with turf horses, gets Joel Rosario. And I thought this horse ran well enough in those dirt races, maybe a little better than it looks in some sort of tough spots. And I give him a little bit of a chance in this race. I just thought he was interesting, first time in the grass. But listen, I mean, it's tough to make the 2 first time, but he is a Cairo Prince, and the way Linda Rice is going, who knows? Creesa is obviously dangerous in this race. The 4, for what it's worth, he's a foal to a horse named Meehan Sap, who's a turf winner and okay on the turf, so maybe he could improve. 5 and 6 seemed a little bit hard for me to make. Why is Conquest the 8 9-1 in here? He's already run faster figs, and 7 furlongs seems like a great spot for him in here. Sherazando has run a big figure, going 6 furlongs in the turf, 4 back, and he got eliminated at the break, and he gets a positive rider change.
Both those
to
prices
Javier
don't make
Castellano.
sense.
They're both players in here. Obviously, Z Dancer's a little bit hard to make. I know he's a war dancer, but he doesn't have a turf pedigree. And then 11 and 12 are going to have to stretch out and get 7 furlongs, and I don't think they should be the top 2 choices here, but they're no slouches.
7-2, 9-2 outside. It's those 2 and King Creesa, taking most of the money.
King Creesa is not racing anymore. He would at one time been a big favorite, but I think right now, assuming and hopefully he's still with us, he's probably lack a little conditioning.
Perhaps.
He ran second to Wise Dan in the 4-star Dave.
Did he really?
I believe he did. I believe it is. Dave Donk, a terrific racehorse. All those Creasas have been good horses. A lot of good from that family. A lot of good runners.
Rad Ortiz Jr. in those 3 Diamonds Farm Silks, getting a leg up on launch control for Todd Pletcher. Only turf start, was on the lead, wound up second as a beaten favorite, and out-dueled a horse just behind him named Disarmed, who came back to win. So this horse certainly a major player in this nightcap.
No, I have no major problem with him. The only thing I'll say about him is that I feel like he should have won that race on April 7th. And I don't know that 7 furlongs is going to do him a lot of favors. And I feel like he's had, Todd Pletcher horse that's lost at 3-1, 4-5, even money. It just feels like, for me, he's kind of running out of chances for me. So at a short price, I'll try to beat him. And Factually Correct is another one that, the one thing I'll say about Factually Correct, his race on April 7th, maybe it's a little better than that fig suggests. 26 Black, who won it, came back with a big performance, and he was off the rail on a good rail day.
Manny Franco right there on Conquest, one of a couple that talked about way too big a price, as is Javi's mount. There's Javier Castellano, Kentucky Derby winning rider on the 9 Scherzando, who certainly has that Belmont race last year in April. 72 buyer from a stalking position, second beat a neck. That was adding blinkers for the first time.
And blew the break 2 races back in his only turf race, and this is the right surface for him. He's had a lot of chances, but he's only 0 for 3 on the turf, and of course he's owned by DT Stables of Steve Bick's DC Stables, and I'm sure a lot of people listened at the races with Steve Bick, especially when I'm on every Tuesday at 11.
Every Tuesday you're on?
Pretty much, yeah, unless I can beg off it.
Okay.
It's been a long time, been at Steve's show for close to 20 years now.
Here's our post break. We start with this Clement runner, son of Afleet Alex, getting on turf for the first time.
Trying to finish it with a bit of a price. Horse has a little bit of pedigree, and the trainer seems to have some turf pedigree as well.
Tomorrow, first-time starter Linda Rice.
I'm not dismissing anything Linda Rice is putting on the racetrack now, and while there isn't a lot of turf pedigree on the dam side, the Cairo Princes love the turf.
John Velasquez for David Donk with Creesa.
Ran good figures in both of the turf races, and 7 furlongs shouldn't be a problem.
Here's a pedigree play you were talking about, Art of Courage at a big number.
Yeah, he's a huge price if you want to throw him in. He is a full, as we said, to a horse that improved greatly on the turf.
Sharp as turf, first start on the turf, showed some ability. Blinkers come off, gets Lasix, new gelding, a lot of changes.
And was off the rail, and the rail was good that day. First time for Dave Duggan as well.
Dylan Davis on Kid Emerald.
He would be an upsetter in this race.
Mike Maselli trains. We'll get Lasix. Here is the 8 Conquest, Manny Franco.
I don't understand why this horse is close to 10-1. He's run the fastest figs, or as fast figures as anybody in this race, and I like the cutback off the layoff. I think he's a player.
Scherzando with Javier Castellano.
Once again, we've talked about him a lot, and he's another horse who could easily get in there.
First on the turf for Z Dancer.
It's a huge price if you want to use him. I'm not talking anybody off big prices. He is a war dancer, is a turf influence, but the dam side is not turf.
Here's the Pletcher Launch Control with Irad Ortiz Jr.
I feel as though every time a Todd Pletcher, much like a Chad Brown horse and a Brad Cox, these are the kind of trainers they win when they're short prices. And every time they lose, it's a big knock.
Is this the speed of the speed?
Well, that's a very good. Let's go to the pace projector. The pace projector has the 4, 7, and 12 as the potential speeds.
Well, we don't know if the 4 has any
the 7's
turf
out.
speed.
The 7's out. Right. No, I agree. That's so with the 7 out, and if you don't know if the 4 is a turf speed, yes, he could be. But isn't Launch Control? Doesn't Irad have to at least go with him?
Yeah, I would think.
I mean, at least keep the 12 company in the early stages. If he runs away from him, we'll see.
Now let's take a look at Creasa. This was August 27th, the debut. Saratoga, 5.5 on the turf. It was more than 11-1 in the debut. Came from the clouds and just missed with John Velasquez.
Well, this is a crazy race. You may not remember this. I'm not even certain you were on the show, but Jonathan Kinchin liked the horse in front. He was a big price. And I was sitting next to him at the desk, and, you know, I'm dying to say to him, unbelievable pick. But I'm just sort of holding my breath the whole way. And as you're going to see, this horse is going to just hit a wall in about 5 yards. And the whole field came running. So in a certain way, while Creasa ran well in there, the race was collapsing at the end. But then he backed it up with an even better figure in his next start.
Yeah.
I have no knock on this horse at all. And I like the fact he had a prep as well in an off-the-turf race, so that should serve him well, get him ready for this race.
Yeah, with that equipment change, put the blinkers on in that race that came off the grass back on May 5th, so we'll get him on wearing them on the turf for the first time. Let's go back down to Acacia for more in the field.
And the number 8 Conquest is, I think, an intriguing prospect in here. And as you guys were mentioning, I think a very generous price, and is actually going to be my pick because I like him coming back now as a gelding. He was a horse that I last saw in November on his last turf start, and he had just really kind of turned the wrong way. He'd lost a lot of his conditioning, he lost some of his muscle mass, he just wasn't really doing as well, and they tried the blinkers, they tried surface switching, a couple of different changes for him, and now he comes back after a layoff, which I think has done him well, and being gelded. And sometimes we talk about the gelding and how it can change a horse as far as them mentally in particular. It can also really free up a horse's movement, and I think that that's exactly what's happened with the number 8 Conquest. I like everything I see from him. He is back to the good-looking horse. He is really, really strong, especially behind. He's fit off the bench coming back here. He's all that you'd want to see, and I think the 7 furlongs on the turf is perfect for him. He actually hasn't tried it before. I know he's had a lot of chances already, but I just really think that that ultimate equipment change with the gelding is going to help him, and hey, he's a big price in what I think is a really wide open group.
See how it plays out. Thank you, Acacia. Conquest, Scherzando, a couple of big numbers that are very intriguing in this nightcap coming up.
Yeah, I mean, there are cases to be made for every horse taking money in here, and for me, particularly Creasa, I pick second. But I think there are also cases to be made for horses, whether it's the 1, the 8, and the 9, horses we talked about. They're big enough prices. Get them in there somewhere. Make some money. Great closing race to what's been a tremendous day of racing.
Gorgeous Monday afternoon. Tremendous racing. And just a reminder, too, we're going to tell you about it again in a minute, but we are back on Thursday. We hope to see you then. We got a good weekend coming up, and then we're into our Belmont Stakes week.
The Pennine Ridge is coming next weekend, which is a prep around here for the Belmont Derby. Greg Wolf's favorite race, the Pennine Ridge. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago, Greg.
How did
Catholic Boy coming back on to analyze it. Well, he lost to a pretty good horse, and the horse who beat him won the Travers and the Belmont Derby.
Yep. Catholic Boy, tremendous
nemesis,
Grade 1 winner on turf
analyze
and dirt.
It, and you.
Here we go with this nightcap from Belmont. 7 furlongs on the turf to close out this Memorial Day card. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Launch control goes in, and now we're waiting on Factually Correct to complete the field. Field of 11 on the widened turf, going 7 furlongs. Factually Correct moves in. We are set for the finale. And they're off. And from the extreme outside, Factually Correct broke well, but now moving up is Sharp As, and towards the inside, it's Art of Courage. Art of Courage and Sharp As, and then Factually Correct now back running in third. Launch Control is next in fourth, followed on the inside by Conquest in fifth. Scherzando is running in sixth. Creasa is in seventh. Then comes Z Dancer on the outside in eighth. Just is next in ninth, and Utamaro is racing in 10th position. And at the back of the pack is Kid Emerald in 11th. The quarter went in 22 seconds. It is Art of Courage and Sharp As, and now they are right together. Factually Correct, just off of them in third. Conquest is down at the rail. And now looking for a way through is Launch Control. Launch Control splits horses. Scherzando's on the extreme outside. Then Creasa as the field turns into the stretch. And it is Art of Courage on the far outside. Scherzando. Launch Control has moved down to the rail. It is still Art of Courage. Here comes Scherzando on the outside. Launch Control is next in third. They're coming on for the finish. Scherzando, Art of Courage. Creasa's making a late run here. Creasa towards the inside. Creasa got there. Creasa and Johnny Velasquez to win the nightcap on Big Apple Showcase Day.
Creasa, Johnny V, David Donk getting back on the turf in 122 flat for the 7 furlongs.
Yep. Found that late seam and made that same late run he made in his debut to get the money in here. Art of Courage, who we mentioned, had a significant amount of pedigree as far as being a full to me and Sap. Looked like a winner. Now he ducks out here, and I'm wondering, he ducks in there, and he comes out here, and I'm wondering if he interfered with Scherzando at this point. Let's see. I'm not sure, but he does come out a little bit right in there, and he may have interfered. Yeah, there's a very good case to be made that he should come down for second here. And my friend Greg Wolf used the second horse in the Empire Classic and the four.
Commentator, yeah.
Yeah, and the commentator. You could have had a pick 5 that could have paid like 25,000. A couple of close beats. You know, Greg, it's a tough game.
What could have been? Creasa, David Donk, Johnny V. 5-2 is your favorite. Gets it done, and we'll wait and see the fate. You have Art of Courage. And what happens here underneath. We'll be back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Brought to you in part by where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. Let's take another look of your winner to close out this Memorial Day coverage here at Belmont Park. Creesa in career start number 4 under Johnny V with the win.
You can see he's well back there, but Johnny's being patient. He wanted to angle out. You want to make that big run outside if you can, but Creesa had shown before he could run between horses, so he's sort of picking his way through the field. That horse comes over on him, actually in front of him. I just realized that, and he had to alter course at that point. The horse in front was all over the racetrack, looking like a bit like and he drifts out. The guys watched the head-on, said it wasn't anything that significant. There was no steward's inquiry. But and Javier didn't claim. And I'll tell you, Sarah Baldwin liked the number 10, who finished a very close 4th at a humongous price. So that was the worst if you threw in there and Sarah say so.
3, 4, 9, 10. Yeah, in this finale, pick 5, $614. Pick 6, just over $2,500. Let's take a look at how this pick 5 played out.
So
and Bank It winds up, that's pretty amazing. Bank It winds up being the biggest price of the sequence.
And it paid twice the parlay. And that's for people that misunderstand the importance of using short-priced horses protectively in them. And what people don't understand is it's not money that you save. It's the money you cost yourself by not hitting pick 5s that you should. And in this case, 600 is not so bad.
Yeah. Hope you enjoyed it. It was a fun show. Seeing Bank It back, doing his thing, winning this race for the 2nd time in his career, that was almost worth the price of admission.
No, it was a fun weekend of racing and great weather all weekend, and to close out with the New York Breds putting on the show they did today. They do a lot for us. All the horses do, the New York Breds. We love the New York Bred program, and it was a great day of racing, and anyone that watched or participated would probably agree.
Things going to start heating up. Triple Crown talk. 3rd and final leg coming up a week from Saturday. We'll talk a lot of Belmont next week. We are back on Thursday. And then a week from Saturday, it is the Test of the Champion on Fox. We hope to see you then. But again, back on Thursday. Thanks for being with us on this Memorial Day coverage. Echo Zulu, 2-year-old champion filly. Back maybe better than ever for Steve Asmussen and her 4-year-old return to the races. She's going to be fun to watch this rest of this year. And Bank It, 7-year-old millionaire, winning for the 9th time in his career and a 2nd victory in this commentator. We'll see you on Thursday.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit WarDancerStud.com to book your mayor today.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.